Okay, just getting everything together here to get us starting on with our severe weather coverage. Giving it just a second here to get some folks in here. So again, we are monitoring a fairly significant severe weather event right now in the Carolinas here. Let me just do a couple things here. Get that up and running. All right. Sorry for the delay, everybody. We've had some technical issues today. But we are now up and running with severe weather coverage here on the Carolina Weather Group. Coming to you via the Carolina Weather Net. We are certainly dealing with quite a busy afternoon here in the Carolinas as far as tornadoes. So let's at the risk of taking a second, I want to talk a little bit about kind of where we're at and kind of give you the big picture here. So again, I've got the radar up here, and you're going to see me over here. We're going to try and get in touch with some storm chasers as we have time today. So we'll be doing that. But right now, certainly what we're looking at is a pretty sizable outbreak of warnings here at this point. Generally west of I-95, with the tornado watch in effect for much of South Carolina, south of I-20, including Charleston and Columbia, down into Georgia here. Here's your squall line, your main squall line of thunderstorms that we've been concerned about, with several red polygons here. Those are tornado warnings. And so we're going to focus on the tornado warnings here it really, there's a couple tornado warnings here. There's one once again for Sycamore, South Carolina, which took a hard hit earlier. There's a second one in Orangeburg County. This includes the town of Holly Hill. There is a third one that is just outside of Sumter, and I think that does it as far as the tornado warned storm. So what we're going to do is we are going to go to the high resolution radar, and we're going to be taking a look at this for a long time. I suspect it's going to be one of those days where we're going to be here a while. So let's get zoomed on in here, and you can see several nasty signatures. This is a particularly nasty signature right over Earhart here. This is crossing US 601 as we speak. I'll go to the velocity data here, and let me get the storm motion set up here. And so we can see kind of the storm relative velocity here, and you can see, this is crossing Bell's Highway right now between Earhart and Lodge. It's a very strong indication of rotation here. I do not see any indication of debris yet, but you can definitely see that very pronounced hook echo right here. And if we're going to see debris begin to kick up, it's going to be somewhere south of Earhart here. So that's one. Second tornado warning includes Bowman, Holly Hill, Santee, Vance, and Utahville. This goes until, we can get the window up here. This is gonna go until 5:45 p.m. This is moving northeast at 35 miles an hour. This is just north of St. George. The signature is not looking as impressive as it was. But this is certainly something that we're going to want to keep an eye on. We have a new tornado warning now. Looks like looks like Columbia has extended a new tornado warning for this Earhart storm. And I would not be shocked to see that also get handled for a little south of Charleston as well, or south into the Charleston Weather Service CWA as well. Again, a very, very, very strong rotation showing up here. Very nasty traditional supercell look and feel here as this cell moves up to the northeast at 35 miles an hour. So again, what we're dealing with here is we're kind of on a boundary between the Columbia and the Charleston Weather Service offices. And so what that means is that we are going to be there's going to be a little interplay here. We're going to have multiple polygons in places where where sometimes it may make more sense to have one polygon, but with the boundaries between the offices, that's that's just a that's a challenge. That's a warning challenge for sure. And so yeah, we're doing a lot of coordinating here behind the scenes. Again, we've been getting some technical difficulties worked out here, but again, we're coming to you. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston. I guess I should have introduced myself. That would have helped. I just wanted to get right into it here with several tornado warnings ongoing. We have one north of St. Matthews in Lone Star here. This is heading towards Pinewood, Privateer, Wedgwood. This is in effect until 5:45 p.m. Calhoun, Clarendon, Sumter, and Richland counties. This is not in the Columbia Metro proper. This is not in the this is not in this is getting closer to Sumter, though. So again, if you've been in Sumter, we definitely want folks to be keeping an eye on this for sure. So we're so again, it's kind of me right now, getting things squared away as we come up live. And again, we're watching live chats all over the place. So if you have a question or something, such as, will this head into North Carolina? Looks like right now, North Carolina, the severe threat will be later and probably will come along with a line of thunderstorms. But that being said, if you're in Fayetteville, Wilmington, and in Southeast North Carolina, I would be keeping an eye on this. The favorable severe weather parameters are beginning to move up a little closer. There is no tornado watch right now for anywhere in North Carolina. So that is a bit of good news. We'll see how that evolves over time. And we certainly hope none of this is coming to Myrtle Beach. You are not under tornado watch right now. But again, this is something that we're going to want to watch closely over the next few hours as time goes on. So again, we're getting up and running here. We're getting everything straightened out. I also want to call out a couple other storms that are back in Georgia that are going to become South Carolina's problem really soon. In particular, this nasty supercell near Cleveland and Pembroke, Georgia, crossing Highway 280 right now. This has got a while to go before it gets to the Savannah River, but the rotation certainly seems pretty evident here. We'll tilt up a little bit, and you can see the strong rotation. Very well vertically correlated. That's something that we look for when we're determining the tornado potential. Also, hail certainly seems like it's going to be a problem with this storm as well. But again, this is approaching I-16 and Highway 80. We have a little time before we have to worry about it in South Carolina. But again, if I put the storm, I'm going to get the storm motion here. Let me just do a little rudimentary storm track here. This should cross into Jasper County in the next 45 minutes or so. So places like Ridgeland, Yenisei, you're going to want to watch this storm very closely. And again, we're in the process of looking at potentially getting some storm chaser help on this as well. We have Chris Jackson is in Allendale. He has been looking at the damage there. There was significant tornado damage earlier in Allendale. Obviously, we'll need surveying, but it did not look good. It was a very nasty radar signature. It was a tornado emergency down in Allendale. Right now, Allendale, you're in the lull, but there are more storms coming behind you. And again, the big thing is that this is the first round. This is the first round of convection. The second round of convection is this line segment that stretches from roughly, it goes a while. Let me go back to the regional here so we can take a closer look at kind of the broader sense of things. And this squall line extends from the Gulf Coast through Tallahassee all the way up through Georgia. You do have a couple tornado warnings along this line going up through Augusta right now, the worst of it coming through Augusta, Georgia right now. This is heading east and northeast. This is going to begin to have impacts on getting closer to the Charleston metro area, probably in the 7 to 8 o'clock time frame, it looks like. Again, we're making adjustments to this time frame as time goes on, and we're getting, and as we watch this, we're getting a lot of information coming into us. So certainly something that we're going to keep a very close eye on here. Again, strong southerly winds coming in there, and we're going to need to keep a very close eye on that. Let me just we have a new tornado warning for Colleton and Dorchester County. So what I'm going to do real quick is I am going to, I got to get a couple links up real quick, but we have a new tornado warning for Colleton and Dorchester. This is going to be, I expected this to happen, actually. We'll just zoom in on this real quick. I expected this to happen. This is going to take in St. George as anticipated. This is going to go until 5:17 p.m. And this tornado warning is for that storm near Earhart. You can see even on the lower resolution, the national composite here, you can clearly see that hook echo just south of Earhart, and this is going to straddle the line. It's basically going to straddle the Bamberg and Williamsburg line here, not Williamsburg, the Orangeburg line here, along with Colleton and Dorchester. So this is going to get very close to the I-26 interchange with I-95, which is currently under a tornado warning for a separate cell that is back south of Bowman. And this is going to go just north of Holly Hill. So again, we are certainly getting going here. A couple things real quick, just wanted to get out there for y'all is we are working on bringing in new audiences to this. We're going to bring in all of the Carolina Weather Group Network here, and so we're gonna go live with that here for more audiences here in a second. So I'm gonna take a pause here and get some of this stuff out. And let's see here. All right. So again, we want to get this out to the folks who are watching us on the Charleston Weather Facebook page and Twitter. Welcome. Definitely want to have you out here. Glad to have everybody with us this evening. And again, if you have questions, we'll be watching the chats. We're not going to be able to see all the chats, unfortunately. Again, we're running on a little bit of a skeleton crew right now. We've had some internet issues with our other site up in North Carolina. So please be patient with us as we work through this this evening. So again, let's go back to the high resolution radar. So let's talk this new tornado warning. New tornado warning, smoke, St. George. This is in Dorchester County. This goes until 6 o'clock. So again, this is for the storm this is for this extremely nasty supercell that is essentially going to straddle the county lines here. So we're kind of caught between two warning areas right now, and so with that, what happens is that we're caught between the two. So we're going to have kind of two polygons covering this. It's not ideal, but it is what it is, and we're going to work with it. So again, anywhere smokes, Reevesville, St. George, the tornado shelter now. Again, the tornado parameters are improving right now. They're certainly getting better here. As time goes on, we're starting to see some of that advectin to the area. Significant tornado parameters starting to go up to around 2 to 3 units. So certainly, and we're certainly seeing that realized today. Let me. So let's get that out there. Again, this is we're going to look for any signs of debris, and so far it does not look like this is kicking up any debris, which is a good sign. But again, that could happen at any time, and so we're going to want people to be in that severe weather shelter. Lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet. Just get away from windows. Get as many walls between you and the outside as possible. That's the key here. And so we want to. And so we will do that. All right. So again, two rotations really lined up along along this boundary here. One rotation getting just very close to Holly Hill, not just crossed I-95. Not the best looking thing we've seen. Certainly not the best looking rotation, but it is pretty well vertically stacked. And there could be at least some straight line wind damage with this too, just because it might not be a tornadic circulation. You can still get straight line wind damage with this, so we want to be cautious of that as time goes on. Let me give me just a second here. What I'm going to do is I'm going to bring in Scotty Powell as well. He's joining us from North Carolina, so it's good. We'll have him coming in. He's going to join me on the Zoom. So we're doing something new here. We got a Zoom going so we can talk to folks in the field. I'm talking through that while we keep the high res radar here up and running on this. So we got Scotty here now on Zoom. I'll swap us real quick. Scotty, thanks for joining. Obviously, we're dealing with a pretty busy situation here right now as far as severe weather goes. And again, this is mostly west of I-95 in southern South Carolina, starting to cross I-95 now as it gets closer to places like US 176 through Holly Hill. So yeah, we'll have to watch that carefully. Another storm, again, another tornado warn. This is now tornado warned. We were talking about this earlier. This is as nasty as it gets, folks. This is in Georgia. This is in Georgia right now, and this is the area that we're very concerned about at the moment, potentially for Tillman, Richland, and maybe has designs on the Charleston Metro later. That's something that we're not sure about yet. We're not sure if it's going to survive that way, but we have a little bit of inhibition towards the coast right now, but the environment seems to be getting more favorable as time goes on. So we're gonna have to watch this closely near Pembroke right now. It may be producing 2-inch hail in addition to possible tornado. That is, that's a debris signature. I think that it's hard to tell. I got to tell you, I think we've got debris being lofted here north of Pembroke, Georgia.
Jared, I'm not sure on the Zoom. I'm not able to see your
Scotty,
screens.
I can't hear you. I'm not sure if it's. Maybe you got to switch.
Can you hear me now?
Yeah, I am not hearing you through there. Let me unmute that. Scotty, you want to try? No audio for Scotty Powell. All right, so we will we'll continue to work to get Scotty's audio up and running, but in the meantime, certainly know that this supercell near Pembroke, Georgia is certainly something to watch. Springfield, Rincon, Georgia. This is going to go through Effingham County, eventually going into Jasper County. We'll see if it holds up. The environment seems to be favorable. This seems to be favorable to potentially let this ride all the way into South Carolina. So certainly something that we're going to need to watch extremely closely over the next little bit. But again, the active tornado warnings right now, we have we have a ton of active tornado warning polygons, but really three storms that we're concerned about. One near Pinewood, which is, at least from this vantage point from the Charleston radar, is not looking as impressive as it was. There's still a rotation here, but it's not looking as impressive as it was. Meanwhile, we have a second supercell that is just to the northwest now of Holly Hill. The inflow is basically crossing US 15 and US 176 right now. There is your rotation. It's not the best. It's certainly not the best looking rotation that we've ever seen. But it's certainly something that we're going to need to, keep an eye on. Could potentially re-strengthen and come back to the ground. So something to watch there very carefully.
Testing.
Getting into
testing.
And then we have this third tornado warning, which it looks like the circulation is mostly right now in northern Colleton at this point. We still have the tornado warning. Columbia has a tornado warning for Bamberg and Orangeburg for this cell right here, includes the city of Branchville. But let All right. So yeah, let me. I'll get back. There's another tornado warning here. I'll get back to that here in a second. But this is generally looks like the circulation right now is in Colleton County. Again, it's straddling that line between Bamberg, Colleton, and Orangeburg counties, and this is going to eventually straddle the Dorchester and Orangeburg line as it approaches the I-95-26 interchange. So there's your two big circulations here. Pinewood storm, I'll get a advantage on that from Columbia here. Give me just a second here to get that switched over. We'll take that here shortly. There is a new tornado warning for a confirmed tornado. Oh my goodness, this is a very impressive circulation showing up on radar here, just north of Pembroke now. And this takes in Savannah, this takes in Hardeeville. So again, we were thinking Jasper County, you're going to be next in line, and the Weather Service has gone ahead and warned out for that. So so let's see. So we're still working through some technical issues. It sounds like there was there was some audio coming through that I was not hearing in my monitors. So that's obviously not good if I can't talk to the guy I'm doing coverage with. So we are working on that right now. But again, strong rotation about to cross I-16 here. And this is a confirmed tornado. There's debris. There's your debris signature right here. This is as clear as it gets. And this is going to be approaching the town of Blythton, Georgia, Rincon, Hardeeville. Looks like it might be taking a bit of a right turn, which is a sign of strengthening here. And again, this is right where that parameter space is pretty well maximized right now. Looking at another product over here on this other machine, we've got significant tornado parameter from 3 to even 4 here. And so that's certainly something that we're going to want to watch extremely carefully here as time goes on for potentially, parts of Tillman, Ridgeland. You're not in the warning yet, but Ridgeland, you should keep an eye on this. Hardeeville, you are in the warning now. I'd keep an eye on this in Hilton Head, Beaufort, Sheldon, Yemassee. Generally along I-95, I would definitely keep a close eye on this. And if it does hold up, this could become a problem for the Charleston metro area. I'm not saying that it is, but it is something that I am. It is something that I am very concerned about. So. And so I'm just we're going to make some adjustments here on that. So we're going to get Scotty Powell back. I'll be able to hear him this time, which is always helpful. And so what we'll do right now is I'm going to step out of here. Unmute that. You should have my audio now. Once again, and I'm just going to put myself in the corner for a little bit. So Scotty's going to join us on Restream here momentarily. We're going to go ahead and end this for now. There's just something not going quite right with that, so we're going to go back to what we know and just continue going, and we'll figure out how to get. We do want to get some of that storm chaser help as well from the folks who are on the ground looking at this right now. There certainly has been damage done in Allendale. From an earlier tornado. This is another storm we're going to watch this very closely. It's not in South Carolina yet, but that's something that we're going to want to watch closely. Let's go back up to the other two storms. And again, very solid rotation north of Smokes, really just straddling the county line here, right at the quadruple. Yeah. Yeah, it's really straddling this line here. We have it kind of at the confluence of Highway 61 and Highway 21, South Carolina 61, Highway 21. That just south of Branchville, kind of right smack dab between Branchville and Smokes. And we'll go ahead and bring Scotty Powell into the conversation. Now that I can probably hear him.
Testing 1 2. Can you hear me? No.
Nope. Okay. Today is cursed. So we'll continue to work on Scotty's audio. He'll get that up and running momentarily. Meanwhile,
Let me make sure that my audio is coming through the right thing.
Testing 1, 2, 3.
Okay, cool. All right. So, I know why I can't hear you, because I know why I couldn't hear you. I had the tab muted because I was hearing myself feedback.
There we go. Can you hear me now?
Yep, I have you. All right.
All right. Good deal.
Oh, oh man.
Technology, gotta love it.
Yes. Yeah, it was feeding back to me on a delay, and I can't talk in those circumstances. That's just not something that we can do. So again, so getting back to it, obviously very busy right now. This certainly seems to be tightening up now, right along the line. This is Colleton County here. This is Dorchester County here. This is Bamberg County. This is Orangeburg County. So kind of at this confluence here, this crossroads. We're going to have those issues there. So again, we'll be watching this very closely. So far, not seeing any signs of any debris being lofted, which is good news. But that is something that we're going to want to watch very carefully. St. George tornado shelter, good idea at this point. St. George, Reevesville, definitely Reevesville. This has got designs on you. If you are in Reevesville right now, I would definitely be getting into that lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible, and keep us up on your cell phone. You can watch us on YouTube. You can watch us pretty much. We're just kind of blasting all over the internet right now. So wherever you can find us, definitely give us a listen. And when it's safe, let us know what you see. Storm reports are going to be absolutely critical today as the Weather Service works on its warnings. Let's see.
Jared, I will say, I know you're monitoring those storms, so I've switched my radar over to the Wilmington radar. Going to monitor the Grand Strand area.
Cool.
Currently, a severe thunderstorm warning there, but we are seeing some rotation starting to be picked up on radar in Georgetown County. No warning right now, just severe thunderstorm warning, but I'll continue to monitor that. But I will say here in the last couple of minutes, the Storm Prediction Center has put out notice that a tornado watch will be extended into the Myrtle Beach and southeastern North Carolina area within the next hour or so. So we'll be monitoring that. And as soon as that information is released, we'll get that off to everyone listening.
We are getting video in through Twitter. There is a Twitter video from a storm chaser on this storm near Lodge right now. And apparently there is something on the ground. I'm trying to get this up to you guys. This is from Brian Sharp. He just tweeted it out, sent it out to the National Weather Service offices of Columbia and Charleston. And you can see very clearly there's a funnel cloud. It's hard to tell with the trees. Trees are tough. Let me get this turned on here real quick so y'all can see. But yeah, you can see the definitely some sort of funnel trying to scrape the ground there. Again, just because we don't see a debris signature does not mean something is not down. This is a pretty good looking couplet there. So again, just a few minutes ago, we may have something on the ground there. So again, Reevesville, it's urgent for you to be in shelter right now as this storm is approaching Highway 78. It's going to be getting near Highway 78, just near Reevesville here in the next few minutes. So again, Reevesville, very urgent to get into a safe place. As we go, Scotty, we are, as we've mentioned, it looks like that we are going to begin to extend this threat up into northeastern South Carolina as well. We're just now getting going here in the Lowcountry, but this is certainly going to be a situation where we're going to be dealing with this for a little while, it looks like.
Yeah, and Jared, I was on a little bit earlier until my internet went out, and we were covering the Allendale tornado, and that was very impressive on radar. And now looking at the damage and stuff coming out, we know that these storms that are warned today really do have that potential to produce a tornado. We've seen that evidence back over Allendale up into Aiken County. as well. And I think there was one report, Jared, you probably are seeing that, like I think there's St. Matthews or something like that. So several of these warnings have produced tornadoes today. So if you find yourself today or this evening in that polygon, you definitely need to respect it and hear out the warning and seek shelter, because the atmosphere that we have today is capable of producing these tornadoes. Some of them could be quick spin ups, but some of them could be on the ground for a while. So it is just that kind of day here in South Carolina, especially across the low country right now, of seeing some of these thunderstorms produce some tornadoes. So Jared, like you said, a very active evening going on.
Yeah, we have a new tornado warning that includes the Columbia, South Carolina metro area. So I'm going to get that up. I'm going to get that up here in a second. But there is a new tornado warning now for Columbia, Lexington, West Columbia. Tornado warning until 6:15. So if you're in any of those areas, if your phone just went off, Irmo, if your phone just went off, this is headed right. Looks like it's headed beeline for the airport there. I'm going to get this.
Jared, this is going to be
second.
Yeah, this is going to be a pretty tight couplet right now along Interstate 20, just to the east of Interstate 20 and intersection of Highway 178. So if you're in that location, just north of Wagner, near the Interstate 20 Highway 178 intersection, that rotation is going to be passing over here pretty quickly.
Yeah, Scotty, if you want to pull up your
sure, yeah, I'll get that up.
If you want to get your radar up there, that will be helpful as I continue to work on getting up and running over here.
Again, this is going to be rain wrapped. This is there's a lot of rain wrapped in this
storm.
storm.
Oh my goodness, that is tight.
But here's the tight couplet. So it's going to be crossing over the intersection of Interstate 20 and 178. Here's that intersection pretty quickly. So if you're in this area, you need to be seeking shelter now. I don't have any. There's no really like town landmarks right now. This is going to be north of Aiken and north of Wagner. But here's that circulation, Jared, and that's really starting to tighten up. Let's get to the NROT product, and you can see we're starting to get those rotation markers over 1.0. And when we see that definitely could produce something. So we'll watch that. Let's go back to the reflectivity here, and you can see it's pretty rain wrapped. You're not going to see this is not going to be visible. It's going to be wrapped up in curtains of rain. So again, if you live south of Ridge Spring, here's the 178 Interstate 20 intersection. I'm sure there's an exit there. You need to be in shelter. Let me pull up the
Scotty, while you're doing that,
we
just got an LSR out of Bryan County, Georgia. This is the supercell right now that is approaching, getting into Effingham County, approaching Rincon, Guyton, Panora, of a baseball-size hail.
Wow.
Baseball-size hail in Bryan County, Georgia. And this is heading into South Carolina. This is going to be approaching Hardeeville, Tillman. So certainly a very concerning situation there as well. And we're going to have to keep a close eye on this guy because, again, this has been down. This has been doing damage. We still have a very pronounced debris signature on radar here. Let's tilt up a little bit and see how far it goes. I mean, this is seems to be going up, but pretty good. This is about, that's about at least 5,000 feet. So maybe a little bit more. So certainly a very dangerous situation right now. Entering Effingham County, Georgia, as and eventually Jasper County, South Carolina.
Jared, we've got this tornado warning. Let me read off some of the locations that that you may be familiar with. Lexington, Red Bank, the South Congaree around 6 p.m., Casey, Springdale, Oak Grove, Highway 6 at Lake Murray Dam, Pine Ridge, Columbia Metro Airport, South Carolina's Farmers Market around 6:05, Columbia, West Columbia, St. Andrews, Riverbank Zoo, West Columbia Riverwalk, 5 Points, Columbia International University, South Carolina Fairgrounds, and Harbison State Forest around 6:10. Other locations in the Columbia Metro that could see this would be Seven Oaks, Olympia, Rosewood, Fernando, Bundrick Island, Gilbert, Summit, Murray, Edmond, and the Casey Riverwalk, as well as Interstate 26 between mile markers 100 and 117, Interstate 126 between mile markers 0 and 3, Interstate 20 in South Carolina between mile markers 31 and 68, and Interstate 77 between mile markers 0 and 7. So a lot of area being covered by this. And Jared, unfortunately, as we zoom in here on the rotation, this is happening at rush hour when folks are trying to get home. So a lot of these area roadways, interstate ways are going to be pretty crowded, a lot of heavy rain. And then you've got this circulation that could be passing pretty close to downtown Columbia. It's not a good setup.
There is a tornado debris signature on this. There is a debris signature over I-20 right now. Switch to here. Let me I can get that. Yep. I can get that up for you guys. We have a debris signature. There's your debris signature right over I-20 right now. So this is a tornado on the ground. This is a tornado just now crossing. Looks like it's crossing into Lexington County. I'll get that for you just to validate that. I'll put the county names on the screen so y'all can kind of see what's what. Yeah, this is crossing into Lexington County right now. It's running right up I-20. So there is a tornado on the ground on I-20 with this circulation, and it is approaching Red Bank, South Congaree, Casey, Lexington, Gilbert might be to your north. But again, this is on the reflectivity. This is not anything that is very impressive, but yet when we see this, this is a very clear tornado debris signature that is correlated about at least 2,000 feet up. So again, the good news is that, if there's one bit of good news in this from a detection perspective, we are close to the radar site, so we can see a little bit lower, so we have a better chance of catching these things in the act. So again, tornado on the ground heading up I-20, Red Bank, South Congaree, Lexington. Tornado safety precautions now, folks. This is the real deal.
It is, and you definitely need to be in your shelter right now. And again, that is the lowest level of your home. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And remember, folks, if you are in your car and you're listening to us, maybe you're streaming us, now is the time to find one of those safe places, site-built structure. It could be anything from a gas station to a restaurant or something like that, but you do not need to be in your car with this tornado coming. You're not going to see it. So if you are along Interstate 20, Highway 78, you need to be in that safe place right now, because a car is not where you want to be when a tornado is passing over. So make sure you find a safe structure, a hospital, a building, something like that, but you definitely need to get off the roadways.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go back to I know this is the Carolina weather group and not the Georgia weather group, but again, there's a confirmed tornado over Eden, moving east at 45 miles an hour, and this is going to get very close to Rincon and Hardeeville. You're right in the line of fire here. Oh goodness, and there may be another supercell trying to get up north of Allendale. Let's take a peek. Yeah, there you go. So there's another supercell trying to get going. Rotation is starting to make it to the ground here. We don't have another elevated cut to look at, but this is certainly, generally it's been in this corridor, and I think what's happening here is we are interacting with a warm front here. So there is a warm front in this area, and that's helping to enhance the low-level helicity, the low-level shear. And so this is why kind of in this corridor right now, we are seeing this uptick in tornadic activity.
Yeah, and Jared, that warm front was eventually supposed to move northward into the Charlotte area, but it's been kind of delayed a little bit as it's still over the Columbia area. So that's why we're seeing a lot of these storms right now.
New tornado warning for Allendale, Sycamore, and Ulmer. So round 2 coming up now. Polygon's about to go on the screen. New tornado warning now issued by Charleston. For a new supercell. This is a separate storm, and again, we've been and unfortunately we've been dealing with this for a better part. I mean, they've already had one very hard hit in Allendale, and it looks like this is going to continue.
Okay. Jared, we've got a new update from Columbia. Large destructive tornado, extremely dangerous tornado located 8 miles southeast of Batesburg and Leesville, moving northeast at 50 miles per hour, moving into the Columbia metro area. So a large, considerable tag, but a large destructive tornado now. That's getting the confirmed tag there in the Columbia. This is going to be heading right into the Columbia area. I would say the National Weather Service there in Columbia will probably be seeking shelter soon because I believe their office is right there close to the airport.
Yeah, this
is
Scotty.
moving
This is
right.
on a. We're gonna do tornadoes near WSR 88Ds again. It looks like.
Yeah, this is on a path for the airport. So I'm sure if you have any flights that are supposed to be leaving Columbia right now or anytime in the near future, those are probably being delayed right now.
Yeah, more than likely. Let's see here. I'm just.
We have a new tornado watch out now. This is going to be until midnight for Brunswick, Columbus, and New Hanover County in North Carolina, Florence, Georgetown, Horry, Marion, and Williamsburg, South Carolina until midnight. So that's the Myrtle Beach up to Wilmington area. Tornado watch now till midnight.
Yep. So again, if you're in that watch area, now is the time to get ready for the potential for severe weather. Know where your severe weather safe place is. Lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom. As many walls between you and the outside as possible. Make sure that you have redundant ways to get weather alerts, one of which that is not your smartphone. No weather radio, radio broadcast, television broadcast, all good ways to do it. When that warning goes off, take immediate action. Don't wander outside and see if a tornado is really coming. You have to assume that it is. Take that shelter, and the good news is that it'll go fast, and you'll be able to come out and you'll be safe. But that is the key here, is to make sure that is properly, communicated, and that you're ready to go when these warnings are issued. Because these are moving at a pretty good clip, 30, 40 miles an hour too.
Yeah, and Jared, a lot of these storms today are producing. So if you find yourself in that warning, you need to seek shelter. This is not one where it may or may not. This is a day where if you have a warning, you need to be in that safe place.
Yep.
Again, watching this TDS moving into Lexington County. And again, Jared, it's hanging tough there, traveling right. I mean, it is paralleling Interstate 20 right now. So it's moving very close, very quickly to the Columbia airport. Yeah,
absolutely. So if you're in any of those areas, we definitely need you to be doing the safe thing right now. Get into that lower floor, room, interior room, bathroom, closet. We definitely want you to be safe there. Let's go back to the tornado warning in Dorchester. We haven't talked about this one in a minute, but there is there remains a tornado warning in Dorchester County. The circulation is passing just north of St. George right now. It's just passed over Reevesville. It's passing over Reevesville right now. One good thing, I do not see any signs of debris on this storm, which is a good sign. Let's go back to the analyst. Sorry, just because I change it on my on my screen does not mean that it will go there. So, but yeah, so far so good as far as debris signatures there. But again, here's your velocity couplet right here, kind of a broad rotation over Reevesville right now, crossing Highway 78. This is approaching I-26. And so if you're on I-26 between roughly the Harleyville exit and the I-95 interchange, this is not a good time to be on I-26. And really, honestly, I mean, I would probably extend that up to the Bowman exit. There's a couple truck stops up there. Not a bad idea if you're on the road, kind of coming and going, to jump out and hang tight for a little bit.
I will say, Jay, I'm not sure if this is storm related or not, but Columbia has just issued a public information statement saying that one of the weather radios near Kirksey, South Carolina, has been knocked off air. So I'm not sure what area that covers of the Columbia metro area, but you will not be getting warnings via your radio if you get serviced by that tower. So
I think if there's one good thing is that there are only a few weather radio bands. There is redundancy in the system, so it may not be the best reception, but you can still get reception as needed.
Again, if you are in the Columbia area, know anybody in the Columbia area, maybe getting off work. I know we have a lot of followers in the Columbia area. Please tell them to just, if they can stay in the office right now, to do that. It's not an ideal, because there's a lot of heavy rain moving in, but this is going to be an embedded tornado. This is not something you're going to see. It's going to be rain wrapped. and it does have that considerable destruction tag on it from the National Weather Service, meaning that this is a pretty big deal.
Yep.
We are seeing damage via our debris detection, the CC drops here on radar, as Jared's got those pulled up right there, and Jared it's running right along Interstate 20. And this is coming into a pretty populated area. And I know Frank's joining us now from Columbia, so we'll allow him to get set up here. But this is going to be a pretty nasty storm moving into the Columbia area here, probably, Jared, within the next 15 minutes or so.
Yeah, it's definitely on a beeline there, and that's part of this line. So let me I'm gonna take us back to kind of the more regional view here for a few minutes. And again, here's your new tornado watch: Florence, Myrtle Beach, Wilmington. It's kind of a little teeny tiny tornado watch, but there's your new watch right here. Here are your tornado warnings in the brighter red polygons, the larger red polygons here. And here is the line of storms. This has been kind of the thing. This tornado that is on the ground right now is very much embedded within this line, this squall line here at this point. So this is kind of the event that we've been most worried about. Also for damaging wind gusts, you have severe thunderstorm warnings all up and down this too. So keep in mind, we're talking about tornadoes, but understand that that widespread 60-mile-an-hour wind gusts are certainly a possibility as this line continues to march east. All right. And so, yeah, so here's Columbia again. I've got the Columbia CC drop here. We had a question, where exactly is it? And what I'm going to do is I'm going to use a different source of radar here to give you a better fix on this. But right now it's south of Gilbert. Let me switch to Columbia here.
Heading toward the Red Bank area, Jared.
Yeah. Yep, it is headed towards Red Bank. So Red Bank, South Congaree, those areas. If you're anywhere near the Columbia Airport, you can see we're getting very close to the radar site here at this point. Here's your debris signature. There's the radar. So the radar is kind of just above my head right here. We're not far from this at this point. So Red Bank, South Congaree, urgent that you get into shelter right now. You are not going to see this, as you can clearly see. This is a mess. This is a giant mess of rain. This is going to be rain wrapped. You are not going to be able to see it. If there is one bit of good news, is that the rotation has weakened a little bit, and the CC drop still fairly considerable. This is still taking debris with it, but it looks like the rotation is beginning to weaken some. So we hope that continues. But again, this could spin right back up. We want folks to be just in a very safe place as this tornadic circulation, this tornadic thunderstorm continues to move towards Red Bank and South Congaree, and possibly the Columbia metro area.
That's right, Jared, and some other landmarks in that area, or at least some roads: Calks Ferry Road, Pond Branch Road, Sherwood Drive. Those are areas to the southwest of Red Bank that are likely about to be impacted by this tornado. And it is heading into the Red Bank area. So everyone in that area does need to be taking shelter immediately. I'm included in this warning too. Got my bike helmet right here in case I have to hit the dirt. But that's it for me from now. I see you're on another storm that's in the Allendale area. Like they haven't had enough, Jared.
Yeah, they have not had enough. Clearly, this is north of Allendale proper. But certainly a very, very strongly correlated rotation here. The NROT product, which you hear us talk about a lot, is pushing 1.7 units, and so this is a very tight circulation headed right to Ulmer right now. Looks like this is going to pass north of Allendale, north of Sycamore, which is good. They've already had enough today, but Ulmer, you're in the line of fire of this right now. Generally, Low Country Highway. This is State Highway 64 between 301 and 601. Certainly very concerned for you right now. Highway 321 between Sycamore, Ulmer. Definitely a serious situation there for this. Not seeing any debris being lofted yet, but guys, with a circulation like this and what we've seen today, it may only be a matter of time.
Yeah,
it probably is.
That area again. the Klein north of Allendale was not affected by the tornado earlier today. More the heavy rain and the hail, but this one, Jared, like you said, could be a different story. And I just heard a buzz in my ear, so let me check that out. So this is going to be Orangeburg County Emergency Manager reporting damage to a solar farm along Highway 210 southwest of Bowman. Rotation reported during the event.
Oh, geez. So, I've seen that solar farm. Yeah, I've driven by that more than once. Yeah, I definitely am familiar with that solar farm for sure. Real quick, I want to go back to Dorchester County. I know we have some folks who are watching from northern Dorchester County. This is certainly looking less impressive. The tornado warning is the circulation is perhaps a little more broad here. Will go up and certainly is not that as tight as we've seen some of these. However, I-26 between Harleyville and Bowman, right now the core of this storm is getting very close to there. So again, very heavy rain, strong winds, and this could again develop. A tornado could develop from this. We are not seeing any signs of debris being lofted, which is good news. But again, in that area, we want folks to be very careful. And let's go back to Columbia real quick as we take the local radar full here, and still looking at it. Let's see. Looks like the debris signature has dissipated, which is very good news. We're starting to get into a little bit of noise here. I'll tilt up. We're getting closer. Your debris signature, yeah. And again, this is not going to update as fast at the higher tilts, but if there is still debris, I mean, again, this is from 5:51. It's now 5:58. A lot can change in 7 minutes. It looks like the low-level debris signature is certainly not as pronounced. If I had to guess, it's probably still right here. There's probably still some debris settling in. But if you'll note here on circulation, this is starting to not really seeing much. Oh, wait. Sorry, made you look. Let's see here. Looks like we have a new circulation that might be trying to tighten up here, very near South Congaree, very near the Columbia Airport. Nothing. We'll wait and see on how this goes, but that is a tiny little area of rotation that seems to be trying to get going here. Let's tilt up and see if we can't make some sense of it.
You can see it on the higher tilts there, Jared.
Yeah.
It's, that definitely appears to be a new circulation forming there just between Red Bank and South Congaree.
Yep, absolutely. And again, this is kind of a noisy spot, but the higher tilts tell the story. That's why the radar doesn't just go, search the lowest tilt. We go all the way up. So that's good. We're gonna have looks like Shay Gibson is working on joining us now. As well as we continue severe weather coverage at 6 o'clock. Thank you for watching. You're watching the Carolina Weather Group. Continuous tornado coverage from what it certainly seems to be an outbreak unfolding here in South Carolina from a very potent storm system that's moving through. I'm Jared Smith. I've got Scotty Powell in Morganton and Frank Strait in Columbia, and we have Shay Gibson also from Charleston joining us now. So Shay, we'll bring you in as well. And again, we are here due to a significant severe weather threat, an enhanced risk, significant tornadoes. There has already been what appears to be a significant tornado earlier in Allendale, South Carolina, in Sycamore, South Carolina. The damage reports out of there are not good. And there continue to be several active tornado warnings right now. We'll go to the regional radar real quick. So you can kind of see what we've got going on. We have several tornado watches up as well. Tornado watches are now up from Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, and Florence until midnight. Charleston area until about 9 o'clock. We have several tornado warned circulations, one of which is approaching Columbia, and it may be reforming here. So we're going to get a look at that here in a second. We have a second circulation in Allendale County, north of the town of Allendale. This is north of Allendale, but it's close enough to where you want to be taking precautions. If your phone went off or you were hearing that weather radio, it looks like it's going to split the difference between Allendale and Klein, and we'll get a higher resolution look at that in a minute. We may have another supercell trying to get going near Estill here. You can see that curvature
there. And then finally, we have another supercell producer that has had a history of producing not only a tornado, but also baseball-sized hail, moving right through Effingham County, Georgia right now. This is on a beeline to Hardeeville. So Hardeeville, if you're watching us from Hardeeville, it's time to take cover. If you haven't already done so, because this is a fairly significant circulation that is approaching Hardeeville with a history of producing damage.
Yeah, Jared, that cell down in Allendale County looks very impressive on velocity. I mean, there's just a ton of gate-to-gate shear with that, even though we're not seeing a debris signature there on correlation coefficient. It kind of still would surprise me if we're not experiencing a tornado in that area right now. So the folks near Ulmer, they need to be in shelter right now. People along, that's 301 in that area. Yeah, US 301 looks like it's going to track roughly parallel to 301. So going northeast from Ulmer along 301, that's the area that most definitely needs to be in shelter now.
Yeah, absolutely. This is as impressive of a signature as we've seen all day. Again, looking at the gate-to-gate shear here, I'll put a marker on it. You won't be able to see what I'm seeing, but it is certainly the conditional probabilities for an EF1 plus tornado with this kind of rotation about. Oh, it's the shear is about 108 knots of shear. Yeah, that's no good.
I want to show you guys. This is from the first event. I just want to show you what these storms are capable of producing today. So this is going to be coming in. Well, hold on. Cancel that for just a second. I'm trying to get this. I'm just now seeing this tweet come in, and wanted to show you all what the damage is in Allendale County.
Yeah, from the earlier storm. Again, this is not the first tornado warning in Allendale today. If there's one bit of good news, it looks like the tornado warning for Dorchester has expired. So that's some good news there, that this rotation seems to be broadening out, but we'll need to keep an eye on it because there's still something there, and it's approaching Holly Hill. So if you're in Holly Hill, I would definitely recommend being a step away from your shelters. And additionally, we have additional severe thunderstorm warnings going up now from Weather Service up in Wilmington, Manning, Kingstree, Lake City, Florence. These have the tornado possible tag. So again, these could spin up really at any moment, and a tornado warning could be required.
And Jared, I got that picture up now. If you want to put it on, this is from the first event. This is in Allendale County. This is some of the first images coming out from WJCL, which I believe is an affiliate in Savannah, Georgia.
Yes.
And as you can see, it's not good in this area. And these storms, this is what they're capable of producing. Not every tornado that we talk about tonight will be like this, but this is what could happen today. So as you can see, a lot of trees down and even some damage to this well-built structure. So these are definitely some pretty substantially damaging tornadoes that are moving through this evening.
Yeah, and again, this is not going to be. This is going to be one of those things that we're going to have to. There's going to be a lot of picking up to do here. Look, guys, I think we may have a debris signature developing over Ulmer. So it looks like a tornado is now down over Ulmer, South Carolina. Starting to see that CC drop here. The very, very tight rotation. We've been talking about this for a while. We were thinking it was bound to produce, and it looks like it has. Based on the fact that we now have a lowering of the correlation coefficient right around the town of Ulmer. So Ulmer, if you are in Ulmer right now, watching us from Ulmer, if you know somebody in Ulmer or anywhere near there, give them a call, tell them, make sure that they know that there is a tornado down, and that they should be, that should really need to be in shelter immediately. This is certainly starting to, it's not a very deep TDS yet, but it certainly is there, and we could see this another couple scans or so. I think we're going to start to see the extent of this. But
just to update, the tornado warning for Columbia has been allowed to expire. So Lexington, Richland County, no longer under a tornado warning.
Very good news there. We're going to take all the allowed to expire we can get today.
on this for sure. Right now, I would say that the most dangerous storm on the board at this point, there's two very dangerous storms on the board, one of which is about to cross the Savannah River and is getting very close to the town of Hardyville now. No debris signature on it, but this thing could produce a tornado at any time. So Hardyville, we want you to be in your safe place right now. Hook Echo approaching I-95 at Hardyville. This is around exit 6. I want to say exit 6, exit 8. Hilton Head, this is probably going to pass north of you, but this is certainly something that's got to be watched there. But really,
Jared, let's get back to Ulmer. Let's get to the debris tracker if we can.
Yeah. This is there's your good call. There's your debris signature. We've just probably had a major tornado hit in Ulmer, South Carolina.
This is a pretty significant debris debris signature here.
I don't have any updated tilts yet, but
that's pretty serious. Just northeast of Ulmer right now, where 321 and 601 come together. Significant debris signature there. That's the real deal, folks. We got a definite tornado near where those highways come together, 301 or 601 and 321. It's headed to the northeast. It's going to pass just east of Ulmer. Looks like it's tracking roughly right along 601. Or rather, I'm saying 601. That's 301, not 601. My bad. Eventually could get close to Bamberg if it holds together.
Yeah, and again, we're going to need to keep an eye on that. But yeah, this is you don't see this too often. My tornado, so here's the NROT on this guy, the 2.43. This is probably the strongest one I've seen all day. And 2.43 NROT, which NROT normalized rotation, it's a way for us to kind of cut out the noise a little bit from the velocity products and really zero in on where the spin is. And this is as serious as I've seen all day, and probably as serious since April 13th. This is a very, very, very dangerous situation developing now. It just passed through Ulmer here at this 321 and 301 split. This is approaching Highway 64 at 301 right now. So if you're anywhere near there, again, you need to be in a safe place as soon as possible, if not right out of the gate. And again, this is looks like they've Columbia's updated the warning on this to add the considerable tag and particularly dangerous situation wording. So again, particularly dangerous situation tornado warning. Tornado was near Ulmer, 9 miles south of Denmark, moving northeast at 45. So again, if you're seeing this, if you're in these areas, you've got to be in a safe place. We got to get you in a safe place now. This is as nasty as it's looked. This has been a really nasty corridor today, where the warm front is kind of hung up. A lot of what I suspect has happened is that a lot of rain to the north has kind of stabilized things in some ways, and is starting to get pretty kind of keeping this boundary in place to where the low level shear is enhanced, and this is producing some very dangerous results here.
This is a very dangerous tornado right now.
This is a legit life-threatening situation here along 301 southwest of Bamberg and heading northeast. So if you're along 301, you need to be in the most reinforced spot you can get there.
Some locations: Wildflower Road, we have Carver Road, State Road 362, Macedonian Church Road, just Crocodile Road. So those are just some of the roadways in this area right now, especially if you're on Wildflower Road, State Highway 64. You definitely need to be in your storm shelter, safe place right now. Yeah. Pretty dangerous situation.
I'm gonna slice this debris signature a little bit. Actually, I want to do it down radial. I'm gonna give me just a second here as I take a look at this, and I'll try and I don't know if I'm gonna get a good vantage point on it yet. Still, we're still not really seeing getting all the tilts here, but you can see I'm tilting up. Oh my goodness, look at that! This is we are lofting debris to at least 6,500 feet. And perhaps higher, but again, that just depends on when the radar gets around. The radar has not gotten around to that yet. This may very well be lofting higher than that. I would not be shocked to see this loft 10,000 feet, maybe even higher.
guys. This is dangerous, serious business here. Passing just to the south of Olar, just crossed Highway 64, headed to Highway 601 between Earhart and Bamberg. This is going to get very close to Bamberg. Additionally, Branchville. This has got eyes on you in Branchville. Keep a very close eye on this in Branchville, Bowman. We'll need to see how long, again, Branchville, you're in this tornado warning. You're at the extent of that tornado warning. And this is as nasty as we have seen all day.
Yeah, this is the I seen a question here about Horry County. Horry County, you're fine right now. We're watching these storms for later on this evening to pass through there. There is a severe thunderstorm warning out for Florence and Darlington County, as well as Williamsburg County, where Kingstree is, and Manning. So we'll continue to monitor those severe thunderstorms warnings. But right now, attention being paid here in Bamberg County as this storm is passing just to the east of Olar. Again, if you live in Bamberg, you need to be monitoring this storm in your safe place as the storm continues to move in your direction. And again, Jared, like you were just talking about, this is another area, Jared, that's not warned right now. But moving into Hampton, we need to watch that.
We do. Absolutely.
That storm is starting to get that hook on it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's starting to tighten up for sure. Hampton, Varnville, you're right now. So it looks like a severe thunderstorm warning actually for the line. The severe thunderstorm warning that just came out for Hampton and Varnville is for the line that's approaching there. But we have a supercell very close to the radar site.
All right, we have a new tornado warning for both. I know I pronounced
Beaufort
it wrong.
County.
Buford,
Yep.
Buford, also Ridgeland.
There it is right here. Yep.
This
Ridgeland, Port Royal, Buford, Laurel. Yep. Just north of Hilton Head. This is going to be along I-95. This is going to get along. This is going to get very close to. It takes in a lot of Highway 21 between I-95 and really the end of Buford here. This is a significant circulation that is redeveloping. This is the storm that has a history of baseball-sized hail and doing a lot of damage in Georgia, based off of the radar signatures that we've seen. I've not seen any reports, but this has been doing a lot of damage.
If you live in Hampton and Miley, let's go ahead and get in those storm shelters. We're in a severe thunderstorm warning, but I don't like the way that thing's trying to wrap up.
No,
there.
this is getting going very quickly here. And again,
Walterboro, you need to be mindful of this as well. Yeah,
Walterboro. I mean, this storm is probably, we've got some folks watching us from Charleston, and I think that this is the first storm this is maybe the first or second storm that I would be concerned about. The two storms I'm concerned about for Charleston and the Charleston Tri-County area right now, the storm near Hampton and the storm that just got tornado warned in Jasper and Beaufort counties. This could continue to move in. These have the potential to hold it together and get here ahead of the main line.
Jared, also to add to that, our marine warnings are starting to show up along the coastline.
Mm-hmm.
So we got to watch those cells creeping up along the coast. Some of those are known to spawn tornadic water spouts that can come ashore.
Yep, absolutely. That looks like we have a visual here on the tornado. I'm gonna retweet this on the Carolina Weather Group page. But this was in Savannah. This was in Effingham County, Georgia. What I'll do is I'll get this out and we'll pull this up on Twitter real quick, and I'll share my screen. But this is a video from WTOC showing a tornado down. It was shared by a viewer. They did not specify, but this is the Georgia storm. This is there's your tornado. That looks very tornado-ish. It would help if I turned it on. But yeah, that's it. I mean, that's
a large tornado too.
Yeah, that's the same cell that's in Jasper County now, right?
Yep. Yes, this is the storm that's going into Jasper County right now. And again, that's not the storm I have behind me. The storm I have behind me is probably the most dangerous storm on the board right now. But this was in Effingham County earlier today, and again, that's certainly what we're watching there.
John,
there's also baseball-sized hail reported with that cell.
Yes,
over in Georgia.
Yes, there was.
Our friend John Q in chat just reported a large report on Twitter of a large tornado between Ulmer and Olar with that TDS signature there. So
yeah, I would say
there's all kinds of low CC in that area now, and
Yeah.
there's got to be a bad tornado in that area.
Yeah,
right
this
now.
is loft. This is, I would say that this is probably lofting to 10,000 plus feet at this point. Additionally,
Yeah, I can see it up to 13
Yeah.
on the latest scan.
And you can see the debris being ingested into the supercell right here.
Yeah,
That
that's bad. That's
boy.
really bad.
As a
Oh,
matter of
boy.
fact, make that 15,800 with that Bamberg cell.
We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for this rotating cell that just is departing Holly Hill, approaching Utahville. Broad rotation on it right now. Not seeing any signs of organization as far as a tornado goes, but the tornado possible tag is on this as it is rotating. And again, we have the radar is indicating a tornado vortex signature. That does not necessarily mean that there is a tornado in it. But that being said, we want people to be very closer. So.
Also, Jared, back in Lexington County, looks like we have another circulation trying to form near Gaston, just south of the Columbia Airport. So that's another thing we got to keep an eye on. New severe thunderstorm warning in that area. That's that all along that line, but that's that there's a severe thunderstorm warning out, and that's another area we have to watch with the circulation for possible developing tornado in that area.
Yeah, again, we're going to be. This Hampton storm also, we would be there's a severe thunderstorm warning on the line, but also includes this. It's kind of looks a little disorganized right now, and again, we're in kind of a noisy spot on the radar. But when I tilt up a little bit, you can definitely see that there is a broad circulation here, just east of 601, approaching Varnville right now. So again, this is going to be something. If this continues to, and the purple haze, this is a really bad time. This is a really bad time to have range folding going on with the radar here. This is also producing a good bit of hail too. So it's certainly something that we got to keep a close eye on here as this supercell heads up 601, approaching town of Varnville, potentially Miley, and could have designs on Walterboro at some point as this gets into Colleton County. So we're going to need to keep a close eye on this one as well. Let's go back to our destructive tornado in, oh my goodness. I mean, that's as tight, and it's very tight, about to cross 601 here between Bamberg and Earhart. See if I can't get a better fix on that location real quick. Over here on AWIPS.
The debris signature is still wrapped, but it's starting to get further away from the radar, so it's getting less and less in altitude.
Yeah.
So
this is
a bad one.
Yeah, this is definitely a bad one in Bamberg County right now. There's your debris signature. Again, you can see the debris kind of being ingested into the cell a little bit. That's never good. But when tilting up, we get into a melting layer here, so we can probably use the Columbia radar to perhaps even correlate this. Something there.
That's what I'm using, and the debris is pretty evident there all over the south of the Bamberg area. And it's going to go across 601 here shortly. It looks like it's going to go south of Bamberg, but judging by the debris signature, it wouldn't surprise me if there was some debris fallout as far north as Bamberg from this. It's just that bad.
Well, and looking at the mesos too, look at this. It looks like there might be a second circulation trying to get going here too. When we look from the Columbia radar, we have a second circulation that looks like it might be trying to take over from this circulation here. So we may have, guys, I am not encouraged by what I'm seeing here by any stretch of the imagination. There it is. There's your second circulation now developing. It may take over from this more northern circulation. This is a dangerous situation potentially for Branchville. Go back to analyst here. We can show this to you. This is a potentially dangerous situation for Branchville. Typically, the southern circulation will begin to take over from the northern one as it occludes. This is certainly cycling right now, but we may be in a situation. I think Mitch West is on this storm. I want to say that he is on this storm. It'll be very interesting to see if could be twins. I mean.
Wouldn't be the first time today.
Wouldn't be the first time. No.
It'd be very rare for South Carolina, though.
Extremely.
Not something you see every day here.
Yeah. So again,
this is so reminiscent of what was it, 2 years ago, Jared?
April 13th. I will never forget it as long as I live.
Yes, and at least we can be thankful it's happening at 6 p.m. instead of 6 a.m.
All right,
People
I'm going
are actually awake and paying attention.
Yep.
Let's see. I'm going to pull up this video again. This is not technically in our area. This is in Savannah, but close enough to show you what is going on here.
And we'll take you full. Yep. Yeah, that was earlier. That was that storm in Bryan County. That was the storm that we're now tracking into Jasper County.
So that's the history of this storm. So
yeah, that's the and again, I've got the Jasper County storm up here on radar right now. Not the best looking, most classic looking storm we've seen all day. You can see perhaps a little bit of rear flank downdraft, maybe undercutting the cell a little bit, which is helpful from the tornado side. I believe this is noise, so let's tilt up a little bit and let's see what we can see. There certainly is rotation aloft, and we have a new severe thunderstorm warning for northern Berkeley County for this storm that is moving northeast, 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts, St. Stephen, Eatingtown, eastern Lake Marion, and Cross. So again, if you're up here in northern Berkeley County, this storm that has been showing some persistent rotation and had a tornado warning on it earlier near Utahville is going to scrape northern Berkeley County. I would not be shocked if a tornado warning is needed on this cell, because it has been tightening up a little bit. And so we're going to need to keep a close eye on that.
Looking, I'm looking through our, I know you guys are doing analysis, so I'm looking through social media to see.
Guys, sorry to interrupt, Scotty.
Go ahead.
I've
go ahead.
Watching that cell just south of the Columbia Airport near Gaston, that appears to be showing signs of rotation, and that rotation's getting tighter here, and there might even be a hint of some debris. I can't really tell for sure if it's ground clutter there. Let me get my screen shared so you can see what I'm talking about.
Yeah, that'd be great.
But yeah, I am a little concerned that is. I've got so many windows open right now; it's hard to keep up.
Oh my God, I'm bogging down a 4-core Xeon processor with 32 gigs of RAM over here. So give you a general idea of the situation that we find ourselves in.
The screen is shared. If we can call it up, let me zoom in real tight on Gaston right here. And first, this is the storm relative velocity. You can see that little couplet right there, just a hair north of Gaston and tracking northeast from there. At the same time, look at how there's some lowered correlation coefficient there that seems to be tracking northeast. And there's another better signature of it here. Let me switch back to the CC. Yeah, that's in the same spot as the rotation. So, folks, just northeast of Gaston, there's not a tornado warning out, but there might well be a tornado happening there. So, northeast of Gaston, you ought to get sheltered now. That's heading over toward Hopkins. Getting sheltered now. That's going to clip far northwestern part of Oak Grove. That's going to go right over I-26. So, you'll want to be in shelter right now. That could be a small tornado going through that area. Whoops, I over-zoomed there. Let me zoom back out. But yeah, that looks like a possible debris signature there that's lining up closely with the velocity signature, the velocity couplet, and the south end of your reflectivity area there. So I think we might well have a tornado there. So no tornado warning yet from the Weather Service, but I'm sure they're watching it. Maybe they're writing one as we speak. But I would avoid travel along I-26 in that area. I'd avoid travel along 21 in that area, far northwestern Calhoun County, and going into adjacent areas of Richland County over toward Hopkins. Y'all stay away from. Yep. So we have it now.
We have a new tornado warning for Clarendon and Orangeburg. So this is the cell. This is the cell that we were just talking. Yeah, this is the cell we were just talking about that was approaching. Northern Berkeley. I've got it here from the Columbia radar here. There's your circulation. Well, we're kind of in a melting layer here, so that's somewhat questionable. But we have this new tornado warning. This is Holly Hill. You're fine. I know that we have a lot of folks watching from Holly Hill. This is to your northeast, and this is moving away from you. Utahville, this is very close to you right now. You want to be in shelter for a few minutes. This is about ready to cross into Clarendon County, far southern Clarendon County. Let's see if I can get some landmarks for you guys real quick.
Right. I see that warning you're talking about there, just northeast of Utahville, south of Jordan. It's going south of the Manning Airport over far southern Clarendon County. So those of you should be in shelter. Also, new tornado warning just been issued in Bamberg County for that beast mode cell we have just south of Bamberg. This tracking northeast looks like it goes near just north of Branchville. That's this polygon right here. Central Bamberg County, southeastern Orangeburg County until 7:15, and again confirmed potentially large and violent type of tornado passing just south of Bamberg, heading northeast. So those of you in that area, you'll want to be in your shelter immediately because of that. Again, potential devastating type of tornado headed your way.
Yep, absolutely. And again, we've been talking about Branchville, Roseville, Bowman. We've been kind of keeping an eye on this for you. And it definitely looks like that this is getting a little messy at the moment, but it could be reorganizing. And so keeping the tornado warning there is prudent. Looking at our supercell we have a new tornado warning that includes Dorchester County. Yep. So again, this is, yep. So.
And this is observed.
It's observed.
Yep.
Tornado producing. This is okay. So again, we're dealing with the issue where we have the tornado warning, where we have the tornadic storm kind of straddling two county warning areas, and so Charleston is going to issue a tornado warning based off of this. It takes in parts of Dorchester County. This is not Somerville. This is not the metro. This is not anywhere necessarily in the Charleston metro area. We'll get to that polygon here in a second. Am continuing to watch the tornado warned cell in Jasper County. Still some broad rotation showing up, trying to organize here. So again, Laurel Bay, Grays Hill, Burton, Beaufort. Tornado shelter is a good idea. Lobico, Sheldon. Tornado shelter is the wise course of action right now. We don't have anything confirmed here, and it does not look the greatest on radar, but that can change in an instant, as we all know. This is okay. Correction. This is the Hampton County cell. The Hampton County cell has now looks like it is producing a tornado. There is a debris signature showing up on this Hampton County storm now. Let me tilt up a little bit. I apologize for that. Yeah, there's a very clear debris signature just after it came out of Varnville. Right here, this is a tight tornado. So again, Miley, Ashton, Ruffin, Canadies, Grover. This is going to head into northern Dorchester County, St. George, town of Dorchester, right on the edge of it. Harleyville, right on the edge of it. Ridgeville, this is not too far from you. A little far out of warning range, but yeah. So here's your new polygon right there. This is down. This is on the ground. This is doing damage.
We also have a flash flood warning now for the Columbia metro area. So I know we've got tornadoes on the ground, but I do want to relay that we do have a flash flood warning for Columbia, South Carolina right now.
Yes, indeed. Another area of heavy rain. We had that occur earlier today there are some areas in Columbia that you only really need an inch in an hour to cause flooded streets. It's mostly an urban flooding situation, but it can be fairly significant with not a whole lot of rainfall, like the Rocky Branch Creek along Whaley Street that very commonly floods. So folks, if in that area, you're probably experiencing some flooding. I also want to say I continue to watch this rotating area that has been northeast of Gaston, South Carolina. It appears that is still there, but it's not as impressive as it was earlier. Nonetheless, those of you over in Hopkins and southwestern Richland County still would recommend better safe than sorry and taking shelter if you're in that area, but because it appears that there's at least a rotating area close to the surface heading your way, and maybe we could have a tornado trying to sneak under the radar there.
We'll also let you know there is a new severe thunderstorm warning up in Darlington, Florence, Marion, and Dillon County. This will go until 7:15, and there is a possible tornado tag on this as well. So that's a severe thunderstorm warning, including the Florence metro area, Darlington, Dillon, South Carolina, moving up towards Lumberton, North Carolina. So we'll have to start watching the northeast part of South Carolina coast, the Grand Strand, into the Wilmington area as this system continues to move off to the northeast.
Jared, Laurel Bay also is another hot spot right now. Very large hail signature with it looks like a couplet of some form, more the outflow than the inflow, but it looks like there's definitely something, maybe a hookish type of echo trying to form down that way right now within that tour warned zone.
Yep. Oh, well, what I wanted to do real quick was kind of get out to the regional view, talk about what's going on and what's coming here. So again, let me pull this in. So we have a severe weather outbreak in progress across the central and eastern South Carolina. We have 4 tornado warnings in effect in the state of South Carolina. We also have a line of thunderstorms, a squall line, beginning to move closer and closer to the coast. These supercells, these isolated supercells ahead of the line, are where our greatest tornado threat will be, but also there will be a risk for a spin-up tornado within the line. We've seen a couple instances of that, one of which may have done some decent damage in parts of Lexington County earlier. This line of thunderstorms should begin to approach the Charleston metro area in the next hour or so. But again, zooming in right now, this is where our most favorable severe weather parameters are. This is where we have the most favorable areas for concern for severe weather. We'll go to the local radar now. We'll go to the high-res radar, and I'll tell you guys, this is as crazy of a radar as we've seen around here in a long time. I was afraid that our luck was going to run out with this one, and certainly seems like, based on what we're seeing today, that we are seeing that take place. We may have. It's not clear if it's still down, but there was at least a debris signature earlier with the tornadic circulation that moved out of Hampton County. Is now moving into Colleton County, south of Ashton, approaching US 21 towards Williams and Smokes. Canady's, Grover, St. George, also, you're going to want to keep an eye on this. We have a second tornado warning. This one may have produced significant damage near Olar earlier in Bamberg County. There is still a debris signature with this storm, and there is debris being lofted within the storm, possibly debris fallout in Roseville, South Carolina. I'd be very interested to know any reports out of Roseville, South Carolina. Just south of Orangeburg, we could see debris fallout move into Orangeburg. So that's something that we're going to need to keep a close eye on. We have a third tornado warning just northeast of Utahville. This is straddling the Berkeley and Clarendon line right now around Lake Marion. This is going to get this is getting very close to Greeleyville, Forreston on in Highway 521 between Manning and Greeleyville. So,
Jared, I want to bring this, and I'm not doing this to hype anything that we're doing. This is straight from the Storm Prediction Center. They just issued an update on the current tornado watch over the low country of South Carolina, and the heading says, tornadic supercells ahead of the squall line will continue to pose a threat for significant tornadoes over the next 1 to 2 hours across southern South Carolina. Tornado threat will be maximized over the next few hours. So that just tells you that we are in for a long evening. And please, if you live in South Carolina and you are under a tornado watch, we need to stay monitoring the situation. And if you hear a warning, you do need to seek shelter, because any of these storms are in an environment where there's enough rotation in the atmosphere that we could see a tornado develop at any second with any of these warned storms.
Yeah, it's been a minute since I popped up the mesoanalysis, but again, we have plenty of instability. It looks like any of the convective inhibition that might have been there has been eroded at this point. There's really nothing stopping these guys from getting going. So again, we really, really, really want y'all to be paying very close attention to the weather here over the next few hours. James is working on joining us from his car in Charlotte, where they've had flooding issues. The northern side of this has been flooding. It's been a very busy day on the weather desk for sure. So let me let's guys, what storm you want to talk about first? I mean, we've got no shortage here. Where do we want to pick back up?
I think just for the coastal zone for Charleston, for those watching here, I'm sharing this out to the Chucktown Wind Report because we got that one cell that's kind of closing in, coming up the coastline towards Hollywood. It looks like it's going to be skirting the backside of Edisto, Seabrook, but we're still watching those special marine warning areas sliding up the coast, and any one of those could fire off. So we're watching that very closely.
James has an echo. We'll let him work that out before we bring him in, and he's going to do a little dash cam drive home, kind of showing us what he's seeing up in Charlotte. But again, right now, the story are possible tornadoes, and again, kind of a messy signature here near Laurel Bay. Right now, Grays Hill, Laurel Bay, might just come just north of Beaufort here. No sign of any debris being lofted. Might be a rotation trying to reorganize near Burton, although that could also be noise. Let's go up a couple tilts and see what we can find. Definitely want to watch this. This storm is the one that I think I'm most concerned about for the Charleston metro area right now. Has designs on eventually possibly Edisto Beach, Seabrook Island, Hollywood, Jacksonboro here in the next little bit. This is cut across southern Colleton County, potentially heading into Charleston County. No formal tornado warnings for Charleston County right now, but again, we want to keep a very close eye on that. The second area of concern is in Colleton County right now. Looks like an improving circulation near the just east of Miley. That is a pretty strong inbounds there. Let me do the storm motion on this real quick. Make sure we're getting the most accurate storm relative velocity. And again, this is looking up a little bit because we are dealing with some noise in the lower tilts. Certainly a good rotation aloft, and that has been enough to trigger tornado warnings today because we've seen these rotations make it down to the surface and pretty much no time flat. Let's do a little check on maybe any debris. It does not look like we have any debris being lofted right now. I will confirm that. Looks like we're okay there. We do have some drops in the correlation coefficient, but again, that could be some noise as well as weak signal. So not too concerned about that. Let me bring James back, see if we can get him in there. James, we still got
to correct the audio.
Yeah. So we're gonna mute James's audio. We're gonna have him in the corner here as he does his drive home. Second tornado area of concern, we have that debris signature has redeveloped badly.
Yeah, it's back in with a vengeance there, isn't it?
Yeah, we said that this one was looking like it was going to recycle. It was southern circulation was taking over from the northern circulation, and this has happened. This has happened right now. Columbia just updated their warning on this. A confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado was located near Branchville or 12 miles east of Bamberg, moving northeast at 45 miles an hour. This is on a beeline towards Bowman. I-26 between the Orangeburg exit 135, maybe mile marker 135, and the I-95 interchange with 26. This is a very nasty looking debris signature here. Again, this is a product we call correlation coefficient. It tells us how alike the targets are in the bean. Where you're seeing red, that's all uniform targets. That's all just generally rain and things like that. But when we're starting to see this deep blue here, that is a lot of different shapes. And that is an indication correlated with a very strong area of rotation here showing up north of Branchville here. We'll go to the rotation product, and we are still at a 1.68 NROT, which is very significant here. And this is looking very rain wrapped, guys, too. So again, this is not the kind of tornado that you're going to go out and see. So again, if you're in the warning and you're receiving this warning, or you're listening to us and you're in Bowman or Roseville, we definitely want you to be in shelter now as this is approaching, because this is down, this is large, this is doing damage. There may be debris fallout from the earlier tornado spreading now into approaching Santee and Ellery too. So again, you can kind of see, guys, you can see the shape of the supercell.
Yeah.
Yeah, you sure can.
The last time I saw this was Mayfield, Kentucky.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what we've got here, but guys, I don't like it. I don't like it one bit.
Yeah. And there's just a ton of shear on radar there. It's 80 something knots, almost 90 actually.
Yep. And keep in mind,
so
we've got two distinct broken line segments here too. So we have one Hampton to Springfield, Georgia, down to Pembroke, where where again a major tornado hit earlier. See what the damage reports end up being, but the debris signature did not look good. Allendale up through Bamberg, Orangeburg, St. Matthews. This is the squall line. Columbia, you're getting better. You have flash flood warning, but the worst of the weather is now to your east. And so that will be that. So that is some good news there. But again, you have flash flood warning there. We don't want you traveling where there could be flooded roads. Taking a look at what we've got with James here in Charlotte, flooding is you got some. Looks like we got some ponding of the water there, but nothing too crazy to write home about so far, which is good. James, be safe out there, buddy. We would have his audio, but it's not working very well. As he's getting a lot of feedback back to us, which we would expect. But we're going to keep that. We're going to keep his stream kind of close. Keep an eye on that as well, guys. If you want to take over for a minute, I'm going to answer some tweets.
Yeah, sure. I'm going to scroll through some of these questions that we've been getting. Mackenzie Taylor asking, what is the likelihood of tornadoes in Horry County, the Grand Strand area? That area, Mackenzie, has not seen the possibility of these storms yet. They are knocking on the doorstep. In fact, a tornado warning out for Williamsburg County near Kingtree. Kingtree not technically in the polygon, but it's right up to the area or the perimeter of Kingtree. So that is the Grand Strand area under a tornado watch until midnight tonight. So your threat is not over with just yet. JG asking about Lexington, South Carolina. And Frank, I'll let you take that question since that's kind of like near your area.
Sure thing. And right now, it looks like we're in the clear in Lexington County at this point. We'll bring up my screen here so that we can have a better look at that. And yeah, it looks like the worst of the lines over, stretching roughly from eastern Richland County southwestward through far western Calhoun and into northwestern Orangeburg County right now. Some lingering rain continues farther west in Lexington County and back or into Richland County and back into Lexington County too. But right now it doesn't appear that there's any severe threat here. There's still a severe thunderstorm warning out for parts of Richland, Lexington, Calhoun County, and into northern Orangeburg County from this line of storms that's pushing through. I don't see any sign of rotation anymore with these cells, but there are some fairly strong winds showing up. Looks like it's passing right over McEntire Air Force Base right now, tracking off to the east. So that's the situation there. If you're in Lexington County, for the moment anyway, we're all clear, but farther to the east and southeast across eastern Richland County, going into Sumter County, southward through Calhoun and into northern Orangeburg County, you still have some damaging wind, heavy rainfall, and perhaps some hail threats to deal with for the short term.
All right, we have a question from David asking about Wilmington, North Carolina. Wilmington, the threat has not got there yet. Wilmington under a tornado watch until midnight tonight, so we'll continue to monitor that. Let's see. Kim is asking about Mount Pleasant. Shay, you want to take that area? I know that's near you. And also having a question about Bonua Beach. I'm not familiar where that's at, but maybe you know. Shay.
Bono, yeah, that's Bono. Let me see if I can share a screen here. Okay, so looks like for now we have we're watching one supercell down in the Beaufort area that was tornado warned. It's radar indicated. We have not seen a debris signature from them yet, so we're not entirely sure. That is heading towards the backside of Edisto to Seabrook for right now. We're just seeing some showers moving through the area, some high winds reaching up into the 30s. And we got to watch these marine zone cells that are coming up the coast right now as well. Some of these can spawn water spouts, which could become tornadic water spouts on the beaches, mainly along Seabrook, where you get these hooks into the coast where the coastline breaks in. So we could see that where Folly Beach and into the Charleston area, but we're not very well known. Most of the time, those things stay a little bit off the coastline. But as far as Mount Pleasant right now, we're okay. We are in the tornado watch area, but we have not seen any tornadic cells moving into the Charleston area. As of right now, we're doing okay. If we look at the winds are starting to increase. We're starting to get gusts up into the 30s in the miles per hour zone. So we're starting to see those winds increase. So if you're seeing the winds increase outside, that's because of low level jetting ahead of these storms. That typically does increase the winds as they approach. So we do have the severe thunderstorm hazards of winds in excess of 58 miles per hour with hail, possible isolated tornadoes, frequent lightning, and heavy rain. So that is still all on the table as of right now as the main line approaches and these isolated supercells break out ahead of it. Go ahead, Frank.
Shay, I'll break in real quick. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning for Charleston County. This includes Hollywood, downtown Charleston, West Ashley, really along Highway 17, Ravenel, down to the coast, down to Seabrook, down to Kiowa, Folly Beach, Edisto. That is for the supercell that is coming out of Beaufort right now, and I'm gonna take me full for a second here, and you can see the here's your supercell, the tornado warned supercell. The Weather Service has elected to go with a severe thunderstorm warning as it gets into Charleston, and they have removed the tornado. There is no tornado possible tag on this yet, so that is, that's what I'm going to take any bit of good news I can get on a day like today, and it certainly seems like that is there, but we're going to need to watch it closely because again, it is a supercell moving into, a reasonably favorable environment still. And so, we'll
and you can see it looks still a little bit of it looks like a little bit of a hook trying to just hang on along the southern portion of that supercell.
Yeah.
Like something trying, you can almost see what's trying to be a velocity couplet holding together. It's really loosely sparsed, and it is getting over some of that cooler water. So we'll see what happens there. The water temperatures are about 65 to 67 degrees, so warmer than it was 3 weeks ago. Not as conducive to stabilize the atmosphere. So as the water warms up, things get a little bit more juicy in the atmosphere here. So this is
It's worth noting that there is a little bit of convective inhibition there. We had a question about Greeleyville, and there is, you are still under a tornado warning in Greeleyville. Let me take the analyst here. You're still under a tornado warning in Greeleyville, and it's still a broad rotation here. You're still under a tornado warning, but right now not seeing anything too scary to me. Frank, I'll let you also chime in on that. You have a different vantage point as well, but so far so good. We'll hope to keep it that way, fellas. This is kind of what we're hoping to do.
Let's get back to Orangeburg County because National Weather Service in chat talking about a large destructive tornado being reported from some first responders, emergency management reporting a confirmed tornado on the ground there near Cattle Creek Road and Honeywell in Orangeburg County. That's the storm we kind of been monitoring all afternoon or all evening, at least for the last hour or so.
If there's one bit of good news here, Scotty, is that it looks like the debris signature is not as pronounced. We may have significant debris fallout happening near Ellery and Santee right now. That'll be very interesting to see. There's your circulation. It's not as well defined as it was, which is good news as it approaches Highway 178, but we still want to keep a close eye on that. Again, this has had a history of producing damage. This has been down a couple times. And this is just got the update at 6:50. The tornado warning continues until 7:15. Confirmed large and extremely dangerous tornado located near Bowman or 11 miles southeast of Orangeburg, moving northeast at 40 miles per hour. So again,
this is a PDS warning.
Yeah. So that's this cell right here. Definitely not. The last couple scans off of Charleston have been a little bit more tame, but again, this could cycle back up in no time.
Yeah, the National Weather Service there in Columbia has put PDS in the warning, particularly dangerous situation right now. So,
and Brad, Dan, your question about Bono Beach, well, that's going to be Lake Moultrie area. Nothing so far. It looks okay over on that side. We're watching these cells just ahead of the squall line pushing up towards that area. So we're monitoring closely.
Absolutely.
The Orangeburg County cell near Bowman, you can see tornado debris still near that circulation on both the Columbia and Charleston radars. So there obviously still some sort of tornado there passing close to Bowman right now, or approaching Bowman right now. So those folks definitely should be in shelter. Obviously not a good time to be traveling on 178 there. About to be a very bad time to travel on I-26 there in Orangeburg County too.
Yeah, absolutely. Want to check in on the other active tornado warnings right now. The good news is that the tornado warning in northern Colleton and Dorchester County right now, this storm is not looking as organized as it was. Good news. Not looking as bad. Had a gust to 60 at Tybee. So to give you a general idea, Shay, I think that might have come off of your mesonet. So.
Let me take a quick peek.
Yeah, so we'll have Shay check in on that real quick.
I've not confirmed that. I'm not seeing it at the moment.
It may be another station too. It may be another station, but certainly very breezy conditions coming in here. And again, for the Charleston Metro folks, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning out now for straight line damaging winds. And maybe some hail as this storm, which is, guys, I got to tell you, is starting to tighten up a little bit more now as it crosses into southern Colleton County. Does look like there are some tiny areas, like maybe some tiny spin here that might be trying to organize a little bit better. So you can see the hook is definitely looking a little bit better than it was. So again, we may need to watch this closely for the potential for a tornado if this continues to tighten up. And the other thing I want to also note too is that we have these supercells with these, and we have a new tornado warning now in the Wilmington CWA around Lane and this is Greeleyville. I think this is continuing here. We just talked about Greeleyville, and that's not the best angle I could have on that, but this is looks like this is approaching Kingstree. Looks like they've gone with the severe thunderstorm warning outside of that. So they may be letting that go at some point. But again, signature near Bowman right now. If there's still a debris signature here as well, and that debris signature remains persistent as it approaches 176. It's not as strong as it was, but it definitely has a look. And that tornado warning I just talked about has expired for Williamsburg. So Williamsburg, Greeleyville, and if you're in that area, your tornado warning has expired. However, you do have a very strong thunderstorm that could produce some damaging winds right atop you right now.
So kind of resetting, it looks like I think we're down to 3 tornado warnings now.
I think we're close, yeah. And again, the one near Bowman, it looks like the debris signature is kind of trying to cycle back up, which is no bueno. The tornado warning in Beaufort, I suspect, will be allowed to expire here shortly as the thunderstorm moves into Colleton County. It does have a bit of a hook on it, and I'm looking at a different source of radar for this, so pardon me there. Let me get this back to reflectivity real quick. I was trying to figure out what's up with Bowman here. It's definitely not as organized as it was.
Columbia radar with that one.
Yeah, let me. It's a good idea. Yeah, there. Okay, so there's your organization. As I zoom into exactly the wrong place, and of course, this is the one I had to be pretty, and have and have all of the and have all the fancy visual accoutrements. But yeah, so here's your rotation just north of Bowman, about to cross I-26. There. So yeah, it's certainly busy here. Let's go to the local radar here. You can get a better look at that. I have to remember to switch sources over here too. We've got a lot going on. And all the while we're watching James drive home, and in Charlotte, but it looks like things are pretty good. Looks like things are pretty good there. We do have some questions coming in about Somerville, and I understand that y'all are quite concerned right now. There is a tornado warning north of you. This is certainly weakening. Somerville right now, you are okay. I suspect that your weather problems are probably going to come from the line of thunderstorms that is in St. Matthews, going through Orangeburg, Bamberg right now. And then behind this line, the severe weather threat ends. So I also want to call that out. Once this line gets through, you're done, and that is always welcome. But again, Somerville right now, you're kind of caught between two supercells. I think your main issue is probably going to end up being damaging straight line winds from the convective line that is moving there. The tornado warning for Beaufort has been allowed to expire, as we expected. So that we have 2 tornado warnings on the board now, one in Orangeburg County and one in northern Colleton and Dorchester counties.
So Allendale, South Carolina, your tornado watch has been canceled. So that's some good news there. Continues, though, for a majority of the South Carolina counties. Tornado watch canceled for several counties in Georgia. Jared, I did want to bring to your attention, we were covering this just a while back. We do have some tornado damage in the Lexington, South Carolina area.
Yeah, Scotty, I'll take that full here.
So this is I can't remember the intersect. What is that? 20, 26?
That's 20 out that way.
20.
Yep.
So let me see if I can get in and we'll get the pictures a little bit closer for y'all. You kind of see the tree damage here on interstate. So
yeah, it's very believable. That's so right where the area where we saw the debris signature right along 20 out there.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So that's will be probably one of many areas our local weather forecast offices will be surveying over the next I would say several days, because it's going to take a while to get all these damage surveys done with as many warnings and damage reports as we've seen so far.
And I'm doing some tweets here real quick. We have some questions about the tornado risk in West Ashley, and again, zooming in on Hollywood here. We're watching this closely. Again, go ahead.
Check out that little supercell structure there, just northwest of Edisto.
Yes, there's here. This little guy right
some
here.
Rotation there for sure.
Mm-hmm.
Yep. So
very small velocity couple. I mean, barely even seeable on.
Well, and those are the ones
at least tilt one.
Okay, we have a new tornado warning out.
Tornado warning. Okay, so they've warned on this cell. So this is the
Calhoun, cleared it. No,
tornado warning for Charleston and Colleton now on the cell that we were just looking at. This is going to include. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing a tornado over Bennett's Point, moving east at 40 miles per hour. So, Charleston folks, listen up. This is going to include Johns Island, James Island, West Ashley, Folly Beach, Seabrook, Kiowa, Meggett, Rockville, Bennett's Point, Bears Bluff, Wadmalaw, James Island County Park, Youngs Island, Edisto, and the Maybank Bridge. So again, we have a new tornado warning in the Charleston metropolitan area now, and there it is. It's right behind me on the screen here. There is your tiny velocity couplet. Looks like Charleston is they're raring to go on this guy, and you can see that it is this tiny little supercell structure that is most concerning. This is going to approach Highway 174 in the next 15 minutes or so. Let me get the storm motion set up here, and so we can do a storm track. So within the next 10-15 minutes, crossing Highway 174, this is going to approach Maybank Highway, the Maybank Bridge, between Johns Island and James Island. And this is going to come just, it looks like they called it West Ashley. This is going to be kind of the southern tip of West Ashley. This is going to be generally south of 17. So my weather radio has not gone off. I'm in West Ashley, but I'm a little bit north of the polygon here. So again, if you're around, if you're around North Charleston, Hanahan, Goose Creek, Somerville, you guys are fine. This is a supercell that is in the southern part of Charleston County, approaching the Sea Islands right now. So again, tornado warning, tornado warning there, and we're starting to see tweets of people's phones going off and everything like that. So again, we will need people to be taking shelter right away in that area.
Yeah, and we also had a new tornado warning issued again for Clarendon and Orangeburg County. There goes.
There's my. Yep.
So
yeah, there goes the warnings for Jared.
Yeah. practice what we preach here. So we do have our warnings up. New tornado warning. This is going to be coming into Santee. So if you are in Santee, you need to be in your safe place. Ellery and Somerton. Ellery, Somerton, and Santee. This is going to be north of Bowman. This is another tornado warning out, and this is observed. Large confirmed damaging tornado located near Bowman, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour, and this is a particularly dangerous situation. So PDS tornado warning out for this area, which includes Santee, Somerton, and Ellery here in South Carolina. And just got some good news. If you live in the Barnwell, Edgewood, Aiken, Lexington, McCormick, and Saluda County, South Carolina, your tornado watch has been canceled. So, Jared, I know you've got a lot of followers down there in Charleston, so I'll throw it off to you.
And I have a weather radio still going off, so I'm going to throw it right back to you.
Okay, that's fine.
Let this do the thing.
That's fine.
Yeah,
so
that's the reason for the confusion earlier. Columbia put this warning out down in Orangeburg and Clarendon and Calhoun counties at the same time. The one from Charleston came out for Charleston County, so that's responsible for our mix-up there. But yeah, that cell heading towards Santee is the one we've been tracking for a while now, and likely still producing a tornado. Just crossed over I-26, crossing over 176 now, and heading right into Santee. So those of you in Santee, you'll want to be heading to shelter right now.
Yeah.
I am clear. The weather radio has done its job. And again, as Scotty mentioned, we practice what we preach here at the Carolina Weather Group. I've got a big old Midland radio over here, sits here, always on, interrupts my one-on-one with my manager when they do the weekly test at 11 a.m. every Wednesday. So we are doing just fine. Again, this is going to be south of me. My mom is yelling at me to go to my interior room. This is south of me. I promise you it is south of me, and it will stay south of me. So, we love, mother's love, right? But we're going to be okay here. I think if I'm pointing out where the circulation is, I mean, this is pretty messy, but I would have to say that the circulation seems to be getting very close now to crossing the Charleston-Colleton line. It looks like it's right here. Don't see any sign of debris yet. But again, this is kind of a messy signature, but this is the strongest rotation here. This is going to get close to the Ace Basin weather station here too. So let's see what happens with this. Again, this is kind of a mess down here, and we're also dealing with maybe a little bit of marine effect still, and maybe a little bit of convective inhibition that might be causing some problems here.
I could totally agree with that, Jared. And it does look a little bit messy. It looks like it's really maybe even taking that northerly track up towards Hollywood, right? So the polygon does extend all the way to Folly Beach and up into downtown Charleston, but I think it's gonna have a tough time holding together. But it does warrant monitoring very closely, of course.
It looks like the circulation wants to go to the north side of the polygon there, doesn't it?
Yeah, it certainly does. And again, y'all, knowing what we know about the atmosphere today and what we have seen the atmosphere do today, and what we continue to see the atmosphere do, we want people to be, ultra cautious on this thing. And so if you're, again, Edisto, Seabrook, Rockville, Kiowa, Folly Beach, the best option for you right now, James Island, best option for you right now is to get into shelter, tornado shelter, lowest floor, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom, away from windows, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. I know that there are also a lot of manufactured homes, mobile homes, in this area as well. And if you are in one of those and your phone went off for a tornado warning, find a substantial site-built shelter that you can hang out in for the next 20, 30 minutes. Tornadoes and mobile homes just don't mix, folks. And it can be a very, very, very tragic combination. We've seen it time and time again over the years. So we want folks to be safe. That's the most important thing that we're doing here. And guys, this is really beginning to tighten up right as this crosses the Edisto on the north side of this polygon. We'll have to keep an eye on this. Again, Hollywood, Ravenel, the northern part of Johns Island is not in this warning, but I'm going to tell you, we may if this continues, I wouldn't be surprised to see this issued a little bit further north, and then I will have to go. So we'll have to keep a close eye on that.
Also, we're going to have to keep an eye a little further to the southwest. It looks like another circulation might be trying to form.
That's right. That's Frank got it right.
Of the,
that's exactly right. It's one of those special marine warning areas that, and especially heading right towards Edisto, which is a famous spot for spouts to occur. That's a real hot spot for the South Carolina coast, or the coastal empire in general, where we see a lot of activity. So those of you on Seabrook and Kewah, I would say go ahead and seek shelter now, regardless of where the stronger circulation is in the polygon. You have something coming from your west and your south.
Yeah, this is, and again, regardless, I mean, we have some pretty strong winds in here, 59, 60 miles an hour, not too far off the deck. So again, if it's not swirling, it could still knock you over a little bit. And keep in mind too, Hollywood, West Ashley, we do have a severe thunderstorm warning. So again, there's the potential for some heavy rain, hail. There's going to be a lot of lightning here. We're going to start to hear it probably pretty soon in my neck of the woods. I've got earplugs in. These are on stage things, but I'm probably pretty sure that y'all are going to be able to hear this on my lav here before too long. So again, a very busy situation. I want to go up to this St. George storm real quick, because it looks like the circulation is trying to reorganize north of Grover, approaching Highway 78. Harleyville, you're going to want to keep an eye on this. Don't see any sign of any debris or anything like that. And again, it's not the most impressive. And also, it's about to be overtaken by the squall line itself. So again, as this squall line moves eastward, the tornado threat will diminish as it leaves. But we still have some signs of some circulation near Grover, just north of Grover, approaching St. George and Harleyville. So if you're in those areas, you're still under a tornado warning here for the next little bit. Your tornado warning continues until 7:15, and we want you to be in shelter. Meanwhile, near Santee, let me get to Columbia actually to get a look at this.
I'm watching it, Jared. Nothing. There's nothing. I mean, there's some rotation there, but not seeing anything crazy. So.
Yeah, this was the Bowman
anywhere
storm.
near as good as it did earlier.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and we'll take a look at the debris here, and the debris fallout from the earlier storm could still be going on. The debris is still suspended in the air, possibly 4,000 feet up from the earlier tornadoes. That is, God, that's something.
Pretty rare. This is a pretty large outbreak today. I was not expecting this many.
Yeah, you know how often we talk about how these slight and marginal risks tend to overperform, and the enhanced ones seem to want to underperform. I think this enhanced one kind of overperformed today, didn't it?
Yeah, the enhanced is doing pretty well. And again, you know, if you were watching us last night, we were not too terribly concerned about the threat for significant tornadoes this far north. But this is why we say pay attention to forecast updates, because as the day evolved, it was becoming very clear that these favorable parameters were going to move a little bit more north and east than we had originally thought. And so again, this is why we tell you to stay updated. Earlier today, the Storm Prediction Center outlined this area and a 10% risk for tornadoes, including possible strong tornadoes. So again, you know, we have a lot to watch here, and this is why we ask folks to do the right thing and stay up to date. Looking at the broad rotation here, crossing 174 now in Charleston County. Again, we have a tornado warning here: Edisto, Seabrook, Kiowa, Folly. For the next Rockville, going to head up Maybank Highway, Wadmalaw, eventually Johns Island, and perhaps into James Island if it stays together. Again, not the most impressive thing we've ever seen today by any stretch of the imagination. And at some point soon, this squall line is going to overtake it, and the threat is going to shift more to damaging straight line winds. But we certainly cannot, shake a stick at this broad rotation that's showing up here. And if it does tighten up, a tornado could develop quickly.
Just real quick, Jared, I know when I looked at Savannah's sounding this morning, I saw 50 knots at about 9 kilometers up, and a little less lower below, but I didn't see a sounding for Charleston. Did you see anything in virtuals that might instigate a higher level of shear over our area? Or
I've got, so I'm looking at, unfortunately, I wish I could project this for you guys, but the problem is that this computer has 3 screens and only lets me show 3 screens. So I have to, so if I was going to show you AWIPs, it would be just a total mind blowing kind of thing right now. I'm taking a look at I kind of got to get my bearings here a little bit too. There's just a lot. Right now, we have probably the most favorable tornado parameters actually of the day passing over the Charleston metro right now. Significant tornado parameter 1 to potentially 3, and we can verify that on the SPC mesoanalysis as well. Let's do the effective layer. So yeah, generally about 1 to 2 on average there. The model might be running a little bit hot, but all that to say is that we do have very limited convective inhibition. We do have still a good bit of instability to work with. And so we need folks to be, watching that very closely. We could certainly maintain these storms, at least a damaging straight line wind threat with these as it goes.
Looking at that storm and Santee's continuing to not look as impressive, so that's a good sign. And again, if you live in the Columbia area and west of Columbia, down let's see what highway is at, 321. If you live along and to the west of Highway 321, your severe weather threat has come to an end. Tornado watches have been canceled, but continue along the coast of South Carolina from the Charleston area all the way up to Myrtle Beach and Wilmington. And Charleston goes until 9 p.m. Myrtle Beach, Wilmington, tornado watch continues until midnight tonight.
So I just got a question about James Island. And again, if you're on James Island in Charleston, I'm going to advise you to seek shelter. We want you to be in shelter. If you're on Johns Island, I think, we want you to seek shelter. There is a very tight rotation developing now right along 174. This is beginning to get much more organized here. And this is what we were concerned about. Again, this is the kind of thing that we get concerned about with this throughout the day. We've been watching this very closely. This is going to approach Young Island, Wadmalaw Island here in the next little bit. In that next 10, 15 minutes, it's just crossed 174. No sign of any debris being lofted, but we look at the rotation product, that's a 1.32. And what we have seen today is that anything over 1 has had the propensity to try and spin up. Now, that being said, I just got a new scan in and it's a little bit weaker. So again, this is certainly, and it's not as impressive as it was a minute ago. So thank you, weather, for making a liar out of me. But all that to say that we want folks to, this is going to be kind of one of those cyclical things up and down. And so if you're in this tornado warning polygon, we need you to be in shelter until we give you an all clear. It's urgent because, again, this could tighten right back up. We have a new severe thunderstorm warning, and I believe this is the first one that's going to be in the Charleston metro for the line itself. So again, we have the tornado warning in northern Dorchester. There's still a tight rotation just crossed Highway 78 approaching Harleyville. If you're in Harleyville, we need you to be in shelter now. No real sign of any debris being lofted, but again, there is certainly the potential for tornado approaching Harleyville right now. But we have a new severe thunderstorm warning that takes in a lot of the Charleston metro area for the line. The squall line is now beginning to move in to the Charleston metro area. So again, we want y'all to... we want y'all to be watching this very closely. And again, I also am I'm nervous that they may need to extend the tornado warning further north along Highway 17 into more of West Ashley here on this storm as well. So again, 2 major issues in the Charleston metro right now. One, the tornado warning to the south in Charleston County, and then the squall line coming in from the west. And again, once the squall line gets through, severe threat ends. Your severe weather threat for today is over. Now, tomorrow, that's a whole other can of worms that we've just not even opened yet. And we'll get to that later. We're going to do one thing at a time. The tornado warning for Dorchester has been allowed to expire. So the Charleston has elected not to extend that warning. So the tornado warnings that we have going now are the one in Charleston County and the one in Orangeburg and Clarendon. So let's take a check on Santee.
Yeah, it's looking, the rotation's really starting to fizzle out there.
That's that's exactly what we want to see. It's very broadening out. I will caution that with it could tighten right back up.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. This environment definitely could cause that.
Yeah, we've seen cells cycle up and down all day long, but the one near Santee appears to be cycling down. But nonetheless, we have rotation still there, even if it's broad, and nonetheless, we have a polygon we must respect. So let's respect the polygon and be in shelter and avoid travel along I-95 in that area.
Yep. Weather Service has updated the tornado warning for Charleston County now. If you are in Colleton County, there are no tornado warnings in Colleton County. You are all clear from tornadoes. Now, that being said, you have a strong line of thunderstorms moving in that may produce severe damaging wind gusts. So you may want to hang out a little bit longer in your safe place until this line comes through. You can see 60, maybe 70 mile an hour wind gusts with this thing at times as it pushes through. Charleston is, as I mentioned, Charleston is, they tweaked the box here a little bit. I'm still struggling to make out, a really good location for this rotation, but they have it. They have the fix of the storm over Bears Bluff, moving northeast at 45.
Yeah, it looks just south of Meggett. Looks like it is climbing along the northern section of that polygon, Frank, like we were talking about earlier. It looks like it's lifting. But then again, Carolina Bay, like West Ashley areas, those are, that top right corner of that polygon is definitely, they may even extend that a little bit further north.
Yeah, again, we'll see. We'll see what they do here, and that's certainly something that we're going to be keeping a close eye on. This is not an easy warning decision here, as we see a lot of noise in the low levels here. Going to normalized rotation, yeah, you can see that kind of spike, that one spike just south of Meggett here, right along Ethel Post Office Road, and this is approaching Highway 165 as we speak. So this is going to cross Highway 165. And it may, I would not be shocked to see maybe a somewhat northward issuance at some point in the near future. And again, the other thing that we got to keep in mind, guys, with the squall line is that we could have QLCS tornadoes spinning up on the leading edge of it. There may be, looks like there might be a little something trying to go on in northern Beaufort now. You can see that tiny little notch there. We may have a couple. Looks like we have a couple notches in the line. Maybe one around Bluffton.
Yep, we got a new tornado warning for Berkeley and Dorchester till 8 p.m.
Berkeley and Dorchester.
Yeah, I was just about to speak up about that. It looks like that cell has spun up again, and
this guy right here,
right over Harleyville. So Harleyville, if you're watching, get to shelter immediately. And looks like it'll travel over I-95 as well shortly. So not a good time to travel on 95.
26 rather.
Or 26 rather. My bad.
Yeah,
26.
All good, buddy. All good. I know we got a lot going on here, guys. We got a very
many things to track.
We have many things to track. This is as busy as we've been in a long time. This is going to get across St. Stephen, Bono, and much of Lake Moultrie.
Right. We had Dan asking about that earlier about Bono. This is the one to watch.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I'm also, Holly Hill, this is going to come just south of Holly Hill, but I would not be surprised to see a small tornado warning issued for that little dip in Orangeburg County as well. So I wouldn't be surprised to see a dip there.
EM is reporting a possible tornado north of Paxville and Clarendon County near Sumter County line. That's just now coming in from emergency management there. So that's from a citizen. They don't have a team out there to verify it yet, but a citizen has called in and has reported a tornado north of Paxville and Clarendon County and near the Sumter County line. So
looks like with the line, I just saw Kristen Clark from ABC News 4 just tweet an updated graphic of wind gusts. There's a 60 mile an hour wind gust possibly in Walterboro with the line. So I don't have that on my display yet, but that could obviously change at any moment. But yeah, this is very, very windy with the line here as we have the circulation in northern Dorchester departing Harleyville. I-26 right now around Harleyville. This is where your circulation is. And this is where we need folks to be and, you know, just keeping things straight. You know, we need you all to be sheltered up here, and hopefully you're not traveling, but I know that some of you are. There's a little B-weir right here, little donut hole showing up right over Harleyville. So that's certainly a good telltale sign that we've got something rotating there. And again, I would not be shocked to see maybe a sliver of Orangeburg County get taken into a tornado warning, at least briefly, south of Holly Hill. I think the rotation stays south of Holly Hill, but we're going to want to watch that closely. So again, Highway 176 in Berkeley County between, we're in a rural part of Berkeley County here too. So let me see if I can't get some towns on my other software. Once again, for those of you who are in the Somerville area, I know we have a lot of people who are in Dorchester County that live in Dorchester County. Somerville, you're fine. You're going to be under a severe thunderstorm warning. You're going to have some strong, damaging straight line gusts possible from the squall line that'll be coming through here in the next 30 to 60 minutes. But the tornado threat is to your north and remains to your north, and also remains to your south, as we have just a kind of a disorganized rotation here. And guys, I can't help but wonder if maybe as this squall line approaches, you know, we could see some disruption here, some undercutting, but it may also briefly enhance some of the low level shear too. So it's a tricky warning situation for sure.
Yeah, our winds are starting to pick up 34 miles an hour at Folly Beach for gusts. So you have a surface south flow, westerly mid flow, and yeah, I mean that spells rotation, but not in the sense that the convection may fall apart before that rotation can hold up, right? But I mean, it would be normally if our waters were in the mid 70s or even mid 80s, we might have a little bit of an issue going on right now. But
the winds are picking up. Let's revisit our Clarendon County cell near Somerton. It looks as though that one has started to cycle back up again, and the rotation's getting a little bit more pronounced there. So that's one we're going to have to watch out. Again, there is a tornado warning in effect for that area still. And approaching Somerton now, it looks as though things are starting to cycle back up again. So you'll want to be in shelter if you're in the Somerton area.
Yep, there's your notch. There's your little inflow notch right here. Somewhat broad circulation, but certainly tightening up over the last couple scans here, approaching Somerton along Highway 15 and then Highway 301, kind of where that forks around Somerton. We have a couple questions around James Island. The tornado warning is, yes, you are in a tornado warning in James Island. The circulation is, well, guys, I'm starting to things are getting disorganized in a hurry here, and I got to say that's beautiful news. We don't want to see this stay organized here. I'll go back to analysts for a minute, then we'll take back the Somerton storm. But again, we do have a tornado warning: James Island, Folly Beach, Johns Island, Kiowa, Seabrook, Wadmalaw, Youngs Island, Edisto Island. Here, this tornado warning goes until. Goes until 7:45. So again, until we give you the all clear on this, we've seen a lot of storms kind of peak up and then go down and then peak back up again. So we want people to stay in their safe place until we can give you an all clear on this. But right now,
it seems like there's a lot of competing cells with that, aren't there, Jared? And even though some of them seem to be showing some rotation, they're stepping on each other's toes.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, they tend to do that. They take each other's juice away. So Jimmy, Jerry Owens, anything over Daniel Allen? No, nothing right now. Just some convection. Probably hearing a little thunder, some rain. Hello, Joanna Boyd, longtime friend there. Good to see you again. Trying to just keep up with some of the folks here along the coast as they're chiming in. Looks like I think that's about it. Just still watching that one cell heading towards Bono Beach or the Lake Moultrie area. But for right now, things are really disorganized within the Tor warned polygon over that includes some of the portions of the Charleston area, more or less the Folly Beach up to southwest, I would say the southern West Ashley portion. Where do you think that is, Jared? That northeast corner? Exactly.
Hold on, let me get back to that.
Because it may lift to the north here in time. Over towards Hanahan, it may. I wouldn't say maybe not as far as Hanahan, but
no. I think if you're in Hanahan, your severe weather threat is going to come into the form more than likely of the squall line at this point. Again, Hanahan, you're under a severe thunderstorm warning for the squall line. North Charleston, the squall line. Downtown Charleston for this supercell, but also eventually the squall line. And we got to watch the squall line closely, guys, because again, there's certainly some suspicious areas along the leading edge of this, and we're now getting out of the supercell phase of this, and we're getting into the QLCS phase of this. And the QLCS part, the quasi-linear convective signature, those tornadoes can spin up very fast and spin down just as fast. And so warning on those, warning on supercells is rather straightforward. Warning on these is just a nightmare for anybody working that desk. Charleston has just updated the tornado warning. They are positioning the thunderstorm over Rockville, moving east at 30. So again, they believe that whatever tornadic circulation is there is now more in the center of the polygon again, considering it may have a little less to compete with here. They're positioning it over Rockville, moving east at 30. It's not awesome on radar at all. But again, it's something that that's the updated position. And again, this is the area where it could spin up. So again, if you're in, I would say that, if you're in Edisto Island right now, if you're, well, let's see. I would honestly, if you're in a safe place, if you're comfortable with where you are, I'd hang out. We've got some kinks in this line now that I'm a little concerned about. And we'll definitely want to keep an eye on this very closely.
Yeah, Rockville places it a little further south from the original cell that lifted up towards Hollywood.
Yep. Yeah.
Adds to the complexity.
And I can confirm that when I take my earplug out that it is absolutely pouring here at my house right now in West Ashley. Absolutely pouring. I just got a Instagram story from a friend who is hiding. They are doing the exact right thing, and they're watching our stream. So I think that's so. Thank you to Kelly for watching us this evening. Kelly and Ben, two big fans of what we do here, and stay safe. We'll let you know when you can come out of there and resume your day. Guys, this is definitely a little appendage starting to show up here in Colleton, right here along this line here. I would say that this is something that we want to keep a very close eye on here in the next 30 minutes.
You think there's a break with a hook?
I'll tell you what. I mean, I start to see this appendage show up here. You see this little guy right here? That's kind of telltale there. Sign of an inflow notch, and you can see in the velocity pattern. There's definitely, this is going to be tough. Yeah. We're going to have to adjust our storm motions on this pretty carefully. But that's certainly I'm not liking what I see there.
Yeah, storm relative, it does look like something we have to watch. So it's a little circulation trying to develop there, especially if you tilt up. If you go up to the 0.9 tilt, you can see it a little better there. And yeah, there's some funny business trying to happen there. That's for sure.
Absolutely. So I'll tell you. So yeah, Edisto Island, places that are still in this tornado warning, Edisto, Seabrook, I would say also this is going to get getting near the Ace Basin center, but some of the places that were just in the tornado warning earlier, I would say your best bet right now is just hang tight, because we may have something trying to get going along the line in this area. And again, the tornado parameters are pretty good in this spot. So we want to keep a very close eye on this. The tornado parameters are about as good as they're going to be for the rest of the day here. So we could have, near Wiggins and Bennett's Point, Fenwick, that area, watching that extremely closely at the moment for the potential for possibly a spin up.
All right, let's steal the attention from the low country a little bit and go back to Somerton for a minute. We still have a tornado warning in effect for part of Clarendon County for another roughly 15 minutes. We still see some rotation. It passed just north of Somerton. It cycled up for a while, appears to be cycling down again, though, as it approaches I-95. But we still have to keep an eye on that for a possible tornado. It looks like it's past the moment, heading in the general direction of Manning. So that's something we have to watch out for. And in addition, there's a relatively new severe thunderstorm warning that covers parts of Lee, Calhoun, Sumter counties until 8:15. That's with the squall line pushing through. Once being sheared, just like it is in the low country, we have to watch for spin ups, but near Somerton's the primary concern right now. And it would appear that we still have another severe thunderstorm warning over the PD, continuing until 8 o'clock, affecting parts of Florence, Marion, and Williamsburg counties from a small cell, relatively small cell that's tracking eastward through that area. Another one we have to keep an eye on for possible spin ups. So we still continue to watch areas farther north, but the two tornado warnings farther south in the low country are, I still think, the bigger story at the moment.
Again, I think the thing that I kind of wanted to show the bigger picture here. We'll zoom out a little bit. There's your squall line. There's your remaining tornado watches. You have we have 3 tornado warnings in effect. And again, once the squall line gets through your area, your severe weather threat is over. You can get rid of us for at least today. We may be doing this again tomorrow. We might be doing this again on Thursday morning. But we'll cross that bridge when we get there. But for now, yeah, we certainly continue to watch these 2 storms here. We have a second tornado warning showing up. We still have this tornado warning also in northern Berkeley. I want to get to this one in a minute. Not looking as organized as it was, and sure enough, Columbia did issue a small tornado warning along the Berkeley County line here. So let's go to the analyst one more time. So again, if you're in, this is not looking as good as it was a few scans ago, but if you're in Cross, south of Utahville, south of Holly Hill, in that part of Orangeburg County, it looks like that whatever circulation is there is entering Orangeburg County right now. We want you all to be taking those tornado precautions. Get in that lowest level, interior room, hallway, closet, bathroom. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. St. Stephen, Bono, I want you continue in this warning as well. And again, we've seen these things kick up and spin down, and kick up and spin down, and that is certainly something that we're going to have to keep a very close eye on.
Jared, do you by chance have 3D volumetrics on that little break in the squall line?
I can try. I'm going to have to switch the window share on here. I may need a minute to tweak that. Shay, if you've got it, it might be better if you shared. I would have to make some adjustments to my setup here.
Yeah, I haven't reactivated mine. I need to though.
Got it.
I was just wondering if you had. I just wanted to see if
we have a new tornado warning for Florence, Horry, Marion, and Williamsburg County until 8 p.m. So this is going to be just southeast of Lake City, moving northeast at 45 miles per hour.
All right, we'll switch to that radar here. Here it is. There's your supercell. There's your tornado warning. There's your polygon. It looks like it's going to split the difference between Johnsonville and Hemingway. So there's your rotation. So far, so good on the debris side, but we're going to have to watch that closely because again, we've had no problems getting stuff to kick up today, and so we'll need to watch that.
Yeah, this is going to be just outside of Conway. This is going to include Anorno. As this rotation moves through, this is going to be along Highway 378.
Yeah, and if you guys want to take over on this for a few minutes, I'm gonna get to I'm gonna do some text replies to some of the folks in the comments. I know I want to get this. I definitely appreciate everybody's patience this evening as we bounce back and forth. There's a lot of weather going on tonight, as you can imagine, and it's been a minute since we introduced ourselves. So if you're new to us, we're the Carolina Weather Group. I'm Jared Smith in Charleston. We've got Scotty Powell in Morganton, Frank Strait in Columbia, Shay Gibson in Charleston. And somebody just said they got a tornado warning in Murrells Inlet, so we may want to check on that as well. Welcome to our stream. We are live streaming wall-to-wall severe weather coverage as we've had what appears to be a reasonably sizable, for this neck of the woods, tornado outbreak ongoing in South Carolina right now. We have had our first tornado warning of the day in the PD area just be issued by the National Weather Service in Wilmington. Keeping an eye on that.
We have other warnings for Orangeburg County, Berkeley County, and Dorchester County, although I think Dorchester County will probably be able to clear that one pretty soon. That'll be good news there. We also have another warning, and this is kind of out of that radar's range, but we also have another tornado warning in the Charleston metro area, generally along the Sea Island, Seabrook Island, Kiowa, Folly Beach. That goes until, there's so many warnings at this point, guys, I can't keep it straight, but until 7:45. There we go. There we go. I can read. So it's certainly a very busy day here across the Carolinas.
It is a very busy day, and this is not the last of it, as we could see round 2 of severe weather tomorrow. But until then, let's kind of focus on what's going on here. Jared, I'll let you do that. I want to screen share while you're responding. I'm up here in the Horry County over towards the Johnsonville, Hemingway area. This is where we're going to see our rotation moving in. So if you live in Johnsonville, Hemingway, you need to be in your safe place. This is along Highway 41, also up towards let's see what road this is. Oh, it's not pulling up. There we go. Highway 261. So Hemingway, Johnsonville, this will be moving through several portions of rural Marion and Horry County. If you live in Conway, you're not in this warning, but Anor is. So this is a main route out of Myrtle Beach. This is Highway 501 towards the end of the polygon. So if you live in Anor, Gresham, Poston, Johnsonville, Hemingway, you need to be in those safe places right now. Lowest level of your home, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And if you don't have a basement, you want to be in the most centralized location. So that's maybe a closet, a pantry, a laundry room, something like that. You want to put as many walls between you and the outside. And Frank, do you still have your helmet around? Have a helmet or something. Frank showed you his helmet earlier. It's a great idea to have a helmet or some sort of head protection to keep you and your body safe from any flying debris. So again, if you live in this area, this tornado warning continues until 8 o'clock, and that again is for Florence, Horry, Marion, Williamsburg County. This storm right now located near Indiantown or 15 miles southeast of Lake City, moving to the northeast at 45 miles per hour. Again, this is radar indicated. There's no confirmation of this, but there is enough rotation on radar that we, or the National Weather Service in Wilmington, has issued this severe thunder or this tornado warning for portions of Marion and Horry and Florence County until 8 o'clock. So be sure that you stay in your safe place if you're in that location. Numerous other warnings going on. We have big severe thunderstorm warning that includes Darlington and Florence, down towards Sumter, and then a couple more tornado warnings. One for the Charleston, just south of the Charleston metro area, as well as Berkeley County there in South Carolina as well. Frank, are you seeing anything that kind of catches your attention?
Well, nothing that you haven't already mentioned. I'm still watching the stuff in Charleston County. Again, it appears that we have a lot of competing updrafts there that's keeping one from becoming dominant and rotating, but nonetheless, still an impressive squall line coming through as well. That's producing, you can see ripples, kind of notches there that have us concerned about rotation developing along the line and the QLCSs that Jared mentioned earlier. So obviously those are going to be concerns. We still have the tornado warning up in Berkeley County. The worst of that appears to be near Cross, but it's not a very well-defined rotation at this point. So I'm cautiously optimistic that we don't have any tornado occurring there, but we do have to respect the polygon. Now, as you've been talking about over in the Johnsonville area in Florence County, now that's an area that we could have some problems as this area of concern shifts perhaps more to the PD here in the coming hours. That's going to be an area we have to watch. We have that tornado warning in effect for a small part of Florence County, a small part of Horry County, far southern Marion County and a small part of Williamsburg County too, until 8 o'clock. The rotation again, the worst of that's near Johnsonville, and that is tracking off to the east-northeast. That's going to pass over Highway 378 soon, west of Conway. So that's going to be an area where we need folks to be taking their tornado precautions at this point, moving to an interior room, to a basement if you have it, and just getting as many walls as you can between yourself and the outdoors to give you the best odds of survival against a potential tornado in that area. Looking farther west, looks like we have still a tornado warning out until 8:15. Actually, I guess that's a new one in Lee, Clarendon, and Sumter counties.
That is a new one. Real quick,
a new one.
I do want to give an all clear for tornadoes for Charleston County. Charleston County tornado warning has been allowed to expire. Competing updrafts, very good. Frank, go.
Yes, it is. Okay, this is the cell we've been watching for a long time now that continues to produce. Oh, we have debris near Manning. So this one's legit, folks. Just in the last couple of scans, a debris signature has showed up as that cell passed right near Manning, and it spun up. It cycled back up again, just passing through there. So, folks, we have a tornado. This is on the Columbia radar where I'm seeing the debris signature. And it's just north of Manning. It's tracking roughly northeast. So it looks like it's passing just east of 301 there, north of Manning. If you've had some bad things happen to you and you're in the Manning area, that's because a tornado probably just hit you. Those of you, and this is heading into a rural area, thankfully, but there are going to be people in this area that need to be taking tornado precautions to the northeast of Manning right now as the cell moves through. There is a tornado occurring, so definitely batten down the hatches, take your tornado precautions. Columbia Weather Service office just updated that to PDS with tornado reported. So this is, again, a confirmed tornado that is tracking away from Manning to the northeast, roughly parallel to US 301 here, staying just a bit east by a mile or two of that highway, 301. Eventually that goes toward New Zion and Turbeville. So if you're in New Zion and Turbeville, you will want to start to head to your shelter now. The tornado won't be there for a few minutes, but it gives you an opportunity to grab the kids, the cats, the dogs, and a helmet, a motorcycle or bicycle helmet, and head to your safest, best shelter location.
And again, the tornado warning for Charleston has been allowed to expire. I wanted to quickly bring up. It's rough. Don't get me wrong. Let's bring up the College of Charleston cam real quick. And this is on the College of Charleston website. But a few minutes ago, we were seeing this thing really bouncing, and you can still see the winds are really getting going here. A lot of lightning here. Something else that I wanted to mention too is that we had an LSR come in a little while ago, just in the last 20 minutes or so. Is that Harleyville storm that we were talking about that had that tornado warning in Berkeley County that we were still keeping an eye on? A spotter reported debris being lofted. And a possible tornado as it crossed I-26. So again, we didn't see that on the radar. So it may have been too shallow for the radar to pick up. So certainly, you can see that camera really doing its thing now. It's certainly we have concerns there with this storm near Cross as well. Again, we're busy, y'all. I mean, we are certainly very busy. If you're going to have. The good news is that, again, it doesn't look terribly organized near Cross at the moment. But again, there are a couple circulations here, a couple broad circulations that we're going to want to keep an eye on. Crossing Lake Moultrie now could briefly have a water spout there as it approaches St. Stephen. And then the squall line gets through, and then you're done. In fact, for those of you in St. George, Harleyville, Walterboro, you're done. Your severe threat has ended. We now have the squall line lining up generally from St. Stephen down to Somerville and Hollywood. And this is about ready to come through my neck of the woods in West Ashley here, looking along the leading edge of the line for any possible tornado signatures. And there certainly could be some damaging straight line winds, but so far so good on that front. The only tornado warning in the Tri-County is in Berkeley County. So guys, let's get you guys back to the two tornado warnings that are ongoing, one near Manning and one in the PD.
Right, and it will definitely have a tornado with the one over in Clarendon County, passing just east of Old Kaloo now, and just east of Highway 301. Again, a fairly rural area, but there is some population that needs to be in its in shelter location right now. Let's see, with some roads in the area: Alderman Camp Road, Little Star Road. Those are the areas that are currently seeing the potential tornado right now, heading in the general direction of Crows Bay Road, Brewington Road. Again, this just east of 301 and tracking to the northeast. All of you need to be in shelter right now. And again, New Zion and Turbyville, this is heading in your general direction, so you will want to start heading toward shelter ASAP.
Yeah, and I'll take this Horry County storm up here into Florence.
Scotty, you want to pull your radar up? Might be
yeah,
easier.
I can do that.
Thanks.
Yeah. So I think Jared will pop it up here in just a second.
Yep, I got you, buddy.
All right. So here is what we are looking at right now. This is going to be Highway 378. So the circulation outside of Johnsonville now, Hemingway, you're clear of the circulation. So that is good. But we are watching this now pass over Highway 378. And eventually we'll be moving up into the 501 area. Conway, you are not in this polygon right now, but we need to maintain our vigilance. Just keep this storm in the back of your mind. Anor, you are in this polygon. So hopefully you are in your storm shelters. You can see the National Weather Service in Wilmington has trimmed back. So Johnsonville, you're good. Hemingway, you're good. This is the circulation that we're watching. Again, this is Highway 378. This is more of a rural part of Horry County and Marion County, but there's still some people that live out here. So we want you to be in your safe place, put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. Again, these storms are producing some heavy rain. So if there was any tornado or anything like that, this is going to be rain wrapped. You're not going to be able to visually see it. It is going to be a rain wrapped circulation. So you want to be in that safe place. Again, the lowest level of your home, that could be a basement, or if you live in a second story home, make sure you're at the lowest level. Put as many walls between you and the outside as possible. And again, even if you're not seeing a tornado, some of these wind gusts are anywhere between 40 to 50 mile per hour wind gusts outside of this circulation. So again, some gusty winds could produce some damage in itself without that circulation passing over you. But again, Johnsonville and Hemingway, you are good. You are first in this warning, but the National Weather Service in Wilmington there has trimmed back the warning. So that next scan here, the rotation lessening just a little bit. Let's go over here and look at our rotation. You can see nothing that really is crazy right now. We do have some of that lightning out ahead of the storm, and that just shows us that this storm is strengthening. Anytime you see lightning ahead of a storm, that shows a strengthening updraft. So this storm continuing to move into a more favorable environment. These storms have not really, or this area has not really been tapped into a lot of the storms from earlier today. In fact, Andrew Dockery, meteorologist at WMBF, sent me a picture earlier where it was completely sunny in Horry County. So they have had a while to destabilize in a ripe environment for these storms to move into the area. So again, Conway, you're not technically in this, but we need to keep our eye on this storm. Needless to say, the polygon is close, so we just need to keep our eye homewood. Same situation, but up into Anor and Galveston's Ferry out here on 501, we need to keep our eye on this storm. Let's look at our correlation coefficient again. Nothing really showing up there, so we don't really see any damage being detected or debris being detected here on that. So that is the latest for this tornado warning up in Horry County. Again, Myrtle Beach, you're not in this. Conway, you're not in this polygon. This is for more of a rural part that does include Anord, though, and sections of Highway 501 moving from Conway into Galveston's Ferry. So that's what's going on. This warning has another 10 minutes or so. It expires at 8 p.m. So we'll continue to see if there's any updates from the National Weather Service in Wilmington. So I will stop that. And Frank, I'll toss it back to you so we can look at that other tornado warning that's ongoing.
Indeed, we still have a tornado warning in effect for parts of Lee, Clarendon, and Sumter counties. A potentially serious tornado may be occurring south of New Zion right now, east of Alcaloo, showing, if you want to call it by radar, you can see we have kind of a line of thunderstorms through eastern Sumter and northern Clarendon County. And it's the southern end of this line of storms where we're concerned about a tornado. In fact, we're confident one's occurring because we're still seeing a debris signature in the correlation coefficient, this low values of correlation coefficient here. So that's just northeast of Manning. That's been taking a northeastward track. It looks like it's going to go likely east of Turbeville, but the New Zion area could be impacted. So it's basically this area along the east side of this polygon that we're watching most carefully right now for possible or, well, likely tornado damage. It looks like there is a tornado occurring here. And again, on the southern part of this, that's 5-6 miles south of New Zion, going over State Highway 527 there. So that is the main area of concern. And if you're in that area, you definitely need to be in your sheltered area right now, interior room, in a basement, putting as many walls as you can between yourself and the outside. Definitely not in a mobile home if you can avoid it. Get into a sturdy structure because we do have a tornado occurring on the ground right now. Again, it looks like it's directly to the east of Alcaloo by about 6 miles and heading to the northeast.
All right. So I'm looking through some of our NWS chat here. I don't see any new updates. So, Shay, I'll toss it to you, and you can kind of give us an update of what's going on in the Charleston area currently.
Yeah, thanks, Scotty. Right now, the squall line is closing in on the Charleston area. Some of you are already feeling that in portions of the area. Johns Island, I think, just saw somebody saying that they're hearing some winds. And one of the forums, either this one or one of mine. I've been trying to track 4 or 5 different threads here, Scotty, but the squall line is approaching, and you're going to hear some pretty strong winds here in a little bit. We've already got a gust of 47 miles per hour at South Folly, gust into the 40s, mid 40s inside the harbor so far. So you're going to hear winds picking up. In fact, I believe the airport hit 44, Charleston International hit 44. So this is pretty squall. It's just about over the area, and you may hear winds pick up even more than that. Heavy rains coming down, frequent lightning. I know the College of Charleston webcam showing some of that lightning, but some portions of that squall line may show a little bit more than others. But that's about where we are. Once the squall line gets through, we have some residual showers behind that, and then I think we're going to be okay for tonight. And as Jared did say, tomorrow is a new day. We do have another severe weather threat for tomorrow. It may not be as gnarly as this one, but it's maybe a little too soon to speak. We just say we'll talk about that tomorrow. But for right now, yeah, Scotty, we're looking at heavy rains, high winds, and I see very little hail signature, so I don't think that's gonna be a problem. Once this is over, we'll be okay for tonight.
That is.
Let me add a little bit to that, Shay. Looking at the radar velocity here, just zooming in tight. This is passing just south of 17. Notice this core of really strong winds. Looking at that on reflectivity, there might be a bit of a bowing structure there, but these winds, they're 75 to almost 80 knots. In this area. Now that's a little off the ground here. That's between 3,000 and 4,000 feet. So that's up a little bit, but nonetheless, that is a potential peak gust there of potentially over 70 miles an hour, possibly even 80. So this is certainly something to be concerned about here coming in. It looks like it could even go to the south part of the peninsula here in Charleston on the trajectory it's on, and maybe over to Mount Pleasant, Isle of Palm, Sullivan's Island too. So definitely keep an eye on this as it's heading east, where you may be in for some significant high winds.
You're absolutely right, Frank. And just now we just hit 54 mile per hour gust in the Charleston Harbor at Chutes Folly, waiting to see if that comes up even higher. So yes, we're already starting to see gusts into the 50s, and that small area you're talking about, I see that where that surge is cutting through right across downtown inside the harbor, and really it's cutting over towards Mount Pleasant area. So those of you who live east of the Cooper, get ready for this squall line to move through the area. It's going to be a fairly large blast of winds. You're talking about 20 to 25 or even 30 miles an hour difference from where it is now. shooting upwards. So you're going to see some upward spikes of wind with this. It's going to sound loud. Once it gets through, shouldn't last but about maybe 10 to 15 minutes at the most for the heaviest part of the rains, that squall line to get through, and then things will calm down. You'll probably have at least 2 to 4 or 5 minutes worth of that wind, though.
I want to chime in, guys, and say that we're getting some reports of power outages in Johns Island, in parts of West Ashley. I'm shocked that I'm still in power. I can feel the rumble of the thunder in my eardrums here. It is worth noting, too, that the Weather Service is calling out this particular storm for 70-mile-an-hour winds, considerable wind damage possible as the squall line comes through the Charleston metro area. So again, if you're, not the time to go outside. It'll be over soon. Nope. That's the great news. But again, we're asking folks to kind of just stay put for a little while longer, stay away from those windows. We can give an all clear to Dorchester County on the tornado threat. The tornado watch has been canceled in Dorchester County at this point. So that's good news. Are you guys hearing me okay?
Yep, we got you.
Cool. All right, cool. I just want to make sure that we're okay there. So the tornado watch has been canceled for Dorchester County, as well as Beaufort, Colleton, Hampton, and Jasper. So the tornado watch has ended there. The tornado watch will continue until this line gets through, or 9 o'clock, whichever comes first, for Berkeley and Charleston counties. So not much longer. I think that's the good news there. And I also wanted to point out that we do have the tornado warning in northern Berkeley, but I'm also starting to see that it is looking a little bit better there. As far as the circulation there. Now we still have 3 tornado warnings, one including Kingstree, Johnsonville, Turville here. So, but for the Charleston metro area right now, your main concern is going to be damaging straight line winds for the next 30 to 60 minutes as the line sweeps through, and then it's done. But until then, stay on guard. So we'll let you guys get back to the tornado warnings. We have 3 active tornado warnings still kind of heading up into the PD.
Let's see. There's so many warnings going out right now for the PD. I was trying to read them. We got a new warning out. A tornado observed, considerable damage, confirmed large, extremely dangerous tornado over Woods Bay State Park, west of Lake City. So this is for Clarendon, Lee, Sumter County. Trying to pick this up.
We just lost the College of Charleston webcam, by the way.
Okay.
I'm hoping it's not because of the high winds in the area. Jared, I'm looking real tight at the radar, and I found 1 pixel that is right over the peninsula. It's 4,200 feet off the ground, but it's 87.5 knots. That is 100 miles an hour.
Yeah, it's a little windy. Put mildly. I'm getting some comments here. They haven't seen it blow like this since Hurricane Matthew. So to give you a general idea, I mean, that was intense. We all remember Matthew, and that was certainly that's a storm that a lot of people continue to talk about. That's kind of a benchmark as we had that go by there. But yeah, it's very windy right now. The worst of it right now is coming through downtown Charleston, James Island, downtown Charleston, up to Daniel Island. You're about to get rocked, just absolutely rocked here. Second line segment, a new severe thunderstorm warning was just posted by the National Weather Service for basically all of Berkeley County and northern Charleston County, again for 70-mile-an-hour wind gusts as this comes through. So
really, we just got a gust to 67 miles per hour at Chutes Folly inside the harbor.
Charleston Harbor. There you go. I mean, we're getting very close on the verification here for that right now. The tornado warning for Berkeley has expired. So the tornado warnings are gone in Berkeley County. In the Tri-County area, no tornado warnings. Straight line winds now are the main concern. But we are also still watching for potential little spin-ups on the edge of the line as Charlie Brown demands my lap. So hello, Charlie. It's been a long day. So
hi, Charlie. Yeah, and those winds they're blasting right to the east now. The radar high winds are showing up over the Mount Pleasant area right now. Some of those pixels, 86.5 knots. Let's see, what is that? 86.5. Yeah. That's 100 miles an hour.
You can see how bright the colors are, and we got the CFC webcam back, and you can see you're not really. Oh man, you're not seeing much. That's a lot of rain falling. That's a lot of wind, and that's a lot of lightning there, guys. Looking very nasty at the moment. Downtown, definitely not the time to be running around down there. But again, it will be over soon. It's just we're going to be dealing with this here for the next little bit. But yeah, some very strong winds at the moment.
Guys, can we get
LSR for a 54 mile an hour wind over the harbor?
Jared, can we get your radar up to King Street? I think we've got a developing situation going on up here.
Yep.
This is going to be the National Weather Service Columbia has classified this as a confirmed tornado, and the rotation I've been watching. This is
it is
getting pretty significant now up in the King Street area. This is going to be I think that's Highway 52 if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Don't have a good angle on it from Columbia. Let me switch to I don't think we're having
it's kind of in the radar hole, honestly.
Yeah, it's in a poor coverage area. For what it's worth, there's still debris signature over just east of New Zion and Turbeville there in Clarendon County. So we're watching that. That's about to move out of the polygon, but the rotation doesn't look as good. So we may not see that one updated. But as you're saying near King Street, yes, there is very strong rotation showing up in that area too. Probably better showing up on the Wilmington radar than the Columbia radar I have in front of me. But that looks kind of serious.
Yeah, I'm switching over to the Wilmington radar right now. So the storm moving at 60 miles per hour. And again, we're kind of in this range folding. Let me Jared, what rate are you
I'm on Columbia.
Hey guys, I'm going to have to interrupt for a second here because we've got something happening near Aynor here, and I don't think we have any tornado warning up there, but that sure does look like a debris signature with that cell near Aynor there.
Frank, let me take you full. I'll take you full. Let's
look at it there and see.
That's what
you think.
Yeah, that's a debris signature near Aynor.
And there aren't any warnings out at all for that right now. I don't even see a severe thunderstorm warning out for that one.
Well,
so
if you're near Aynor,
that one's kind of sneaked up on us, didn't it?
Yeah, well, if you're near Aynor, you need to be taking shelter right now. It definitely appears that we have a tornado down there.
There was a warning that just expired, but no, that's still a tornado.
Yeah. Report of a large tree blocking 165 near Long Island Road in Ravenel. So we have trees down in Ravenel from the line of storms that have come through.
That Horry County cell, that's pretty serious. That's crossing 501 shortly near Aynor. So you need to be not traveling through on 501 for sure between Aynor and Conway right now. And if you're in the Aynor area, you need to be in your shelter because it does look as though we have a tornado either happening or just happened, one or the other. Either way, let's better safe than sorry, and let's take our tornado precautions in this area.
Yeah, I agree, and I suspect that we'll probably see a severe thunderstorm or tornado warning be issued here shortly. That's pretty there. We have a new mesoscale discussion from the Storm Prediction Center. I'm going to go read that. And you guys, I'll let y'all do a little analysis here for a minute.
I have certainly plenty of things going on here over in the PD now. Aside from that one that's trying to sneak under the radar at us over in the Aynor area, there's also along US 52 between Cades, Kings Tree, down to Greeleyville. There's a tornado warning in effect for that cell. I don't see potential tornado debris in that area, but there's certainly some rotation signatures there. A couple, maybe three actually. A little string of pearls, 1, 2, and 3 there. All of them are tracking toward the northeast through Williamsburg County. So if you're in that area, east of Highway 52 in the Kings Tree area, Cades area, Salters, you need to be in your shelter. Those continue heading eastward through Williamsburg County. So down the road, Hemingway and Stuckey, you'll want to be in shelter as well. Up to Johnsonville, going just south of Lake City, all of those areas are at risk for a tornado at this point. Still watching the cell that has been moving east of the Turbeville area in Clarendon County. Wilmington radar I have here doesn't show the debris signature. That tornado warning just expired. What's left of that cell now approaching Scranton and Effingham in Florence County, and still heading eastward. Can still be some damaging straight line winds with that, but it does look as though the rotation has weakened considerably at this point. Let's jump back down to Charleston too, because we've been watching for some high winds. Some high winds have been occurring in the Charleston Mount Pleasant area and tracking eastward. The worst of that looks like it's going north of Isle of Palms, close to the Mount Pleasant Airport, as far north as Wando, perhaps as well, with this rapidly moving line of thunderstorms that, again, has some significant wind damage potential here.
Yeah.
Travel on 17, certainly not a good idea in northeastern Charleston County right now, as this moves up toward Allendale and McClellanville. So those of you need to, this is not a tornado situation, but the winds are maybe the same as that of a weak tornado. So you definitely don't want to get caught out in it. Probably won't want to get caught driving in this. In addition to the high wind threat, there's also some blinding downpours with this too. So by all means, stay indoors, avoid travel for now, and bring the pets inside too.
Yep, Frank, I can confirm at least east of the Cooper, even over towards Folly Beach, we're still getting gusts well up near 50 miles an hour. But what the issue is that there's some sustained winds here for about 10 to 15 minutes of winds in the mid to upper 40s. So we're looking at 45 to 50 mile an hour sustained, with gusts still going into the 60s across the harbor. And that's punching right through into Mount Pleasant, probably down the Highway 17 corridor. So especially Coleman Boulevard or even places along the island, you're getting gusts. Isle of Palms just registered a gust to 59 miles per hour, but that's in a partially wind shadowed area at the pier. So that's not a true reading over an open area such as the Isle of Palms connector. You're probably looking at that 65 to 70 mile an hour range. So be careful out there if you're driving. I would try to avoid bridges right now, at least for 10 or 15 minutes before these winds start to die down. So we get some pretty strong sustained winds out there.
We've also been, guys, we've also been dealing with the wind threat and the severe weather threat throughout the day. But one thing that is also a concern that we've had some concerns about is the flooding threat. We've had some very heavy rain come through, and the Weather Service is continuing a flood advisory for downtown Charleston. So I would not be surprised to hear of a few flooded roads in parts of downtown. I'd love your reports if you have them. But right now, again, the severe threat is beginning to move into northeastern Charleston County, as we've discussed. We can probably give you a pretty decent all clear now. Somerville, Ridgeville, St. Stephen, Bono coming to an end. Monk's Corner, this is coming to an end. Hanahan, Goose Creek, this is coming to an end. Hollywood, Seabrook, this is all moving away. So again, we're going to see this begin to get a little bit better here. West Ashley, it's all good. It's calmed down considerably out here since the last time I spoke with y'all. So again, right now, the worst of the weather stretches from Folly Beach up through Isle of Palm, Sullivan's Island, into the Wando area, as now clearing Daniel Island. So you're winding down there as well. Heads up now, Bulls Bay, Ondaw, and as well as Jamestown, Hugie. Those really the main concerns that I have now for damaging straight line winds.
Yes, and they're serious. The radar beam is higher and higher off the ground the further away you get from the Charleston radar. It's approaching 6,000 feet now, but at that level, we're still seeing winds of over 80 knots, over 90 miles an hour. So that's a potential peak gust with these thunderstorms as they push through. So again, that's a very serious straight line wind. It's the equivalent to a low wind tornado. You don't want to get caught out in that. So by all means, move indoors and avoid travel as these storms move through. I'm
getting a lot of reports now of power outages.
No surprise.
Yeah, power outages all over Johns Island. We're going to hear more and more about this. Honestly, guys, I am impressed that I still have power. It's actually quite remarkable. a buddy of mine who just lives maybe a half mile down from me. He's out of power. So like, yeah, I mean, this is wild. I'm very, very lucky here. A lot of people are not so lucky. And this is why, that's why we were saying earlier, make sure you have your phones charged, get those flashlights ready, because it's coming through. It's dark. It's after 8 o'clock. So there's going to certainly be some power issues there. We'll go get some power. I'll go grab some power numbers from Dominion and Berkeley Electric for the Charleston Metro. And finally, Charleston County government has a very important message for all of you. Do not call 911 to report a power outage, for crying out loud. So please do not call 911. Report it to your power company. There is absolutely nothing they can do about that.
Very good, Jared. Yeah, that was it's pretty impressive. It seemed like there was just a huge bulge in that southern portion of the squall line as it came through Charleston. I'm trying to think thermodynamically. Why would that have occurred? And it could have been the rear inflow jet. Remember, there was a notch in that line earlier. That rear inflow jet could have really, the surge through that, because along that southern track, it looks like there was a little bit of a break to the north that may have funneled in from the south. So
and when we're talking about a rear inflow jet, y'all, this is this kind of this lowering of the reflectivity. This is a bow echo. You can see the very sharp. Bow echo here. That's indicative of damaging winds. And what that rear inflow jet is basically cool, dry air rushing down, but very dense, and it's being mixed in, and it's rushing down behind the storm, and that gives it that momentum, and that gives it that ability to cause that damaging winds. Guys, we have a question about Conway and Aner. Where we had that, we saw that debris signature, that something has happened, but we're not sure because nothing has been warned yet.
Yeah, if you, I don't know, Jared, if you got it, if you go back and play that, it's definitely not debris being lifted up from the previous supercell that tornado. If you go back and look at the debris detection, it comes out. Let's see, there you go. It comes out of nowhere right there. That to me tells me it was a brief tornado that that just, it didn't get warned. Also watching now in Conway, if we go to present day or present time, there's a little squiggly line right now going through the Conway, Toddville, Carolina Forest area. We're going to have to watch this as well, because this could quickly develop another quick spin up. This is up along 501 near Conway. This storm's really starting to get some strength to it. So if you live in Conway, Carolina Forest, Red Hill, locations near Forest Brook, Socastee, we need to be mindful of this storm as it continues to move into Horry County, because we could see another quick spin up here soon. And remember, folks, this area has not been tapped in as much as it has over Charleston and Columbia and places like that. So a little bit more instability to work with tonight for this area. So we'll continue to monitor that.
Yeah, Scotty, and I'll
right. It's along the southern end of the line is where we'd have to watch for a tornado, and farther north there's some damaging wind risk as well. Just looking at the wind, it doesn't look all that particularly scary, but if you look at storm relative, there's some hint of circulation down here by Toddville, moving toward Red Hill, so that we have to keep an eye on. And we don't have a severe thunderstorm warning out in this area at this point, but maybe we have one forthcoming shortly. It's something to watch. We do have severe thunderstorm warnings in effect still farther west, and also still that tornado warning.
Yeah, there's your severe thunderstorm
warning.
So
it's coming shortly. Yeah, but real quick, tornado warning still until 8:30 over in Williamsburg County for this cell that's between Kingstree and Neesmith here.
And this is going to be a tornado tag.
It hasn't showed up on mine yet. So it's a severe warning tornado possible. There it goes. It includes everything but the coastal areas of eastern Horry County, it looks like, including the Conway, Red Hill, Toddville area. And potential. Yes, there you have a tornado possible tag on that, I guess.
And real quick, guys, I'm gonna head out for tonight, but thanks for everything you guys have done and continue to do tonight. Miller Hyman asked us the Charleston downtown tornado threat over. It's been over for some time. The storm threat is now over as well. There's a few residual gusty winds, but the winds are starting to die down. I think just about most of all of Charleston is now okay, except if you're north Mount Pleasant heading to Allendale, McClellanville, those straight line winds are coming your way up the coast, surely. But I guess it's all going to happen all at once here very shortly. So within the next 20 minutes or so, I expect it would hit all the way out to Winyah Bay, Georgetown County, whatnot. So y'all have a good night.
Good night, Shay. Thank you for everything.
Thanks, Shay.
Sure.
I just got a tweet.
See you, Shay. Have a good one.
Yeah, I just got a tweet from Tim here. I'm going to open this. I'm going to open this up in a browser real quick, and I'm going to take it full so we can show this to you. He just claimed he had the scare of his life, and we will show you what he's talking about here. In that, he had a tree fall very, very, very too close to comfort. Too close for comfort here. If I can find that darned window, it's what a day, man. What so many windows, so little time. Just had the scare of my life. Tim says on Twitter, tree came crashing down as I sat on the couch at the bottom of the picture, Mount Pleasant across from town center. And yeah, there you go. So that's too close for comfort. And we've had
just look at that on radar now, man. Look at that bow echo through Allendale and going offshore. I guess that's Bulls Bay there and approaching McClellanville. Man, that is a textbook bow structure right there.
Yeah, this isn't it? Yeah, this is exactly what they write home about. This is exactly what you would see in a meteorology textbook, no question about it. Exactly what
winds,
we look for.
Still 75-ish knots around there. Now that's well off the ground. That's 6,300 feet, but that's your peak gust that could get pulled to the ground in that rear inflow jet you're talking about. And these bowing structures are always associated with potential high winds, and I think this is an elevated risk situation for that, for sure, just because there's clearly so much wind showing up on the radar and has a history of wind damage there. Just notice there's an LSR that's reported from Charleston Harbor, I guess, 67 miles an hour.
And 59 miles an hour.
Right at 8 o'clock.
Yep. At 8:07. So about 10 minutes ago, this is going to be very near, this is clearing the coast as we speak.
Yeah, and as if we didn't have enough to worry about down there in Charleston County on the north end of this bow echo, that's where you tend to enhance your spin. We'll have to watch this area as this line and the bow echo intersect for things to spin up and maybe a tornado to try to
bookend vortices.
Yep, the bookend vortex. Yeah,
that's a thing. That's a thing. We have a good question here. What's an LSR? It's a nerd speak for local storm report. So an LSR is a local storm report. National Weather Service issues these as they receive spotter reports and other reports from the field. They put these out in a product called the local storm report, and the shorthand is LSR. Sorry for the inside baseball. It's been a long night, and we might start getting a little too geeky for y'all. But thank you all to your questions on what is an LSR? It's just a local storm report, just something that the Weather Service passes along to folks like us in the media, or just to the public to know. It's like, hey, this is a record of what happened. Those local storm reports are eventually filtered down and put into a publication called Storm Data, and that is the official archive of all storm data in the United States. So, little fun weather history fact there as we go. So, gents, they've added a considerable tag to the severe thunderstorm warning in southeastern Georgetown County. It looks like for this bow echo.
Good call.
Agreed. Yeah. So again, we have questions about Isle of Palms and everything. Isle of Palms, it's coming to a close for you at this point. The main concern for damaging straight line winds is going to be Allendale, McClellanville, Georgetown County. Georgetown proper, you could see some strong winds come through here. You're under severe thunderstorm warning. Really, we have severe thunderstorm warnings just lining it up, guys. We have these. I'll take this full real quick, and we can kind of show you where we're at this point. So the line of thunderstorms is now clearing the coast. So there's your squall line there. We will notice that we have a lot fewer places in a tornado watch now, and as this squall line continues to move offshore, so will the tornado watch. that will go. Numerous marine warnings set up along the line here. The main issues in Charleston County really is right around Bulls Bay, stretching up into Jamestown, Hugie, and then up into the PD, where we still have a tornado warning here that for a storm approaching Johnsonville. And Frank, I don't know if you're getting that one up on your radar screen there, or if you'd like me.
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do is look and see what we have going on and make sure I have the right storm motion for using storm relative here. But yes, it does appear that there's a rotation still approaching Hemingway right now with this this thunderstorm that's over northeastern Williamsburg County. No sign of a debris signature here, but still there's the rotation. And actually, it looks like there's two. There's the main one here, southwest of Hemingway, and then another one near Neesmith here, or just west of there, that we will need to keep an eye on. Maybe they're competing with each other and keeping them from producing a strong tornado, but nonetheless, this area, there is the potential for one to happen, and there's a tornado warning out. So, as they say in Alabama, we'll respect the polygon. And those of you in northeastern Williamsburg County in this area will need to be in your sheltered area, an interior room or basement. Put as many walls as you can between yourself and the outside, and avoid travel on the highways out in this area, including, let's see, State Highway 512 and 261 in far northeastern Williamsburg County.
Guys, we got Chris Jackson joining us. He's been out chasing the storms today, and he was in Allendale recently. Chris, good to see you. What are you seeing? What have you seen?
Hey, Jared, good to see you guys too. Just sitting here north of St. George right now in US 15 with something going on here. Got the fire department, looks like the sheriff's office and maybe highway patrol on scene, maybe a vehicle crash or something. Not really sure what's going on. Yeah, it was, it's been a day. Good gracious. Started about 1 o'clock over in Barnwell, snuck up into Aiken County for that first tornado warning, then went back south for the Allendale tornado and stayed with that storm all the way until it got to Bowman, and had a couple of really close encounters with that storm. And after that, started to work the storms down to the south along the 95 corridor.
You sound tired.
I'm tired. I'm so tired, man.
You've been debris balling all day long, haven't you?
I have. I had respect to Polygon on earlier, and I'm like, I'm gonna go debris balling today, and maybe I should want to respect the Polygon. I don't know. We'll see.
Chris, what was what did you see down there? I mean, tell us a little bit about.
Scotty, really, it was a lot of freaking plane style storm structure. The storm structure, especially with those discrete cells, especially the Allendale storm, the secondary storm that went through Earhart, the third storm I got on that was just north of St. George, or just to the west of St. George, and then the final storm I got on coming back through St. George. They all had stuff that you would see in Kansas and in Texas in May, especially the first Allendale storm. That storm was absolutely gorgeous. I come in and had to do a core punch from the north on it, and the structure on that was absolutely beautiful. I got some great video. I can't wait to edit and put out for folks to see.
Yeah, it's been a hard day. I think that's
how many kind of damage have you seen back there in the Allendale area?
What's that? I'm sorry.
You seen damage back there in Allendale and Bamberg County?
Yeah, I was right in Sycamore with the original tornado earlier, and I had a close encounter about 500 yards over my left shoulder as it occluded out when that storm began to cycle. I was up in the bear's cage with it and had a really, really close call with it, and I wish I could have got some video, but I had to take an escape route and get out of the way of that tornado. But there was some damage in Sycamore, a lot of bigger trees. And for folks that don't understand Sycamore, we're talking really small community, maybe, 200 people at the most, maybe 300. Farmland surrounding it, a lot of old houses, a lot of center pivots in the fields. On 321, just north of I guess the downtown, the center square area was there was some center pivot irrigation systems that were overturned and thrown. Stuff in Allendale, I stayed to the east of Allendale because I was afraid of not being able to, pass through behind the storm with debris.
Chris, you were asking about debris balls. I think at least 4 or 5 on radar today. We've lost count. This is definitely kind of reminiscent of April 2020. Just your initial thoughts on what you just seen on radar today.
Oh man, I don't want to name drop here, but I had a conversation with Brandon Clement from Live Storage Media, and also with Reed Timmer yesterday, because I've told them both that what I thought about it with the setup was in a lot of ways, the storm tracks were very similar to April 13, 2020, with the cam models yesterday beginning to paint these holistic tracks of rotating updrafts across southern Aiken, Barnwell, Bamberg, Allendale, the same counties we saw in 2020 just get walloped by strong to violent tornadoes. And as today evolved, when I woke up this morning, I started to look at things, and by noon, I had a pretty good thought process that there was going to be a bad tornado or two. I didn't know it might be 3, 4, 5, or however many it has been down in this area, just because of, for the folks that are a little bit, I guess the weather nerds out there, there was a differential heat boundary set up just south of Aiken County along Bamberg, Barnwell, and I guess into Allendale County. And that differential heat boundary with the moisture in place, that was all that was needed with the wind field above to really set these storms off.
Yep, it's guys, it's been a tough day. There's going to be a lot of storm surveys tomorrow. Already know that Columbia is beginning to plan theirs. So again, we're gonna learn a lot about the damage over the next couple of days. And unfortunately, this is not the only round of severe weather that we're going to deal with this week. We may have some additional severe storms tomorrow. And for those of you in the upstate, we definitely want you to be aware of the enhanced risk that is in effect in the day 3 outlook on Thursday, or is it Wednesday? I can't keep my days straight anymore. It's just
I think it's Wednesday.
Yeah, you're right. It is Wednesday. So, so again, we have, we certainly are very concerned for places in the upstate, and we're going to get to that once we get through this evening. A couple things to note is that the Charleston metro area has been cleared of any severe thunderstorm warning for northern Berkeley and far northern Charleston County until 9 o'clock. 70-mile-an-hour winds remain possible with those storms as they move through. We're seeing some discrete thunderstorms move through Florence and Myrtle Beach right now. We have a few warnings out on that as well, and we still have the tornado warning that I want to check up on real quick in southeastern Florence and northeastern Williamsburg. Frank, I know that you've been peeking at that one occasionally. Anything we can relay off of that one? And I do not have, Frank, I don't have your audio. I'm not sure what happened. You're having...
That's because I was muted.
That'll
we
do
can't
it.
go a show without that happening
Yeah.
to normally Scotty, but sometimes somebody else.
That'll do it.
Anyway, that tornado warning is about to expire at 8:30. We'll see if the National Weather Service issues anything new from it, but we do continue to see something in the Hemingway area, some signs of rotation, although it is weak and small. So hopefully we don't have a tornado occurring, but we have a little bit longer. We have to respect that polygon. Over in Horry County, that is another area of concern. And there go the severe thunderstorm and tornado warnings expiring here as we reach 8:30. Over eastern Horry County, then there goes a new severe thunderstorm warning as we're speaking, just a moment ago issued for Florence, Georgetown, Dillon, Horry, Marion, and Williamsburg counties, or parts of them, until 9 p.m. This is for the main squall line that's coming through. Hazard there, 60-mile-an-hour winds primarily. but also some hail potential as well. No tornado possible tag in this watch, but or warning rather. But also we do have to continue to monitor those winds aloft. It looks like there is a weak little rotation near Marion and maybe Pamplico here, and still watching the one near Hemingway, which is in that new warning. So we'll keep an eye on those. And closer to the radar, there's some pretty strong winds still showing up with this little line that's moving through the southern end of it. We have to keep an eye on for signs of rotation. We were watching that earlier. There does appear to be a weak rotation west of Myrtle Beach here, or rather north of Myrtle Beach here, along the southern part of that line. So we'll continue to watch it, but the most robust area here is west of Longs and moving northeastward toward Longs. So that we'll watch. Furthermore, down in Georgetown County, we still have that severe thunderstorm warning in effect, and also far northeastern Charleston County. I have to switch to the Charleston radar to get a better look at what's going on there. That's the bow echo here has moved through McClellanville, but the strongest winds are probably still over McClellanville. Yep. The peak winds 70 to 80 knots. So that's way off the surface at this point now, over 8,000 feet. But nonetheless, some of those stronger winds are still likely getting to the surface over northeastern Charleston County, and the risk is still there for 70-mile-an-hour winds. And on the northern end of this, along the Charleston-Berkeley line and moving into Georgetown County, that's where your northern bookend vortex is going to be developing here. So we'll be watching that for signs of more robust spin-ups in this area through the short term as this moves into Georgetown County, where you also remain under a severe thunderstorm warning.
This is a great question. I'm moving to Centerville, North Charleston. Is it normal to have weather like this here? No. This is a little out of band for what we're used to in our neck of the woods here.
I want to pop up something to Chris's point. He was kind of talking about the area he was watching, and this is what so far has happened today, and I'm sure this will fill back in as we go throughout the night. But here's your tornado reports.
Oh man! Wow.
Yeah.
And like I said, I'm sure we'll fill in more of these over the next several hours, but it's been a busy day in South Carolina.
Yeah, this is one we're not going to soon forget.
Absolutely.
Yeah. So, Chris, do you have a plan for tomorrow besides getting sleep?
I haven't really looked at the setup earlier. I glanced at it for about 5 minutes this morning.
Yeah.
Sleep definitely. Depending on what the setup offers tomorrow, I'm either going to be out doing damage. It just depends on and stuff of that nature. I really want to get out and see what some of these tornadoes done today. I know I sent Frank a message up there earlier on Facebook, telling him where I was going, and it turned out to be kind of unfortunately right where this stuff got going. But what fascinated me with the first big storm of the day in Allendale was how fast that storm went from basically a run-of-the-mill rain shower to a violent supercell tornado-producing prolific machine. Pretty insane, honestly.
Man. Well, we'll see what the surveys say for sure. It's going to be an interesting day on the survey trail tomorrow for sure.
Right. But I appreciate you guys letting me in. I'm about to hop off. I'm going to walk out here and see what's going on with this collision or something. They done set a light tower up in the road on top of the fire engine.
Oh, jeez.
Yeah, this might be interesting.
All right, Chris. Well, thank you so much. Chris Jackson.
Hey, thanks, guys. Y'all be safe. If you need
Chris.
Shoot me a message. Yep. Y'all take care.
Absolutely. Yep.
Get some rest.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that was Chris Jackson, Storm Chaser. He works with the folks at Life Storms Media and among other outlets. And he is out there running after these. What has been a very what will go down as probably one of the worst weather days that we've seen in a while. Certainly the worst since April 13th, 2020. I think that's a pretty apt comparison at this point.
we're getting into a little past 8:30 at this point, and again, we'll take a look at the. I'm going to pull me in here real quick. We'll take a look at the regional view. Again, the tornado watch will probably be canceled soon in the Charleston metro area. Again, the severe threat has moved offshore with the line of thunderstorms. We still have a couple severe thunderstorm warnings in northern Charleston and southeastern Georgetown counties. We have another severe thunderstorm warning for Georgetown proper. Severe thunderstorm warnings extend up into Myrtle Beach, just east of Florence, and now starting to get a little bit into North Carolina, west of Wilmington. So again, we're going to be watching this for the next little bit. We still have a tornado watch in the PD here that goes until midnight. Once this line gets through, we'll be able to cancel that watch out, which is good news. And again, I expect that we're going to be able to cancel this watch out fairly soon in the Charleston Tri-County area as well, as the severe threat has essentially ended in that location.
Yeah, so no tornado warnings. It is 8:36, so I've been on the air for about 3 hours and 30 minutes. And before that, I don't know, we was on Zoom, and then we were covering the first tornado warning. So probably a collective 4.5 hours today of tornado warning coverage. So what y'all want to do? You want to hang around and watch these, or you want to take a break?
At this point, we're going to have James Brierton joining us. He's going to take over for me as I step out to actually analyze tomorrow's situation. He's gonna jump in and take over the hosting duties here. I would recommend for the sake of just superstition, every time we say, all right, we're going to clear, another warning comes up 5 minutes later. So in the interest of public safety, we are going to stay on the air for a little bit longer and make sure that we don't have any additional tornado warnings that spin up. Usually the best way to prevent tornado warnings from spinning up is us staying on the air until the threat is passed. There's nothing scientific about that at all. As James Brierton joins the broadcast from Charlotte, North Carolina. James, it's been a day.
Yeah, you guys have been holding down the fort.
Yeah, it's
Go get some dinner, my friend.
It's been a day for sure. And again, I want to, as I drop off of here at this point, again, the severe weather threat for the Charleston metro area is clearing. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to more capable folks as it moves into North Carolina.
Where are they?
They're in here somewhere. They're in these little boxes here. But again, thank you to everyone for tuning into our coverage. And again, we're going to keep an eye on this as it goes through the Grand Strand here in the next 30 minutes.
Yeah, certainly.
So, James, take it away, my friend.
Thank you, Frank and Scotty and Jared. And a question to kick us off here. Do we think that Aner and Conway are in the safe zone? Well, we're still watching a severe thunderstorm warning. Frank's got up on his screen, and that means we have the threat for damaging winds in this area. So while the tornado threat seems to be coming down, we're not completely out of the woods just yet. So stay tuned. And we'll let you know when the tornado watch and the severe thunderstorm warning has passed for those areas. And the same would apply for Myrtle Beach as well. We're still watching gusty winds, strong thunderstorms, and even some lightning-producing storms still coming out of the Georgetown area down to the south of Myrtle Beach. So I know Frank and Scotty have been telling you a lot about these storms, and it's been a very busy day, and we do have another storm threat tomorrow, so we'll begin to kind of take a look at that coming up as well here too. We're also watching what the Weather Service calls a meso discussion, which kind of gives us a heads up where they think things are going to develop over the next few hours or so, and this has been in effect, but if you're just joining us, we're still watching kind of a storm threat right on in here. It has kind of cleared out of the Charleston area. It's about to clear out of the Georgetown area as the storm continues to move off to the north and to the east here, as the guys were just telling you about. So places like Myrtle Beach, Conway, even up into Wilmington, we're going to continue to watch this threat that continues. We have that tornado watch that goes into effect until another 3 hours. But Frank and Scotty, I've been listening into some of your coverage, and I know that We just had Chris Jackson on as well, and he's got another busy day ahead of us as the Storm Prediction Center is once again telling us that tomorrow is another chance for severe weather here in the Carolinas. We'll go ahead and pop this up on the screen for viewers and show them what it is we're anticipating for tomorrow. We're in a enhanced risk, but this time over portions of northern Georgia, extreme western North Carolina, parts of the upstate. That's the orange that's on your screen for a tier 3 out of 5. This is essentially what we had in South Carolina, south of I-20 today. We have that slight risk extends into the I-77 corridor, the foothills, Columbia, and then a marginal risk back off into central and eastern portions of North Carolina. I mean, you guys have been obviously keeping a close eye on what we've seen today. Today has been a lot of widespread rain here in Charlotte. That meant flooding. In South Carolina, that meant storms. But I think tomorrow we're going to see more discrete cells, Frank. If I'm not mistaken, it's going to be kind of that supercell nature. Is that right?
No, well, actually, no. I think it's going to be more of a linear. The question is, how well this holds together. Let's look at at some computer models, and let me zoom in on the southeast here. This, by the way, coming from the tropicaltidbits.com site, which Levi Cowens, he's a former guest of ours and has an excellent model data site here that's free of charge. But anyway, we'll look at this. We'll pick this up first thing in the morning tomorrow, 12 UTC Wednesday. And we'll push it forward. You can see a cold front approaching from the west, which is going to be the potential cause of our severe weather. And as we head toward the end of the day, this model's kind of picking up on some thunderstorms. This model handles things a little bit different, looking at the NAM model 3-kilometer Canis nest here, which is handling things a little bit different than some of the other models. If it does, we do get some of these discrete cells over South Carolina and southeastern North Carolina in the afternoon, and then maybe back in the central Savannah River area too as the front approaches, maybe one or two in the upstate. But the main event, the way I was thinking it would go anyway, would be as the front moves in later in the evening and through the overnight hours. If we end up with a solid line of thunderstorms, then your threat's most likely going to be damaging winds. If it ends up being a broken line, then we end up seeing more of these discrete cells of concern. Let's switch to the high-res rapid refresh and go back to the 18Z run, which actually goes out far enough here. You'll see it looks a little bit different on the high-res rapid refresh. Some more widespread discrete cells in the afternoon, but then in the evening, the front comes in from the west, and that's this area back here at upstate South Carolina, North Georgia, is the area that's in the enhanced risk. And this is what SPC was thinking would happen, is that this area would be the area to watch for a damaging wind threat. But if we end up getting these discrete cells popping farther east and advance, well, that would be the area to watch for tornadoes, and those cells will be the ones to watch for tornadoes. But the enhanced risk, at least as I understood it, was for a consolidated line of thunderstorms, beginning with some tornado risk in Georgia, but becoming more of a damaging wind risk in upstate South Carolina.
Yeah, and the time understood
it, but isolated tornado too.
And the timing as well. It could move in the evening hours where we lose a little bit of that daylight heating. So not overly sold on the severe weather component tomorrow. We'll see how it trends overnight. But I do like the timing. In fact, that we're not moving in the biggest heating part of the day. If you look at tomorrow, highs could be in the 80s for a good portion of the Carolinas. And that's a lot of instability and fuel to work with. So with this storm moving in, overnight hours, that kind of helps us out a little bit. So.
Yeah, and just a reminder, folks, this is what the Storm Prediction Center has outlined for tomorrow, that enhanced risk tier 3 out of 5, again, for western North Carolina, portions of upstate South Carolina, tier 2 out of 5 for the foothills, most of the mountains, I-77 corridor, including Charlotte and Columbia. Also included in that slight risk, we have Hilton Head, Charleston, and then Myrtle Beach coming right in there at the changeover from the slight risk to the marginal risk for tier 1 out of 5. So Wednesday will be another day to stay weather aware. New information coming in from the National Weather Service regarding the storm earlier today in Allendale, which was at the epicenter of so many of today's storms. But the National Weather Service is now confirming that a tornado on the ground there just shy of the 4 o'clock hour today did result in at least one injury. This is the Allendale storm in Allendale County earlier. At least one person was injured with this tornado on the ground. And as Jared was alluding to just a few moments ago, the National Weather Service will be going out tomorrow to do their storm surveys, which I would imagine, based on the conversation we were just having, is going to be an extra busy day for the men and women of the National Weather Service, because they'll have some folks doing storm surveys and other folks continuing in operations with radar and warning ongoing ops, as we will be dealing with more storms across the area. And actually, with that in mind, go ahead, Scotty.
I was going to say, James, you're talking about the Allendale tornado. I'm not sure if we showed this earlier or not, but this is what it looked like.
Yeah, and this is what Chris Jackson was out chasing earlier. We had storm chaser Chris Jackson on with us here in the last 15 minutes on the Carolina Weather Net, talking about chasing these storms. And if I'm not mistaken, Allendale had multiple tornado warnings today with multiple confirmed tornadoes on the ground, and really, really kind of the epicenter of what we saw today.
That right there is not very... It's not what you expect a Carolina tornado to look like. That would be something you would expect to see, like Chris talked about, out in Texas or Oklahoma or Kansas. That's a very frightening picture and a very large tornado. So I'm sure the damage surveys will take a couple of days, as you were talking about, James, with the widespread damage. So,
well, it is interesting. National Weather Service out of Columbia, South Carolina, saying they're going to have 2 storm surveys out tomorrow on Wednesday to assess storm damage and the tornado tracks. Meanwhile, Peachtree City, the Atlanta office in Georgia, just announcing that they will be delaying their storm surveys until Thursday so that they can focus on tomorrow's severe weather threat. So it'd be curious to see what Columbia decides to do now that Atlanta has kind of set that precedent.
Yeah, and Charleston will be out tomorrow. I guess the Wilmington office may, if they get some damage reports. So a lot of and I think even I know GSP issued a few tornado warnings earlier today. I can't remember. There's been so many, if there was any confirmation of damage or anything, but they as well could realistically, I guess, send out some survey crews as well.
Yeah, we'll have to wait to see if they do that. They were another office that was certainly involved today. It's 8:47. James Brierton with Frank Strait and Scotty Powell streaming with you on the Carolina Weather Group YouTube channel. A National Weather Service in Wilmington has a severe thunderstorm warning with a tornado possible tag and a threat of 60-mile-per-hour winds for Georgetown County, South Carolina, until 9 o'clock, as we are continuing to watch what has been a monster system throughout the day. And we'll put Frank's screen up here, and he's got that warning for you. Frank, can you call out some of the towns that might be involved in this latest severe thunderstorm warning?
Okay, well, it looks as though in general, Horry County is seeing the worst of this right now, and coastal Georgetown County as well. Actually, I'm going to start in Georgetown County because that's the area that's dealing with the northern end of that bow echo feature that we saw plow across Charleston County earlier with those high-end damaging winds. The northern end of that is where you tend to see what we call a bookend vortex form, and that's exactly what's happened here. There is some rotation here. If I look at storm relative, it shows up a little bit better. This is the Charleston radar here. This stuff is inbound. This is outbound, so you have a circulation here. However, it's a broad and diffuse circulation, so I don't think we have a serious tornado threat here in Georgetown County, though we can't rule it out. There is a tornado possible tag on this severe thunderstorm warning in Georgetown County until 9 o'clock. Damaging winds, certainly a threat, especially the southern part of the county behind this bow echo. Where we have the bookend vortex is where we have to watch for a possible tornado. That's the area where we have a circulation, and also just general low-level convergence going on in Georgetown County, just pulling a lot of water together. This is a very moisture-rich air mass, so I think we're really dumping a lot of water here. And in addition to the damaging wind threat, potentially a flood threat may come up as well, because this is just kind of a slow drift eastward with this little vortex before it moves out to sea. Looking farther north into Horry County, we are dealing with a severe thunderstorm warning that covers most of Horry County, at least the western half, and maybe a little more than half of the county, and extending a little farther west. I should switch to the Wilmington radar to get a better look at what's happening there, and I'll stop this on the latest frame. Line of storms up into Columbus and Robeson County in North Carolina. and trailing southward across the rest of the Myrtle Beach area, just north of Myrtle Beach and North Myrtle, down to the Burles Inlet area as well. This is where we can see some potentially damaging winds. Just calling up the velocity. I don't see any sign of rotation here, and I don't see the tornado possible tag on this warning. So I think the primary concern is going to be for some high winds, though these trailing line of cells, there is some shear back there, and there might be a little circulation here over this far south part of Marion County, moving toward the Conway area. So that's something we'll keep an eye on. But the convection thunderstorm activity back here isn't quite as robust as what's happening a little farther east, and this is probably robbing most of the energy from the stuff happening farther west. At least that would be my theory at this point. Nonetheless, this is all tracking eastward. I'll put this back into motion. Individual cells moving northeastward, the line moving eastward, and hopefully another hour or so we'll have all of this finally offshore of South Carolina, and there's not a whole lot of severe that's been happening farther north in North Carolina. So that's hopefully good. We can call this a night before too much longer.
I think we all certainly hope that. We do have some unfortunate news in. The National Weather Service is now confirming at least one death in a storm that was over Pembroke. This is Bryan County, Georgia, around the 5:20 p.m. time this evening. National Weather Service relaying a report that one person was killed during a tornado in Pembroke. It's on the Georgia side of the border, not too far from South Carolina. So there's some unfortunate news here as the Weather Service, as Frank was just kind of alluding to, with a lot of this storm system moving out, the Weather Service is now catching up on a lot of their local storm reports, and we're beginning to get an idea of the impact of some of these storms. We have some video that David here on YouTube and on Facebook says that he shot earlier today in the Charleston area, I-20 between exits 39 and Edisto River Bridge. And let's show this video here. And this just came into us. This, again, was around that 6 o'clock hour or so. And you guys can see the impact of those severe winds snapping some of these, what look to be tall pine trees, maybe relatively healthy pine trees, based on the kind of the brightness of that inner bark. I'm no arborist by any stretch of the imagination, but Lexington area. David is correcting me. My apologies. Thank you, David, for sharing this video and letting us know. Make sure I got the right spot here. It's certainly been a very busy day, but you guys can just see. And this is the type of stuff, right, that the Weather Service is going to go out and they're going to try to storm survey, and they're going to study which way the trees fell. Did they all fall in the same direction? Was that straight line winds? Did they fall in numerous directions? Was it rotating winds possibly from a tornado? So again, David here sharing this video from the Lexington area along I-20 near exit 39, Edisto River Bridge, around the 6 o'clock hour or so. David, thank you for shooting this video. I hope that you guys are doing well, and I appreciate you sharing that with us here as we continue this Carolina WeatherNet live coverage coming up just shy of 9 o'clock Eastern time, continuing to watch a few storms roll on through the area.
Yes, indeed. That exit 39 is the Highway 178 interchange with I-26, and that's roughly where we saw the tornado debris signature earlier. So some of those broken trees, the leaves and pine needles from that were being observed by the Columbia Weather Radar.
Yeah, and that's a tricky spot, too, because it's so close to the radar. It's a bit of a catch-22, right? You want the storm to be close enough to the radar to get those low enough scans, but not so close you start getting into that blind spot.
This is what you run into when you're dealing with a radar in a fairly well urbanized area. If you're not from Richland or Lexington counties or have lived there, you probably don't realize just how much the sprawl is in that area.
Right.
And it's hilly. There's woods, as you can see from the video there. And all that together screws around with your radar beam at the lowest scan level, especially when now that the Columbia radar can scan as low as 0.2 degrees.
Wow.
That lowest scan sometimes is not picks up on too much ground clutter to really see what's happening, and that can still happen at the 0.5 degree tilt too. So sometimes you do have to look up for stuff that's closer to the radar. And that's one of the things I found out since I've moved down here over the last 7 or 8 months, is that you look at the lowest scan and you're still not really seeing what's going on because so much ground clutter is just attenuating the signal too much, and the reflectivity is sometimes not the greatest on the lowest scan just because of the amount of clutter we have.
I'm kind of surprised, and you would know this more than anybody, Frank, since you live in Columbia. But when that warning was bearing down on downtown Columbia in the airport, I never saw NWS Columbia take shelter. So I guess that's good for them. At least they didn't have to go seek shelter and hand off coverage. I would assume probably to GSP or someone like that. So that was some.
Yeah, I think GSP is their backup office.
Yeah, so
that circulation was going on a trajectory to go north of the airport. If it would have held together, it unfortunately would have gone to some very populated areas around Lexington and then farther east over toward Columbia itself. So we're glad that the storm fell apart.
We can give the all clear now in some areas where folks are looking for that comfort to go wind down their evenings, but the tornado watch has now been canceled for Berkeley and Charleston counties in South Carolina. The tornado watch has been canceled, and we already know that some of those storms are off to the north there, but then the Weather Service going ahead and catching up with some of the paperwork, if you will, to update us on the latest storm statuses here, and we can continue to see closer to that North Carolina, South Carolina line. Frank is continuing to quarry here from the Wilmington-based radar. This kind of last line of storms that's holding on here as we approach closer to the 9 o'clock hour. And these storms do have a history of producing some damage. Marion County, South Carolina, the State Highway Patrol there reports a highway blocked by a tree. And this is Highway 9 and the intersection with Snow Court that came in at about 8:09. The National Weather Service going ahead to relay that storm report as they're continuing to track that. We do also have the emergency manager reporting numerous trees down along Bay Road. This is Britton Neck's area from an earlier storm that had prompted a tornado warning, thus cleared from there. But emergency management in the Britton's Neck area along Bay Road, crews are still working to clean up trees there in Marion County. So I think we expect to probably see more of what David shared of tall trees snapped over. And I got to tell you guys that video that David shared area scares me because I have trees like that in my backyard. And it's been a constant conversation in this house of what to do with those trees.
Yeah, I'm going to have to drive over and have a look at that. That's only about 25 miles from where I live. So I'm going to have to drive over and have a look at that sometime the next few days.
And I'm sure the Weather Service would be interested in whatever it is that you find. And I'm sure they'll also be taking a drive over there to take a look at that.
Yeah, they'll be looking.
Yeah. We do have no tornado warnings right now in the Carolinas as we come
or severe thunderstorm warnings.
The severe thunderstorm warnings.
Right. As of 9 o'clock, all the warnings expire.
Yes. So we're hanging on just
We do, however, have one special weather statement in effect in southeastern North Carolina. In Columbus, Bladen, Pender, and New Hanover counties for that line of storms. It's pushing through from, it's just north of North Myrtle right now, over Myrtle Beach, the southern extent of it. Looking northeastward, goes through Longwood, Freeland, over to East Arcadia and pushing eastward. So approaching Charlotte, approaching the northwest. As it pushes through New Hanover County or into New Hanover County. And we'll be watching for some gusty winds, looking as though they're sub-severe for the moment. But there's still the shear aspect to deal with here, and we will have to watch for some sudden spin-ups. But for now, no real sign of that. So just some gusty winds and heavy rain, hopefully, as this line pushes through.
The end is near for this line. YouTube, we have Carolyn watching from Fayetteville, Missouri, asking about her grandparents and siblings in Booneville. If I've Googled this correctly, this is in Yadkin County, and I'm happy to report along I-77 corridor and the North Carolina area, not far from Virginia. All clear for tonight, Carolyn. No concern that they have tonight. You'll want to make sure that they stay weather aware and check in with them again tomorrow with more storms in the forecast here in the Carolinas. But thank you for finding the Carolina Weather Group on YouTube, and thanks for checking in with us. We do appreciate that.
So that you're just talking about that, James, about the damage in Britton Neck.
Yeah.
So I just looked back because I saved the video on my phone via radar scope, and that debris ball that moved through Anor originated in Britton's Neck.
Oh, do you think they're one and the same?
So I'm trying to connect the dots there. That could
which
be,
is exactly how storm surveys work, right? It's a lot of connected dots.
Yeah, so that could be why we saw that debris ball, because when it first popped up on radar, it was actually leaving Britton's Neck, moving towards Anor. So that could be a dot connector, I guess is what I'm trying to say.
Yeah, and the
So we'll
Weather
have to
Service will have to
see,
figure
what it's
out,
like.
is it one of the same storm? Did it pick up and drop back down? Those are all questions the experts will answer. But to clarify, based on this comment here, Scotty, all clear in that area now, right?
Yes, yeah, all clear there. Everything's good. So, but I'm replaying the CC drop on radar scope right now, and it originated just outside of Britton's Neck on 380 or 378, and then moved into Anor. So we'll have to see what the damage survey says for that. So
yeah. Our thanks being appreciated from this viewer on YouTube. We appreciate you as well. Thanks for checking in from Lexington. And what I want to try to do here is I'm going to try to just give people an idea of everything we have seen so far thus today. And boy, do we hope the bulk of this is behind us. But the map I'm about to put on the screen is overwhelming. This is a sea of spaghetti of every convective storm-based warning that has been issued today by the National Weather Service across the greater Carolina area. I do acknowledge most of Georgia is blank. I don't have them loaded here. We're just talking about the National Weather Service offices that cover the Carolinas. And you can just see how this played out in bulk of the area. I-26, I-20 South, including Augusta, including Columbia, including Florence, Myrtle Beach, Charleston, Hilton Head. I'd have to go and try to count these polygons up to get an idea of everything that played out today. But this was such a South Carolina convective event. But we did have, and you could see it there in green, those flood bulletins that were issued not only in portions of South Carolina, but also North Carolina. We were expecting some of that persistent rain. It's what we had here in Charlotte. Luckily, we didn't get anywhere near a flash flood warning or anything. These are all going to be advisories and the like. But we did have one storm report represented in the North Carolina side for some 44-mile-per-hour winds in the Greensboro. But just take a look at the day in South Carolina. That is overwhelmingly memorable.
Yeah, it's going to be something that we talk about for years to come. We were talking about it earlier, James, before you hopped on. It kind of is reminiscent of April 2020 when we had those major tornadoes. It kind of moved through the same areas. So, yeah, it's definitely going to be a day we'll probably be doing a recap show on about in a couple of months from now when all the surveys are done and everybody's allowed to take a breath. So,
yeah, just to be fair, I've added Peachtree City into this now, and you can really see how it just queues up and makes a run across the southern plains of Georgia, Columbus, Macon, Americus. Let's see who else I can call out in here. Warner Robins, of course, coming into the Savannah area, Fort Stewart. Wow. Just wow. The good news here at 9:04 is we don't have any warnings to tell you about in the Carolina area. What we are continuing to watch is the rest of this system, or at least what remains of the threat. Right now, pushing out and pushing into portions of that Wilmington area. And as Frank mentioned just a few moments ago, we're keeping an eye on a few areas to see if they can muster up any of the remaining energy to possibly try to rotate. We do have a couple bright spots on radar, a couple lightning strikes still associated with this. Nonetheless, expect some very heavy rain, gusty winds coming through the Myrtle Beach area. Not too long, we'll be able to give that all clear in Myrtle Beach, just a couple more minutes there. And then, of course, coming into that Wilmington, Carolina Beach, Oak Island area here as we continue to keep an eye on that. A question from our good friend Mac and Cheese on YouTube, talking about isolated tornadoes tomorrow. Frank Strait, thank you very much for your coverage today from Columbia, South Carolina. We will look for your DNR updates.
Y'all have a good night. See you tomorrow.
See you, Frank.
Will the foothills be affected tomorrow? Yes, we can expect to be monitoring for the possibility of an isolated tornado or two tomorrow, but also, Mac and Cheese, into the overnight hours into early Thursday. I mean, I go to bed every night, Scotty, with the weather radio plugged in. It's always there, and I think you do the same thing. But it will be an overnight threat as well through portions of the Carolinas. So not only Wednesday during the day, Wednesday night into Thursday morning.
If everything verifies forecast-wise, I was just doing it a little bit during our coverage. Tomorrow is going to be a beautiful day. I mean, temperatures could be close to 80 and, in the area. And you're going to be thinking, what kind of severe weather are we talking about? It would
right.
It looks to me moving in after sunset through the overnight hours. So tomorrow day, everything looks to be pretty good, partly cloudy skies, warm temperatures all across the area from the mountains all the way through the Piedmont. It's the tomorrow night, evening, overnight hours that we'll be monitoring the severe weather threat. And it just depends, sometimes we hang on to that instability once the sun sets and sometimes we don't. So we'll just have to kind of see how this line plays out. I don't anticipate a major tornado outbreak like we saw today in South Carolina. This may be more of a damaging wind threat because this is being associated with a cold front. Now, if we see any individual cells pop up ahead of the main line, that is where our tornado threat would be. But I think tomorrow's major concern or main concern will be the damaging wind threat that happens in the overnight hours. But remember, James and I have told you this till we're blue in the face. Wind is wind, and it'll do damage no matter if it's rotating or blowing in a straight line. Anything over 60 miles per hour can start to create damage. So it's a great idea to have that weather radio on and have multiple ways to receive alerts. And if a warning is issued for your area, just know where to go and hunker down. Thankfully, like tonight, these storms are pretty quick moving, so it should be in and out in no time. But it is scary. It's always scary to have a severe weather event overnight. A lot of people are asleep and not as aware as they would be during the daytime hours. So it's something we'll watch and we'll keep you updated. But, definitely a chance for some severe weather in the foothills tomorrow evening into the overnight hours. We'll watch it play out tomorrow. We'll definitely be giving some updates out on our social media platforms. So be sure to follow us on Twitter and Facebook, and we'll be doing another one of these tomorrow evening, which tells me I need to talk with James off the air if we need to cancel our interview tomorrow and reschedule. So we'll see.
Maybe.
It's actually a fitting. Yeah, it's actually a fitting interview. We're going to be talking to Bruce Jones, who heads Midland Weather Radio. So it kind of ties in with what we're going to talk about. But if the weather's going to be kind of crazy, we may need to put our attention on that and see if we can do our interview later on.
I'm going to ask, maybe you can help Will here with his question about the significant tornado parameter for tomorrow. And if you've got that to pull up, I just want to reiterate for folks what I think we can anticipate on Thursday. Sunny blue skies, beautiful warm day. And most of you might even go, what storms? I didn't get any storms. It's going to be a bit more discreet. So while unlike today, lots of people saw lots of heavy rain. So everyone went, yeah, it was a crummy day. Tomorrow, some people might go, oh, the forecast didn't verify. But meanwhile, 10 miles down the road, they might get a supercell and have a completely different day with regards to heavy rain, lightning, wind, and a possible tornado. So just keep that in mind tomorrow, especially if you're traveling. We had a question earlier, and I don't know if they're still with us tonight, but Abigail is going to be flying tomorrow to Utah from the North Charleston airport. And I think the timing is going to be that same thing. If you just happen to miss time based on one or two cells moving through the area, or even your aircraft coming into North Charleston from an area that happened to see a storm and got backed up, it's going to be very hit or miss. And we know that nationwide today, a lot of the airports were operating with delays because of either weather happening here or weather happening elsewhere in the country that was disrupting those planes trying to get here. So Will on YouTube is asking about the significant tornado parameter for tomorrow, one of the factors that we look at when we try to forecast what it will possibly be like tomorrow. And what do you got here, Scotty, for us?
Yeah, so I always like to use the HRR, but it is just now coming in, so we don't have all the data. I just heard a beep in my ear, so I want to make sure.
Yeah, I'm watching.
Okay, so I don't have. This is the NAM. I like to use the HRR, but it's just now coming in, so we don't have all the data in yet. So here's our time step. We'll start tomorrow about 10 a.m. and this is the STP, the significant tornado parameter. So let's go to about 2-3 o'clock. We can see some indices around 1, but let's look at the radar and see if there's anything there, which you will see. There will not be any. Should not be anything there. You see the radar's pretty clear. We see a few little isolated showers developing.
So we've got the fuel, but we don't have the storms to kind of go with that fuel just yet.
We got the fuel. We just don't have the lift that we need to get these storms going. So as we go into the 7-8 o'clock time frame, you can see there's some 1s and some 2s and some 3s. Those are concerning, but it's really when you get 5 and above is when it really piques your interest. So let's look at the radar here, and we'll kind of look and see what's going on here. This is where, again, we see some cells up here in the PD region, maybe over here in southeastern North Carolina. But we have a lot of STP, but we don't have a lot of returns up here in North Carolina, the foothills, the Piedmont. Here's our line of storm. So here's our cold front. And again, this is at 8 p.m. It's just now moving into the Knoxville area. So we will go back to our STP. And let's stop this about 12 a.m. This is midnight. And you can see this is going to be associated with that cold front. You can kind of see how this is in a line.
Yeah, look at that, like Tallulah Gorge area of Georgia. It's like got a 5 in there with the lift. Yeah.
So there's your line, your cold front moving in. Now, anything that develops these right here, this is Iredell County. Here's up in the Piedmont Triad. Here's the South Mountains. Now, I'm not circling these and saying this is where tornadoes are going to form, but these are what you want to watch. These are those discrete cells that kind of develop ahead of this main line. So let's put that main line in motion. Here's 1 a.m., 2 a.m., 3 a.m., 4 a.m., 5 a.m. You can see that line slowly moving through Greensboro, back towards Charlotte, Greenville, South Carolina. But you can kind of see where these deep reds are. But as we get further into the morning, we start to lose those deep reds and we get more oranges and yellows. That's showing us that those storms are weakening. And
this
then
is
as
like
we get
Wednesday, two weeks ago.
Yeah. And so here's Thursday morning at 8 a.m., 9 a.m., 10 a.m. That line really fizzles out until it gets to the immediate coast. And by then we're at 3 p.m. and you can see up here near the North Carolina-Virginia line, we're going to get more energy instability to work with, and we could see some stronger storms off to the east. So again, is there a chance that we see tornadoes tomorrow? I'm not going to rule it out, but as you can see that the instability and the parameters are not really lining up with the moisture that's moving in. Now, could the line move up faster, speed up faster? It could. Could it slow down even more? It could. So we will monitor that throughout tonight, through tomorrow morning, and we will continue to update it. But right now, I think my biggest concern, and I think James will share it with me, is that really that damage and wind threat that's associated with that line of storms that's moving in. But we'll see. We'll see how much instability we have to work with. And I know everybody hates me when I say this on this show, but it's really, we'll get into nowcasting tomorrow and we'll see where those pockets of instability develop, and where that happens. That's where we'll monitor those storms and see what develops. So
we don't hate you, but yes, because if we get those two things to start tangling together in the right timing and the right mixing, that would really be where the problem arises. So It's not out of the question because the pieces are there. We just need them to cross pollinate at the right time. Yeah,
it's kind of like baking a cake. You got to have all the ingredients and you got to mix it together at the right time.
I know nothing about baking a cake
to get it going. So we'll see how it works out. Again, the best way, as James said, the best way to be prepared is when you go to bed tomorrow night, have that weather radio on, have a way to get an alert, keep your phone notifications turned up, and, we'll be watching and see what happens.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, those noises you heard a few moments ago, Scotty Powell, were more tornado watches being canceled.
It's good.
And so we can give the all clear now. Florence, Georgetown, Horry, Marion, and Williamsburg counties in South Carolina, the tornado watch has been canceled. Tornado watch is being continued in North Carolina for Brunswick, Columbus, and New Hanover counties until midnight, associated with this last little line of storms that is trying to push its way out. We got reflectivity on the left, velocity on the right, rain on the left, wind on the right. And really what we're watching for is if any of these things can overachieve. Now, it's going to be a lot harder for it here than it was earlier in the day, as we've lost, obviously, a lot of the heating of the day, that key element that Scotty was just talking about for tomorrow in those beautiful sunny skies we'll be seeing. But the Weather Service obviously is continuing to keep an eye on it as they're continuing that tornado watch for another 3 hours or so. But really, if we zoom on out, you can see that luckily this is kind of all that remains here in the Carolinas tonight, as we will soon be turning the page to look ahead to tomorrow's storm recovery in places like Allendale County, South Carolina, and at places elsewhere across the Carolinas that could continue to see a storm threat. Let's talk about some of those heavy rains that fell. 2.5 inches of rain fell in Fort Mill, causing flooding near the home of Will Silvers, a loyal viewer on YouTube. And I will say that was much of the same of what I saw across the Charlotte area at about the 5 o'clock hour. We had already seen over an inch of rain. So Little Sugar Creek in Uptown beginning to crest and flood the Greenway, which it's designed to do. We have other flood prone spots like Addison Drive in South Charlotte along McMullen Creek. That McMullen Creek began to flow over the roadway there. So that was not unexpected. And that's certainly what we saw. Again, we got lucky here in Charlotte. We didn't get any sort of flash flood warning or anything like that. I thought we might, but we managed to handle the heavy rain, although I'm sure that evening rush hour for folks was no fun. You guys were in live coverage. I didn't leave work until 6:30 or so and caught the tail end of it as the heavy rain was moving out and the traffic was winding down. Let's see what else we've got going on here as we are continuing at about 9:20. We're just keeping an eye for a few moments longer. I don't anticipate that Scotty and I will be here until midnight, until the conclusion of the tornado watch.
I hope not.
We got another long day ahead of us tomorrow. But we're just hanging around an extra few moments because it was about that 9 o'clock hour where the last of the warnings went down. The last of the severe thunderstorm warnings went down. The last of the tornado warnings had discontinued during the 8 o'clock hour. And now the Weather Service is starting to send in some of those initial storm reports. And that's kind of why I'm hanging on here, Scotty, because I just kind of want to start to get a preliminary assessment for what occurred across the Carolinas today. And I think we'd have to start in Allendale County with one injury reported here during a tornado Tuesday afternoon at about 4 o'clock. We had a tornado emergency. That is chief of all severity when it comes to the catastrophic scenarios that a tornado could possibly bring. Allendale County 911 Center relaying that a firefighter had reported the tornado on the ground near U.S. Highway 301 and Revolutionary Trail. No damage report was immediately available, but we do know then as that tornado continued past the airport down towards downtown Allendale, we did later on get the report of one injury. We had a mobile home that was destroyed here near Barton, South Carolina. Tornado damage also here in Barton, destroyed at least another home and lots of trees down. The Weather Service will go down there tomorrow and we'll find out, Scotty, exactly how many homes and trees were potentially damaged. Those tornadoes, and yes, plural, then continuing to the north and east here in Elmer, indicated tornado debris signature. That's that CC we talk about, the coefficient on the radar, extreme northeastern Allendale County. The National Weather Service continuing to track that tornado on the ground producing damage. Earlier today, now about 6:10, social media reporting a tornado on the ground near Highway 301 as it was continuing to move to the north and the east. As it moved then into portions of Bamberg County, we had again multiple tornadoes on the ground here on this Tuesday, and that is the sea of red polygons you see one on top of another. Tornado crossing here at about 6:45 across ground crossing Highway 21. It was on the ground here according to the emergency management. Tornado on the ground again near Roseville a few minutes later. We have a debris report near Bowman at 5 o'clock, a a solar farm that has suffered damage, and that was a rotation on the radar in this area at this time. And before I skip too far past it, near Branchville, tornado on the ground at 4:51. So again, at about 4:51 here in Branchville, South Carolina, tornado on the ground, and then at 6:45, tornado on the ground near Roseville. So I mean, just imagine, Scotty, living out this way today. You're dodging multiple polygons, seeking shelter multiple times.
I think, James, I know the first one was the tornado emergency.
Mm-hmm.
And I think we had another circulation that came through after the initial tornado emergency. And then 2 additional tornadoes that was in the vicinity of Allendale. I think one over Sycamore and then one up into Eula, I believe is the town name. Or Omo, or one of the 2. I can't remember now. There was so many areas being covered.
It was one of these red polygons.
Yeah, I mean, just look at that. That's it's amazing to see that. And
yeah,
I know we had that one fatality in Georgia, and I know we had one injury here in South Carolina, and I hope everybody else was able to get out. Just a sad situation, and as big as those tornadoes were, I hope most of them was over vacated land and no real not a lot of property damage, because that one tornado we showed you just a little bit ago, that was a massive tornado.
Massive. Take a look at some of these storm reports on the Georgia side of the border from 5:20 or so. People are trapped inside damaged homes, and that's why we tell you to seek shelter inside a sturdy home. People being trapped, that's bad news. But that means these people are being alive and they're being extracted from these homes, hopefully because they went to their safe place, that lowest level, most interior wall. And ironically, tomorrow is Safe Place Selfie Day. Right. Yeah, tomorrow is Safe Place Selfie Day. So what the Weather Service is asking for, what Weather Ready Nation is asking for, what Carolina Weather Group is asking for, is for you to go to your safe place at home, at school, at work, snap a selfie, hashtag Safe Place Selfie Day, and say, this is where I go to seek shelter. For me, I don't have a basement here in Charlotte, but I do have a closet. It's in the interior first floor of the house. It's underneath the stairs, and that's where I go, and I keep the bike helmets there on days where I'm expecting severe weather. So if you'd like to join us tomorrow, if today wasn't a reminder enough, maybe tomorrow's social media day will be. We did have some flash flooding. Not all too surprising in Columbia, where that USGS webcam is placed strategically at Rocky Branch Creek in the 5 Points area. And Frank was talking about this earlier, the tornado here that came out of Leesville, South Carolina. Motorists reporting a tornado along Interstate 20. And this was some of that video that David shared with us as well, as it was crossing into Lexington County. One injury here, tornado at the intersection of Huckleberry Finn and Holders Road, trees down on houses and roads. So this was in South Carolina a little earlier, about 5:39, from a possible tornado that was on the ground there. The Weather Service will go ahead and confirm these when they get out to do their hefty storm reports. We did have, as Will pointed out, tornado in York and Chester counties earlier today. No storm damage associated with that. That was the tornado that was the tornado warning furthest north today. This one was playing a little outside the lines. And we did have a flood report, though, of a bridge on Saluda Drive that was underwater near Highway 324, which is more or less what much of the Charlotte area, the Raleigh area, the Greensboro area saw today, was all flooding. We will await further storm reports from the National Weather Service in the Myrtle Beach area, but it's too early there, as they're just now moving out and kind of assessing what this system brought. We can essentially say that if you are on the right side of this line, you are all clear, as this system is now moved out of Myrtle Beach, has really truthfully moved out of South Carolina, and really just is now bringing some heavy rain, gusty winds to the Wilmington area. And Scotty and I are keeping a close eye on radar here to see if we can detect any sort of rotation in the radar. We're not really picking anything up that is terribly troublesome with regards to rotation. But to quote the great Scotty Powell, wind is wind. And so we can see radar detected winds here of 70 miles per hour on tilt 1 out of the Wilmington radar. These are pretty low to the ground here, as it will soon be moving into the coastal areas, into Wilmington, as we're continuing to move off to the east. 70 mile per hour winds, if that was mixing down to the ground, that is winds gusting to near hurricane force as it's moving into that greater Wilmington area. So we'll keep a close eye on this. And wow, Scotty, look at some of these winds here in this latest radar scan. I think.
Yeah, and remember, folks, there's a lot of heavy rain out there, too. So you get these gusty winds, 50, 60 miles per hour in saturated soil. You know, it doesn't take a lot for trees to come down. So be mindful of that if you're out traveling tonight. I know Jared was talking about a lot of power outages in the Charleston area where they saw 60 to 70 mile per hour wind gusts. So, you know, that wind is nothing to mess with. You want to take it serious.
And I'm having a little bit of a weather flashback because do you remember, I think it was 2021, we had that tornado come on shore near Oak Island. It can continue to the north. And we were talking about how it was blinded by the radar.
Yeah.
So we're looking at radar.
Right there, just south of Charlotte. There's some, I can't remember how many pine trees.
Pine trees or something in here, right?
I know Gannon Medwick could tell you the exact number of pine trees that
sure
are
could, right? So it kind of...
theme.
It decreases the authenticity of what we're looking at, right? So when I see a lightning strike out here in a little rotation and it looks mild, I'm like second guessing whether or not I should dismiss it because of what we've seen previously. Now that storm, you know, ended up doing a pretty good run when it came on shore last year.
Oh yeah, it was an EF2 or EF3. It was significant. It was. I remember Governor Cooper was there, and it hit on a golf course, and there were numerous homes that were totally destroyed. So that's fun. So we're watching this area here, and again, some gusty winds moving into the Cape Fear region of North Carolina. So Theodorus Walker asking about Onslow County, and I hope you guys can hear me. My AirPods are going dead. Asking about Onslow County. We'll have to continue to watch Onslow County as this line continues to push off the coast. That is where we could see some gusty thunderstorms develop. Again, a tornado watch out for the Wilmington area, but that does not include Onslow County. But you know, we'll continue to monitor that. Can't rule out some gusty winds in that area. Will Sivers talking about some rain in the Fort Mill area, caused some flooding near his house. 2.5 inches of rain fell in that area. So that's a good report. Thank you for that. Sorry there was some flooding there, but that's what happens when we see a lot of these big thunderstorms move through with a lot of heavy rain. I'm going to disconnect my AirPods for just a second. Okay, so they're disconnected. So anyways, let's see. Can you pull up? Okay, we already did the tornado parameters. York County got a tornado warning, around 3 no reports of damage from what I saw. Yeah, there was a tornado warning up there near McConnell's and Lowry's, but no damage or anything like that I know of. And I'm sure James would have heard of any damage up in that area. So that was a tornado warning. Thankfully, nothing coming from it. And we're starting to get more and more reports out of the Weather Service here of some damage reports here in Charleston near Johns Island. Reports of trees down on Brownswood Road. So we're going to continue to see these damage reports file in to the local forecast offices as people are out and about this evening and overnight doing some damage surveys. And again, the National Weather Service, at least in Columbia, will be sending out 2 storm survey teams tomorrow to assess the damage from multiple tornado tracks. Surveys will likely continue through the week given the number of potential tornadic storms across the area today. So the Weather Service asking for patience as the assessments of the damage take place, and they'll get out any preliminary reports as soon as they can, and continue to relay any damage reports. If you live in the Midlands of South Carolina, continue to relay those damage reports to the National Weather Service as they continue to get through this event and get through this event and survey those damage reports. So again, we're looking at these storms. Nothing besides some gusty winds out there near the Wilmington area, down towards Bald Head Island, Oak Island, Atlantic Beach, Sunset Beach, along the Emerald Coast of North Carolina. So the severe weather threat, thankfully, coming to an end. Tornado watches have been canceled all for South Carolina. The only locations now under a tornado watch would be the Wilmington metro area, and that goes until midnight. But I would assume once this line gets through the area, those will be allowed to expire too. And the backside of that rain is coming through the Brunswick up into the Brunswick area, and that will quickly move out of that area into the Atlantic Ocean, and then this event will be coming to an end. But again, a very crazy day across the area with lots of damage reports from damaging winds and tornadoes. So we will continue to monitor those and give out any of the latest updates. Another report coming in from Colton County. South Carolina Highway Patrol reported trees down near the intersection of Southern Charm Road and Azalea Patch Road, just outside of Ruffin, South Carolina. So again, we're going to continue to see these reports file in throughout the evening. There was that one report there in Anor earlier this evening where we saw that CC drop. WMBF reporter is out in the Dog Bluff community and has reported some pretty sizable limbs and at least one tree down on PD Road near Clay Hill Road in the Juniper Bay Road area of Dog Bluff, which is just outside of Anor. So that area also seeing some damage. So we got a new severe thunderstorm watch, a severe thunderstorm warning. This is for Brunswick County. This will go until 10 p.m. And you will probably see that populate here in just a second. This is going to be for Brunswick County. Again, the main concern right now would be damage and winds up to 60 miles per hour. This includes Charlotte, Sunset Beach, and Carolina Shores. Kind of that area that we were just talking about with the tornado that came on shore a couple years ago. That's going to be right along the immediate coast there, coming into Charlotte. So we'll watch that area as it continues to move into Brunswick County in North Carolina. So again, we are watching this system come to wind down. But again, severe weather threat possible again tomorrow. We'll watch that as well. So seeing some heavy rainfall totals come in as well. There's some pretty big numbers coming in out of the Columbia area where we saw some flash flooding earlier. So that again is another thing that we've been facing with this system. But again, pretty busy day for the Carolinas. One that I think that we will continue to talk about for days to come as the storm surveys continue, and we'll really see the scope of what these tornadoes produced here in South Carolina. Thankfully, we've only heard of one injury in South Carolina. I'm not sure the extent of that injury, but we did hear one injury in South Carolina. Unfortunately, one fatality in Georgia occurring near the Savannah area from the storm system. And so hopefully we won't hear of any more injuries or fatalities from the system. So pretty significant weather event that's moved through. We're going to watch another weather event move through Wednesday night into Thursday morning. Again, we could see some damaging winds, some flash flooding, possibility of seeing some tornadoes as well through the area. So again, what you're seeing right now on radar is that one severe thunderstorm warning near Charlotte. This is coming on shore near Carolina Shores and Sunset Beach. This is a severe thunderstorm capable of producing 60-mile-per-hour winds. No real health threat from that, which is good with this. So let's see. Wilmington, again, no updates on that severe weather, severe thunderstorm warning, but just the 60-mile-per-hour wind gust possible with this storm moving into Brunswick County, and that's a warning goes until 10 p.m. tonight. So thankfully, there's I'm looking through Twitter here to see if I see any damage reports or any videos that we can share, just because wow, here's one from Pembroke, Georgia. This is some security camera of a tornado. Maybe we can get that posted up here in just a minute, but this is some pretty intense video here from, it looks like a Tesla dealership of a tornado moving through the area. Let me see if we can get this video up on our screen. Again, this was in Georgia, but this was moving into South Carolina. Again, this is from a dealership in Pembroke, Georgia, where this tornado occurred. And I see James is back. So James, I was looking through Twitter here and came across this video, not in the Carolinas, but close enough, that kind of shows you this tornado.
Wow. That looks like something out of a video game.
Yeah, this is at a Tesla dealership, I believe. But look at the damage. I mean, you can see.
This is video from a Tesla car.
Yeah, I guess. Yeah. You're right. You're right.
You're right, because does this not look like a video game?
It kind of is a resemblance of that, but
wow.
As you can see, this is a tornado that hit through Pembroke. This eventually went into the southern part of South Carolina, but my goodness, look at just the trees and the debris
just picking stuff up and throwing it. And this is why we say you got to go inside a sturdy structure, because it just becomes. And the tree line is just damaged there. Flying projectiles. That's insane. Georgia got hit hard today.
And I'm sure as tomorrow, as we go throughout the day tomorrow, we're going to see more pictures. People will be able to get drones and stuff up and really get a real big scope of the damage of these tornadoes and the paths they took. So it'll be interesting as we see probably more pictures and videos come out over the next day or so of this event. But again, James, one of our viewers here, Will Silver, said he had 35 warnings to his count today. So I'm not sure.
Based on all those polygons we had up before, and I'm sure you touched on this a few moments ago. We do have a severe thunderstorm warning now that's in effect, kind of right over the Wilmington radar site. But what's interesting about this, and we were just talking to Frank Strait about this within the past hour or so. Where did it go? I was going to talk about how it was in that cone of silence. It was really hard to see the potential precipitation on the left, because I was noticing all of this back here was still in the warning, but there wasn't a lot of rain showing up. And I wasn't sure if it was because of the altitude and the tilt, or if they were just trying to compensate for all the wind. Again, 60-mile-per-hour winds here that are coming on shore near Sunset Beach. I don't know where the reflectivity went. Is this radar still online?
Let's see. There we go. Yeah, it's moving out. I mean, I think they've warned it just because of the wind factor, not really a lot of lightning or heavy rain. Just the wind
winds coming on shore. Or really, which direction is this moving? Is this on shore, or is this more like due east here? Let's put this into motion. It's thinking. It's probably going to pull up way too many frames. But nonetheless, we'll be able to take a look at this. Again, this is just to the west side of Wilmington, Holden Beach, Carolina Shores. And looking at radar over the past, this is going to be a long walk here from 8:20, 8:30 now. You can see the line of storms continuing to move to the north and the east. Lots of lightning at 9 o'clock hour across longs. And then coming up here to about real time, you can see again. Okay, so this is kind of riding the coast. These heavy winds riding the coast out here, and I know this is farther away from the radar site, which is why it's so doesn't have a warning attached to it. But I'm gonna guess it's plenty windy right now in places like Northwest as well.
Oh yeah, and looking out just outside of Holden Beach down there towards the bottom of your screen there, James. That's some rotation out over the ocean. That'll thankfully stay out into the ocean. But I'm sure our friend over on the Frying Pan Shoals, he's probably getting a gusty breeze blowing through the area there.
Here's a live look at Wilmington from WeatherStem, and you can see just look how fast those clouds are moving.
Yeah,
you can just see them almost like it's a time lapse here.
Yes, it is. It is a windy night along the coastal areas. I was looking at some of the surface observations for you folks who are interested in the warm weather tomorrow. The warm front is moving into the Charlotte area now. The temperature has risen to 63 degrees now in Charlotte, 63 in Monroe, 61 in Concord. But if you go up to Hickory, it is 61, Statesville 61, but Morganton, Rutherford County into Asheville, it's still in the low to mid 50s. So that warm front surging to the north tonight. So that is where our source of warm air for tomorrow will be coming from. But again, looking at that warm front, you could really see those south winds kicking in over the Charlotte metro area into Concord, Lincolnton, Statesville. Still in the 50s up in Greensboro and Winston-Salem. So the warm front's not got that far yet for now. But
it's going to be one of those weird nights where as the hour gets later, the temperature goes up as it's supposed to
be, or at least they kind of level. But yeah, you'll see some temperature increase.
It's a much different environment than where we've been the last couple of nights, trying to help the wife bring in all the plants.
That's right. Yeah, we go from frost advisories over the weekend to lows in the 60s a couple of days later. So
that'll be this coming weekend again on the other side of the second cold front.
Unfortunately, I'm ready to wrap up the cold temperatures, to be honest with you. So,
yeah. We are continuing to watch the severe thunderstorm warning, and I accidentally had weather chat on the screen. My apologies to the federal government. But they were talking about what we were talking about before. Is it those products, the radar, being able to interpret the data so close to the radar site? They were also kind of watching some of that rotation offshore. Nothing too concerning right now, but they did go ahead and issue that severe thunderstorm warning for the potential of damaging winds. And again, this is going to be coming into Wilmington here in the next a little bit. But really, if we were to put a storm track on this, this will be out of here and clear Wilmington in that 10 o'clock hour. And so it'll be a much calmer night for Wilmington once they get through this next hour or so. We do have, I think, the slightest of tornado watches still in effect.
Yeah, I think it's like the Wilmington Metro. Yeah,
it's like 3 counties: Brunswick, Columbus, and New Hanover. Congratulations, you've won yourself Tornado Watch 99, which continues until midnight.
Let's see. So, no, we want Tornado Watch 100. I doubt will be issued over the Carolinas. We'll probably get one earlier tomorrow than when the storms move through our area. But it's hard to believe. I mean, I don't know what the average is, but 100 tornado watches by the 1st of April. That seems to be a pretty busy severe weather season.
Where's Jared when you need him? He's probably resting. Yeah, this tornado watch goes for the cities of Boiling Spring Lakes. This goes for Long Beach, Oak Island, Southport, Sunset Beach, Whiteville, Wilmington. And I guess we could say Frying Pan Shoals. Why not?
Yes. Yeah. We know our buddy.
He's technically not in the jurisdiction of the Department of Commerce.
Yeah, he's what 30 miles off, which we have jurisdiction of 25, so just far enough off. So
right.
It's international territory out there.
International territory. We're continuing to watch storm reports come on in. Weather Service is trying to catch up with a lot of these.
Yeah, these some wind, 63 mile per hour wind gust out over a buoy just off of the Charleston area.
Yeah, that what we were seeing before on that College of Charleston camera, we're gonna upload that as a standalone video. We were just rolling on it. You guys had it on the air here, probably about 8 o'clock, and I just recorded on it as you were streaming it live, and I mean, it was dark. It was gloomy. It looked like a movie set.
I want to this is pull this up here. This is from Liz Lightman. who works at the Storm Prediction Center.
Okay.
And she's talking about she was responsible for doing some of the long-term products this week. And just the evolution of the severe weather, day 4, day 5, and then day 3, day 2, day 1. And I mean, the SPC really did well with this forecast. I mean, you can definitely tell once we got to day 4 that carried that Georgia, a little bit of South Carolina, but then we got into day 3 and day 2. I mean, you could almost argue with as many tornado reports we had today, they could actually went a little bit higher. That was
yeah, I think that's the only, and we're being overly critical, right? But you guys talked about it in that 7:00 hour, where from the time Jared was doing an update on the Carolina Weather Group platforms last night, and even into this morning, he was still talking about an enhanced threat, but the 10% chance of a tornado in the hatch that the Weather Service will put out, the Storm Prediction Center will put out on the map to say this area is the area to focus on, that still was in Alabama and Georgia until the early afternoon update, when the Storm Prediction Center updated their outlook and inched the enhanced, inched the hatch, inched that 10% chance into southern South Carolina. And I would say that verified. And then some.
Yeah, I definitely agree with that. I mean, we always joke around here when we see the enhanced or moderate, we're always, oh, well, there it goes. The severe weather threat seems to die off, but today it was spot on. So major kudos to all the folks in Norman, Oklahoma who put the products out. And it was a very well forecasted and advertised event. And, we'll continue to watch the event tomorrow. And then after that, we get a little bit of break in the weather. So signs pointing to next week where we have Atlantic high building in after a cold weekend. We have one of those southeast ridges building in for the week, and we could see temperatures return back into the 70s and possibly 80s next week. So it looks like next week will definitely be pretty warm as we go into the Easter holiday. And I know a lot of folks may have spring break coming up over the next week or two. So if you have spring break next week or Easter break or whatever your schools are doing, you may have a decent warm week to enjoy the weather outside if you can avoid the pollen. And I know that's kind of hard to do right now. So
did I take my Claritin today? I don't think I did. Eek.
It bothered me for a couple of weeks. So I'm ready for pollen season. I was in Myrtle Beach and I was worried down there that the pollen would be even worse, but all the trees and the leaves bloomed out. So this weekend I had no issues. Everything was already greened up and not a lot of pollen. And then you get back into North Carolina and I started sneezing and coughing. I was like, oh, well, I'm back to where the pollen's at. So
yes, it's bad, isn't it?
It is.
It is April the 5th. I can't believe it's April already. You were just talking about how it is almost annual tradition that we get severe weather right around that Easter time. So we'll be keeping a close eye on that to see what it is that that storm system manages to put together. And we'll wait to see even what tomorrow brings. I see Lisa on Facebook's asking where, and I was trying to figure out what she was replying to in case we could be of any help, Lisa. I don't see what you're replying to. I just see where ? But we're happy to try to answer that for you here, as I think, Scotty, we're going to finally get some rest as we will gear up again for another severe day tomorrow.
Yes, we can definitely do that. I think I know that severe warning continues, but everything looks to be kind of okay with that. So I am good with getting some rest if you are.
Yeah, and I'm wondering if they're going to go ahead and let this drop.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me. Yeah, it's got like 10 minutes, but I wouldn't be surprised if.
Yeah, I mean, I'm fine. I what's 10 more minutes? I can sit here for 10 more minutes if you want to go start to recharge your batteries. That's totally fine. I will give a shout out to you guys here at the Carolina Weather Group. I kind of came in the ninth inning. And we had Scotty Powell, we had Jared Smith, with Frank Strait, we had Shea Gibson doing coverage throughout the afternoon, and Jared did an update last night forecasting for you all on YouTube, and then he released an audio podcast update exclusively for audio listeners of the Carolina Weather Group this morning. So as you were driving to work or maybe on your lunch break, you just wanted a few minutes, Jared's very soothing radio voice letting you know what the latest was as of this morning. So we'll try to do something the same. Lisa says she was replying to Anthony's comment about a tornado flipping cars. Oh, I got you. Yes. And I know, Scotty, you had some video that you showed a few moments ago from Georgia. I don't remember seeing any flipping cars, but it was video recorded by a car, by a Tesla, and there was a tornado passing by. I'm not sure if that's what Anthony was referring to or not. Maybe they're two separate things. But nonetheless, I can kind of reiterate that a little bit.
Looks like I want to pull this up right quick. This is I remember through our coverage tonight, mentioning the town of Branchville, South Carolina, and it looks like to me this looks kind of like a
backstop.
Yeah, backstop. I'm not sure if it's at a high school or maybe a sports complex or something like that, but definitely some damage there from the wind. You can't tell if it's a straight line or not, just seeing this picture, but it does show you that's got to be some powerful wind to knock over a backstop there. So
yeah, it's probably a structure that doesn't have much support, but I mean, you look at the way the winds blew. I'm not sure if it's one or two backstops here. This also seems to maybe be a structure in front of it. I don't know if we're looking at the back of a dugout or if we're looking at something else. And then, of course, just that ponding of water as well.
Yeah, a lot of rain there. So
yeah, we have a viewer with on YouTube. BDS Aviation Photography, gusty winds here at Wilmington International Airport. Most certainly, thank you for that report. And we can kind of start to see some of these, at least radar interpreted wind gusts now pushing that 60 mile per hour threshold. This is a little bit further away from the radar site and a little bit higher up. But we'll wait to see exactly whether or not the Weather Service warns for any of these wind threats. This is kind of the last hurrah, if you will. We do have special weather statements that continue a little bit further north, all the way up that I-40 corridor. Now, the winds here will be, I think, a little... Let's change perspectives here and just take a look here. This is to the east of Smithfield and Clinton, because what I was trying to get a better idea of, Scotty, was what this guy right here was up to as some of the higher radar tilts were trying to do. Maybe a little something there near Warsaw, but about 50 mile per hour winds. Yeah. But yeah, we're not really seeing the winds coming together. We're seeing an intense ball of wind. But I'm not sure if I see it rotating. But we are kind of watching this last line of storms that's pushing off here to the east. It's not severe. And it's actually technically not even in the tornado watch, right? Because the tornado watch is like...
That's correct.
It's like just right there.
Yep.
It's like, that's it. That's all that's left.
I got a picture here, Mount Pleasant pulled up. We're going to probably see a lot of these pictures over the next coming days. Tree on a car. So that's Mount Pleasant near the Charleston area. So this from Joshua Duncan. So I'm afraid that's going to be something that we see a lot of over the coming hours and throughout the day tomorrow. So
there'll be a lot of people trying to do insurance claims and another unknown subset of people trying to take advantage of people doing insurance claims.
And there'll be some busy insurance folks, no doubt about that.
Yeah. South Carolina, home to the Insurance Institute, the place where the insurance industry does a lot of their ratings, right? So if your home's going to get an insurance credit because it has these shingles that's tested in South Carolina, or you're going to get X amount of value in this claim because the winds were estimated to be XYZ, that was determined in South Carolina. So pretty cool thing we have here in the Carolinas. As we've been talking, I'm going to go ahead and publish on YouTube about 10 minutes of raw video that we recorded from the webcam overlooking downtown Charleston from the College of Charleston. This is about the what did I say? 8 o'clock hour, I think it was, of some of those just like wicked winds that came rolling on through earlier and put on quite the light show. I can actually roll some of it here on our live stream. No, I cannot. But it will be on our YouTube channel. It was very impressive. And very, very windy. So I'm sure lots of people across the Carolinas saw something to that effect today, and we'll be watching for the chance again of severe weather tomorrow. And the severe thunderstorm warning is about to fall off the map. So Brunswick County, have a good night, as that polygon is about to fall off the map. And I think that's where Scotty Powell and I will leave our coverage, because that is the warning. The only one on the board right now. It's about to fall off the board. The tornado watch up for just 3 counties. I'm going to go ahead and be a betting man, is also about to be dropped, because the threat is just about moved out from there. If you're new to the Carolina Weather Group, thanks so much for tuning in tonight. We will be back tomorrow with continuing coverage of severe weather across the Carolinas. We are a weekly Wednesday web show. We're talking to newsmakers in the industries of weather, science, technology, and more. And then we provide special coverage on nights just like tonight, where we are in the midst of severe weather season. Don't forget, tomorrow's Safe Place Selfie Day. Can't think of a day any more fitting than the day after a tornado outbreak for all of us to reassess where our safe place is. And we've seen Scotty's. He sometimes takes us there during live coverage.
That's right. And we saw tonight Jared's I don't think he was on, James.
I was listening.
Jared's weather radio went off a couple of times. So just shows you we practice what we preach here.
We do. I've got a weather radio as well. And we hope you at home do, whatever manufacturer it may be from. But I know Scotty was mentioning earlier, we've got an interview that'll be forthcoming from the folks in Midland who make a lot of those popular weather radios. So with that, here is a look at that video from earlier out of Charleston. During that 7 o'clock hour, you can see how dark it got, how cloudy, how foggy, and just the lightning moving on through Charleston, putting on an intense light show. On behalf of everyone here at the Carolina Weather Group, thanks so much for trusting us to bring you severe weather information. You can always find the latest warnings on our Twitter account, and we will be on the air as best, as soon, and as often as we possibly can for folks that hold otherwise day jobs. I will see you tomorrow. Have a good night.